Hello, YouTube. This is Jester Gaming, and we are broadcasting. You know what time it is.
Hey, bye.
Trying to do the hook and book mission. Bartender rotation. A Kaya Freaker heist. And then focus on the CEO. Cargo warehouse. And it's gonna be Sellerday. Because once we get that full, gonna do selling missions for asset, wet waste, the bunker, trying to think what else, asset. I think nightclub takes a little while.
This episode of The Y Files is brought to you by The Y Files Operation Podcast. Deep dives and there are extraterrestrials among us. They landed 4 million years ago.
The Wi-Fi. Let's have a podcast. Let's look in the mirror.
Until next time, be safe, be kind, and not you.
Almost here? Nice! We can get the car ready to be disassembled, which means payment won't be far behind.
Talking about. You're supposed to know this. The one that has more information. Look, guys, I have a podcast that covers all of this. The Y Files Operation Podcast comes out every week. On Mondays, we release the YouTube episodes. And then on Wednesdays, we do deep dives into those stories, and then we cover unredacted topics that are a little too sensitive for YouTube. Yeah. You can get it on Apple, Amazon, Spotify, Pandora, anywhere you listen to podcasts. So.
Blue Cash Preferred from American Express, you can earn cash back on groceries, gas, and streaming. From the checkout counter to the pump. And finally, back home, your favorite show. You can get more out of your everyday moment. Earn on your errands and get rewarded with Blue Cash Preferred. Learn more at americanexpress.com/us/florida.
If you want to start a podcast, Spotify makes it easy. They have to be easy for humans to understand it. Will you stop that? I'm just saying. Spotify for podcasters lets you record and edit podcasts from your computer. I don't have a computer. Do you have a phone? Of course I have a phone. I'm not a savage. Well, with Spotify, you can record podcasts from your phone, too. Spotify makes it easy to distribute your podcast to every platform, and you can even earn money. I do need money. What do you need money for? You're kidding? I'm getting killed on Guppy support payments. These 3X wives are expensive. But you don't want to support your kids? What are you, my wife's lawyer now? Never mind. And I don't know if you noticed, but all Wi-Fi's episodes are video, too. And there's a ton of other features, but you can't be here all day. Will you settle down? I need you to hurry up with this stupid commercial. I got a packed calendar today. I'm sorry about him. Anyway, check out Spotify for podcasters. It's free, no catch, and you can start today. Are we done? We're done, but you need to check your attitude. Excuse me, but I don't have all day to sit here and talk about Spotify. Look, this would go a lot faster if you would just let me get through it without... Let's talk about secrets. It's human nature to want to know what we can't know, to have what we can't have. The most alluring things in life are often those that are unattainable. So true. What? Sheila.
Hold on.
Ooh, talk about alluring and unattainable. I guess we're doing this now. Who's Sheila? She was this angelfish that I knew when we were guppies. Oh, no. Oh, she had the most perfect gills. And oh, my own, her pelvic fins went all the way back. No. I'm talking about secret places. Oh, I dreamed about Sheila's secret places. You know what I'm talking about? No, I don't. I mean, I do, but we're not... Why am I even talking to you?
With Blue Cash Preferred from American Express, you can earn cash back on groceries, gas, and streaming. From the checkout counter to the pump. And finally, back home again to stream your favorite show. You can get more out of your everyday moment. Earn on your errands and get rewarded with Blue Cash Preferred. Learn more at americanexpress.com/us/explore-BCP. Terms apply. With Blue Cash Preferred from American Express, you can earn cash back on groceries, gas, and streaming. From the checkout counter to the pump. And finally, back home again to stream your favorite show. You can get more out of your everyday moment. Earn on your errands and get rewarded with Blue Cash Preferred. Learn more at americanexpress.com/us/explore-BCP. Terms apply.
Hey, it's your buddy AJ from the Wi-Files. And Hecklefish. Right, and Hecklefish. We just wanted to tell you that if you want to start a podcast, Spotify makes it easy. They have to be easy for humans to understand it. Will you stop that? I'm just saying. Spotify for podcasters lets you record and edit podcasts from your computer. I don't have a computer. Do you have a phone? Of course I have a phone. I'm not a savage. Well, with Spotify, you can record podcasts from your phone, too. Spotify makes it easy to distribute your podcast to every platform, and you can even earn money. I do need money. What do you need the money for? It's hidden and getting killed on Guppy support payments. These 3X wives are expensive. But you don't want to support your kids? What are you, my wife's lawyer now? Never mind. And I don't know if you noticed, but all Wi-Fi's episodes are video, too. And there's a ton of other features, but you can't be here all day. Will you settle down? I need you to hurry up with this stupid commercial. I got a packed calendar today. I'm sorry about it. Anyway, check out Spotify for podcasters. It's free, no catch, and you can start today. Are we done? We're done, but you need to check your attitude. The bar is gone. It's officially called.
Come here. You want? You want? Come on. Come here. It's yummy. It's yummy. You better hurry up before DJ gets it. DJ's gonna get it. Uh-oh.
This is 1895.
Come here. I got another one. Another one.
Yeah.
What?
I want to see it.
What?
I want to see it.
You want to see it?
I want to see it.
You want to see it?
No, I want
Yeah. Yeah. What? You want another one?
Yeah, I want
No, you leave the wrappers around on the bed, and Mommy's gonna get mad. You want Mommy mad? I'll give you another one. How about you eat that one? Eat it. Eat it. Is it yummy?
Yeah. I want to see it. Yeah, I want to see it.
Come here. Okay. There's only a couple.
The following day, the father was declared
You've had enough.
obviously committed to an institution. There's some kind of supernatural rift that affects dog behavior. Most animals dogs can certainly become depressed, which means there's no reason a normal, healthy dog would rift. What's going on?
The question is, why this bridge? Why over the bridge? Overall, over the bridge.
Dr. David Sands, canine psychologist, Dr. Sands says the way to construct is probably a fact. The walls of the bridge are about waist high and completely solid. There are also trees and those green areas roll higher than the wall. So there are no visual cues for the dog so that there's a drop on the other side of the wall. Also, the top of the wall is so that the dog jumps on top of the wall. Try to jump in the first place. Dr. Sands has a theory for that too. He points out that minks bring dogs enjoy. The theory is the scent of one or more of these animals grabs a dog's attention. And one will chase down the scent of the scent. The dog jumps over the wall without realizing the danger. This theory is supported by the fact that all the incidents appear to happen on dry, sunny days. Scotland doesn't get a lot of dry, sunny days, so it kind of stands out. Dr. Sands took 10 dogs to the field, and they were the same breeds that jumped off the bridge. In the field were 3 animals. Every other dog was like right to it. These emit a strong odor that gives dogs their sight. So when the dog is sunny days, in general, with dogs, the longer the nose, the better they are. So they're driven by their instinct to hunt, but unaware of it. Checks out. So what we know dogs are local talk about experiencing a strange feeling when they're there. And some have even said an invisible finger kind of prodding them to the end of the bridge.
And what do you think the jabbing finger was?
The White Lady of Overton?
With skeptics supernatural theory, many are quick to point out that there are other bridges just like this all over the world. Yet dogs are not jumping. What do you think? Have we debunked this story?
I think what's going on is dogs and dogs.
Suicide bridge? I'd be interested.
Not funny.
for hanging out with us today. My name is AJ, that's Technofish. This has been the Wi-Fi. If you had fun or learned anything today, comment, like, subscribe, share. All that stuff really helps out the channel. Until next time, be safe, be kind.
The best, and then I'll head over to the casino.
Local, family-owned, those are big ones for me. Montel Construction is licensed, insured, and specifically trained, and they've got and right now, incredible savings. 0% interest for 48 months.
Don't know what to do.
Montel Construction.
That chopper making my breakfast. He's more like a friend than a boss. We should get together soon. Call me. How are you doing, my dear?
November 28th, 1953, New York City. At 2:30 a.m., the body hit the sidewalk. A few seconds later, a shower of glass. The doorman of the Statler Hotel yelled to the lobby that there was a jumper. The night manager rushed out and saw him. A man about 40 years old lying on the pavement. He was on his back wearing only his underwear, and blood started to pool around him. 13 stories up, a single window is open, its curtain flapping through broken glass. The night manager knelt beside the man, whose eyes were open and was somehow still alive. He desperately tried to speak but was choking on blood and couldn't be understood. After a minute or two of trying to communicate, the man took a final deep breath and was gone. Nobody knows for sure what he was trying to say before he died, but one thing is for certain, it was something about the CIA. Room 1018A was registered to Robert Lashbrook and Frank Olson. The police burst in, guns raised, but it was empty. Cold November air was blowing through the broken window. In the bathroom was a man sitting on the toilet, resting his head in his hands. He told the police he'd been sleeping, heard a noise, and woke up. One officer asked the name of the man who went out the window. The man in the bathroom said, Olson, Frank Olson. The responding officers figured this was an open and shut case. A middle-aged man is depressed or distraught and ends it all by jumping, just another night in the big city. But the night manager, Armin Pastori, wasn't convinced. He said it didn't make sense that someone would get up in the middle of the night, run across a dark room in his underwear, avoid two beds, and dive through a closed window that had the shade and curtains closed. Pastori checked with the hotel operator to see if any calls were made from the room. The operator said, yes, a call was just made a few minutes ago. And because it ran through a switchboard, she heard the whole thing. The caller, Robert Lashbrook, who was the man in the bathroom, called a number on Long Island, which belonged to a Dr. Harold Abramson. The call lasted only a few seconds. Well, he's gone, Lashbrook said. Well, that's too bad, was Abramson's reply. His family was notified. They were told there was an accident. Frank had either fallen or jumped from his temporary roof. Frank's body was so badly damaged that the funeral was held with a closed casket, and the Olson family tried to move on. Having trouble coping with losing his father, Eric Olson would ask his mother about Frank from time to time, and she would always say the same thing. You're never going to know what happened in the room that night. But 20 years later, that would change. In 1975, the Rockefeller Commission released information to the public about its investigation into CIA activities. The report mentioned a civilian scientist working for the Department of the Navy. He was given LSD without his knowledge as part of a CIA experiment. That scientist experienced side effects and was sent to New York for psychiatric care. A few days later, he jumped from a 10th floor window of his hotel and died. This report was in the New York Times and Washington Post and made its way to the Olsen family. The government confirmed the scientist was Frank Olsen, and just 10 days later, the family was invited to the White House, and President Ford gave them a formal apology. The director of the CIA also apologized. The United States government agreed this was a wrongful death and offered the family a $750,000 settlement if they agreed not to sue. The Olsen family agreed to the terms. Alice Olsen never wanted to talk about Frank's death or his job. Frank's children, now in their 20s and 30s, always knew their father was a scientist, but what scientist family gets a personal invitation to the Oval Office? Alice Olsen only knew a few things about her husband's job. She knew he was a scientist doing important work for the U.S. government. She knew he traveled for work all the time, and she knew he was unhappy. One of the last things Frank said to his wife was that he had made a terrible mistake. But for Frank's children, this information was entirely new. And because of the investigations and media coverage, they now learned for the first time what their father actually did for a living. He was no ordinary scientist. During World War II, Frank Olsen was one of the first Army scientists assigned to the top-secret biological warfare lab at Fort Detrick, Maryland. Frank's specialty was aerosolizing living biological agents and munitions. In other words, he created biological weapons of mass destruction. Now, this time in history, the CIA was part of the Army. And after becoming a civilian, Frank continued his research in bioweapons. He was lead scientist for Operation Harness, where animals in the Caribbean were exposed to anthrax, tularemia, and brucella. He was part of Operation Sea Spray, where different strains of bacteria were sprayed over the San Francisco Bay Area to test the city's vulnerability to a virus. As Frank moved up the ranks of the CIA, he spent a lot of time at Fort Terry, which was a secret installation on Plum Island in the Long Island Sound. Plum Island is only reachable by boat or by air. The toxins tested there are considered too dangerous to be on the land. Olsen developed delivery devices for these bioweapons. Canisters disguised as shaving cream cans that could disperse anthrax in a concentrated area. A cigarette lighter that emitted a deadly gas. Lipstick that killed instantly.
Hey, when did they make biological weapons of war?
The Geneva Conventions in 1925.
So all this research was
Illegal.
right.
In early 1953, the same year, Frank Olsen stepped down as chief of the Special Operations Division. He said the job was too stressful and was causing his ulcers to flare up.
You think ulcers try anthrax?
Oh, no, sympathy for CIA scientists.
Yes!
Not even a little bit.
So Frank stepped down, but he stayed with the CIA.
Cut sugar! Cut sugar! Cut sugar!
Gottlieb. Ooh, where do I know that name from?
Congratulations to our player at the Lucky Wheel, who just won a luxury car.
Project Artichoke, which became
Ultra.
Bingo.
Scars
During the Cold War, the CIA,
are
specifically
the
Soviet
most
government, was
expensive.
obsessed with mind control and brainwash. There was a fear that the Soviet Union was also working on this capability, and the United States was determined to get there first. Project MK-Ultra was the program intended to accomplish this. MK-Ultra was brutal and illegal. Over time, the experiments Frank Olsen conducted and witnessed started to weigh on it. During one study, Frank Olsen observed interrogations at CIA black sites in Germany. Detainees were called expendables.
And I'm assuming these expendables were not aging action stars.
They were not. They were mostly suspected spies and security leaks.
Suspected, so not proven.
Nope, just suspected.
Freaking spooks.
The expendables were subject to drug experiments, hypnosis, electric shocks, isolation, sexual abuse, and all kinds of torture. This was an effort to study not just the effects of extreme torture, but also brainwashing techniques and memory deletion. Many of these people were interrogated to death. In other instances, Frank Olsen saw the results of his own weapons that were used on expendables. Some of those people died slowly and in agony. And even though Frank's wife didn't know any of the specifics, it was clear that Frank's work was becoming too much for him to bear. In November 1953, Frank Olsen received an invitation for a pre-Thanksgiving retreat at a cabin on Deep Creek Lake. Gottlieb ran these retreats for scientists and staff pretty often. Deep Creek was a convenient place for Gottlieb. This was one of the locations where Americans were subjected to MKUltra techniques against their will for decades.
Okay, I'll get you out of trouble. No problem.
The first day of the gathering was fine, nothing out of the ordinary. On the second day, after
So,
the men kicked
done a
back
little
on
more.
first
Yeah,
drink,
you sell these for
filled a bunch of glasses and poured everyone a generous
for how much it is.
Right. 20 minutes later, Gottlieb asked if anyone was feeling odd. A few of the men said they were. Gottlieb then told them that their drinks were spiked with a heavy dose of LSD. Frank Olson was aware that the CIA had dosed entire villages in Europe to observe the results. Many innocent people died from these experiments, but he was surprised that he would be the unwitting subject of an experiment. And Frank didn't react well. A few days later, he submitted his resignation, but he was told to stay. It was suggested that he see a psychiatrist to help him cope with the effects of the experiment and the stress of his work. Frank agreed. Lashbrook drove Frank Olson to New York to meet with Dr. Harold Abramson. Dr. Abramson was actually an allergist that worked for the CIA. He pretended to be a psychiatrist, but Frank didn't know this. After a couple of sessions, Dr. Abramson convinced Frank to check himself into a hospital so he could recover from stress and exhaustion. Frank was actually fine with this. He was looking forward to the time off and was already picking out what books to bring with him. And that night, he and Lashbrook signed into the Statler Hotel, room 1018A. Frank had a nice conversation with his wife. She remembered him sounding more peaceful than he'd been in a long time. He watched a little TV and went to bed. At 2:30 a.m., he was dead on the street below the window. Over the next 12 hours, a cleanup and a cover-up by the CIA ensued. The police investigation was fully closed. Frank Olson's family was told he died from terminal falling out a window. About 20 years later, more details about MKUltra emerged, and the Olson family received a settlement. And almost 20 years after that, the case would take another turn. Frank Olson's wife Alice passed away in 1993. Their children decided to have Frank's body exhumed and reburied next to his wife. But Frank's children had an additional element. They had James Starr, a medical examiner professor, conduct a second autopsy. Starr said there were no cuts on Frank's body, and no shards of glass, which would have been expected by jumping through a window. And even though Frank landed on his back, his skull above his left eye had a blunt force trauma injury. He had another serious wound on his chest. Starr said of his findings,
I think Frank Olson was intentionally, deliberately, with malice aforethought, thrown out of the window.
Frank's sons sued the CIA again, but because of the agreement they signed in 1975, the judge had to dismiss the case. But the judge did say, even though the case couldn't proceed as a matter of law, the allegations made by the family against the CIA, though they sounded far-fetched, appeared to be the truth. Since the lawsuit couldn't proceed, Frank Olson's sons went to the press. They flat out said the CIA murdered their father and covered it up. They also produced interesting documents. In 1954, just a few months after Frank Olson's death, the CIA executed a document with the Department of Justice that gave the CIA authority to grant CIA employees immunity from any crime, including murder.
A license to kill.
Exactly. And there's a handbook released in 1953, the year of Frank's death, called The CIA Study of Assassination. It's fascinating, and I'll link it below. It describes that the best way to assassinate a target is to drop them from at least 75 feet onto a hard surface. The manual says when successfully executed, it causes little excitement and is only casually investigated. In fact, the Mossad, the Israeli intelligence organization, used Frank Olson's death as an example of a perfect murder due to the skill with which it was executed. Now, while there is still no official guilt from the CIA, I think it's pretty obvious what happened. Frank Olson was one of only a few scientists who could confirm that the United States used chemical weapons in the Korean War. This is something that's still only alleged, but there's a lot of evidence it happened. Korean and Chinese soldiers were suddenly coming down with cases of cholera, meningitis, and even plague. It's possible Frank Olson was directly involved in deploying these illegal weapons. Frank Olson was one of only a dozen or so people on Earth who knew the extent of MKUltra and other secret and illegal CIA operations. Frank Olson was the man who committed, or at least was part of projects that committed atrocities around the world. And he was dealing with a moral crisis and started voicing his concerns. He even quit, but the CIA wouldn't allow it. When he was LSD that night in November, it was a loyalty test to see what scientists would say if they were exposed to the drug. Frank Olson failed that test and paid the ultimate price. But because of his death and the diligence of his family, many illegal CIA activities were exposed, and MKUltra was almost destroyed. Almost. It continued for another 20 years before finally shutting down in 1973. At least, as far as we know, all the records were illegally destroyed. And not Sidney Gottlieb, Robert Lashbrook, or any of the senior scientists they all lived out their lives on fat pensions paid for by you and me. But the CIA promises that MKUltra was the last time drug experiments were done on people against their will. And such atrocities absolutely could not and would not happen today. Why would they lie?
Why wouldn't they lie?
Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. My name is AJ, that's Hecklefish. This has been the Y-Files. If you had fun or learned anything, do us a favor and like, subscribe, comment, and share. I know you're sick of hearing that from every YouTube channel, but it actually does help. So today's topic was requested by you.
Like, comment, share, and subscribe.
YFiles.com/tips.
I'm on the road to 75.
And I know it's been covered to death, but if you'd like to go deeper, and there is more.
OBG, stay your ass on the sideline. I'm gonna kill your ass once, I'm gonna kill your ass again. You ain't going nowhere. You ain't got nowhere to go. Bitch ass. Raise up out of here, you buster. Motherfucker. You dead, motherfucker. You dead. You heard?
Yeah, I heard.
Fucking fool.
Whatever.
This episode of the Y-Files is brought to you by Surfshark. Despite it being humanity's constant companion through all of recorded time, the moon is still a mystery. Science hasn't been able to explain how the moon was formed, its unusual orbit, its distance from us, its density, its composition, its structure. These are all still questions. Now, there are theories about the moon that solve some of these puzzles. There's only one theory that answers every scientific question about the moon. Just one. That the moon is a hollow artificial structure brought here by someone else. Let's find out why.
You're going down now.
Let's start at the beginning. We're taught that the moon has been here forever. But there's controversy about this because scientists can't agree on how the moon was formed in the first place. The first theory of how the moon became linked to the Earth is the capture theory. It says the moon was just floating along, drifted near the Earth, and was pulled into orbit. This is almost impossible. Another explanation is the accretion theory, that the moon and Earth formed out of dust clouds in the early solar system. But when systems form through accretion, they share similar traits. If the moon was formed this way, it would have an iron core, like the Earth. It would spin on an axis, like the Earth. But neither of these are true. The fission hypothesis was popular for a while, and this says the early Earth was spinning so fast that the moon was formed out of rock in the Pacific Ocean that was flung into space. But we later learned that moon rock is much older than the bottom of the ocean, so this is unlikely. The most popular explanation is the giant impact theory. This says that a large object about the size of Mars smashed into the proto-Earth. The debris field from the collision coalesced to create the Earth-Moon system. Again, these conditions would have to be so perfect that the odds are... Right. Now, a recent theory is a combination of all of these. That a large object collided with the Earth about 4.5 billion years ago. And this nesting was spinning very rapidly, forming a torus. And the moon formed on the edge of this torus.
What's a torus?
Well, this shape is a torus.
That looks like a donut.
It does, but in geometry, if you revolve a circle around an axis in three-dimensional space, it's called a torus.
You wonder why you're not popular at parties.
I'm very popular at parties. Aren't I? So, we still don't know how the moon was created. You would think that actually going to the moon and collecting rock samples would solve some of these puzzles. But when moon rocks were brought back and studied, it only created more questions. Since landing on the moon in 1969,
The moon landing was as fake as a teenager's instinct.
I knew you were going to do this. Look, do you like the idea that the moon is a hollow spaceship? Just to explore this theory, you need to concede that we went to the moon.
Fine, I will concede we went to the moon.
Thank you.
But those were unmanned missions. The landings were actually filmed in a studio in Fairbanks, California.
Fine, I'll take what I can get. Moon rocks and soil samples brought back from the moon are strange. On Earth, the newest rocks are at the surface, and the rock gets older as you go deeper. But this is obvious and logical.
What? Phone died?
The soil on the surface is older than the rock underneath, and the surface rocks are older than the rock underneath them. It's
what?
Backwards. The only way
Want
this
to play on
happens
that now?
is when we drill, dig, and mine, bringing older material to the surface. But we see this all over the moon. If the moon was somehow hollowed out, older rock would be on top. But the list of anomalies goes on. Typical planetary structures have denser materials toward the core and lighter materials toward the surface. On the moon, this too is reversed, and no one could really explain why. The moon's surface is pockmarked by asteroid impacts that have happened for billions of years. So you would expect the rock around the impact craters to be different ages. But there is a strange
blue dot.
In the age of these
Blue
rocks.
dot special.
The chemical makeup of lunar dust is also very odd. If lunar dust is the result
Oh,
of
this one is
of
just
impacts,
like
why
Franklin.
does it have a different chemical makeup of the rocks around it? The moon doesn't have a magnetic field, yet moon rocks are strongly magnetized. The Earth is 4.6 billion years old, but the oldest rocks we found are much younger than that. Moon rocks are older, much older. Some rocks have been dated to the very beginning of the solar system, and some are said to be even older than that. Uranium-236 and Neptunium-237 are found on the moon. This is notable because those radioactive elements don't occur naturally. The only way we see those isotopes on Earth is if we create them. Titanium, chromium, and zirconium are rare on Earth, but these are found in abundance on the moon. If the Earth and moon were formed together, why such a big discrepancy? And those metals happen to be some of the most strongest materials that are known to exist, and they're highly resistant to corrosion. If you wanted to reinforce a structure, these are the metals you would use. This structural reinforcement could explain why moon craters all seem to be the same depth, no matter how wide they are. Shouldn't craters of different sizes be of different depths? It's as if there's a resilient metallic shell just beneath the surface of the moon, preventing anything from penetrating further. Now, if there were some type of instruments on the moon's surface that could detect seismic activity, we could test the hollow moon theory by intentionally colliding objects with the moon.
This sounds like a setup. We did this, didn't we?
We did.
And is it hollow?
Well,
Payout!
after returning to the command module, the Apollo 12 crew intentionally released the lunar lander crashing into the moon's surface. Then something very unexpected happened. Seismic measurements showed that the moon rang like a bell and reverberated for more than an hour. This was with a very small object compared to the size of the moon. So during Apollo 13, an even heavier object was crashed into the surface. This time, the moon rang for over 3 hours, and vibrations traveled to a depth of 20 miles. This doesn't happen on Earth. Reverberations last only a few minutes because of the Earth's density. And on Earth, vibrations slow down as they move toward the Earth's center, where material is denser. But the vibrations on the moon actually got faster around 40 miles down, indicating the interior of the moon is not only far less dense, but perhaps has large hollow cavities. The density of the moon is something
Hello, Chuck.
The moon is about 25% the size of the Earth, but it's only about 1% of the Earth's density. If the moon were a hollow shell, this would explain that. Besides the density issue, the moon has a lot of characteristics and coincidences that we don't see anywhere else. The moon is actually more like a planet than a moon. At 1/4 of the moon's size, no other object in the solar system has a moon this large. This occurs nowhere else, not in our solar system or any other solar system that we found. And the moon orbits much more closely than it should. And its orbit is also a mystery. It's the only object we've ever observed with a near perfectly circular orbit. We don't see this anywhere else either. Because of this near perfect orbit and its size and distance from the Earth, the moon appears in the sky as almost the exact same size as the sun. This is what allows us to have eclipses. Our distance to the sun is 400 times our distance to the moon. And the size of the sun is 400 times the size of the moon. Could this be a coincidence?
Yeah.
Well, when enough coincidences pile up, we may have to adjust our thinking and be a little more open-minded. And that's what happened in 1970. Two Soviet scientists looked at all the evidence of all these coincidences and came to what they felt was the only logical conclusion. And not only is the moon hollow, but it's also a spacecraft that traveled here in the distant past. So now we have to ask, who built the moon? Every ancient culture on Earth has stories about the moon. But it's interesting that the further back you go, the fewer stories there are. And if you go back far enough, there are stories that talk about a sky before the moon arrived. Roman and Greek authors in the 5th century BC have stories about the Proselynes, and they lived in an area called Arcadia. And they said they've been here since before there was a moon in the heavens. Now, on the other side of the world, the ancient culture of Tiwanaku in Bolivia also refers to a time when there was no moon. The Tiwanaku claim the moon arrived between 11,500 and 13,000 years ago. If you're into ancient theories as much as I am, you'll recognize that this time coincides perfectly with a period called the Younger Dryas. And all kinds of myths and mysteries are said to have happened during the Younger Dryas, and we'll cover them on this channel. Now, going back to Africa, there are Zulu legends that specifically say the moon is hollow, and living inside is an intelligent race of reptilian extraterrestrials.
Lizard people?
Yep.
Lizard people built the moon!
That's what they believe.
Lizard people are very industrious.
They seem to be. The Zulu believe the moon was put into orbit by two brothers who were gods. And this legend is similar to what the Sumerians believed. The Sumerians also had a legend of two brothers, Enki and Enlil, who were called
Anunnaki.
Yep, Anunnaki, the extraterrestrial gods who created mankind.
Everything is falling into place with this one.
Oh, you ain't seen nothing yet. How about this? The Zulu also believed that before the moon arrived, the climate of the Earth was very different. There were no seasons, and a blanket of thick water vapor covered the entire planet. And we now know that the moon does stabilize our climate. Without the moon's gravity, the Earth's axis would wobble. There would be no consistent seasons, no tides, extreme weather. The presence of the moon is what allows life on Earth to thrive. So, back to the Zulu. The Earth was covered by a thick layer of water vapor, and you could only see the sun through this hazy mist. When the moon was finally placed into orbit, all this water vapor fell at once, and it created a cataclysmic global flood.
Always a flood.
Always. Every time. Every ancient culture has a flood myth, and there's mounting evidence that this did indeed happen during the Younger Dryas. Cultures around the world have myths that are in perfect sync with each other. The coincidences keep piling up. The Zulu legend talks about how the arrival of the moon changed the tides and stabilized the climate. And this is something that wasn't understood by science until the past 100 years. Yet somehow the ancient Zulu were able to make the connection between the moon and the tides and the seasons. All of these myths and legends, plus strange coincidences and anomalies about the moon, start to add up to a compelling theory. that the moon is hollow, is artificial, and was placed here by intelligent beings long ago. But coincidences aren't proof, and myths aren't proof. We need to know what's been happening on the moon lately to see if we can make our case with hard evidence. Lucky for us, the evidence is there. Science tells us that the moon is a cold, lifeless place. It has no atmosphere. There hasn't been seismic activity for millions of years. Its core, unlike the Earth's, is cold. For a supposedly dead world, there's an awful lot of activity up there. On March 7th, 1971, a cloud of water vapor appeared on the moon that covered 100 square miles, and it was there for 14 hours before it dissipated. There's not supposed to be atmosphere on the moon, but for those 14 hours, there was. In fact, 6 astronomers in the past 100 years have documented a glowing mist in the crater named Plato. The same mist, the same crater, over many years. Boulder tracks are seen on the moon, all over the place. And that's weird enough, but how do boulders roll for miles and then go uphill, like in this photo? And since the days of Aristotle, astronomers have seen strange lights appear on the surface of the moon, sometimes visible with the naked eye. NASA even reported that between the years 1540 and 1967, there were 570 sightings of light flashes on the moon that couldn't be explained. Sightings of strange lights continue to this day. The Aristarchus crater was photographed in 1992, and it shows a glowing blue light, now called the blue gem. And this anomaly has been seen by Earth-based telescopes every few years since. Some have even speculated it's a fusion reactor. And these events of mysterious light and mist happen so frequently that there's even a name for them, transient lunar phenomena, or TLPs. But things get even more weird. There are plenty of photographs of what appear to be artificial objects on the surface of the moon. Towers that reach several miles high, pyramids, symmetrical structures. These have been photographed by astronomers, probes, even the astronauts themselves. And the biggest anomaly of all? Why haven't we gone back to the moon? Sergeant Carl Wolf was working as a technician for the Air Force, and he was repairing equipment that transferred images from a lunar satellite. Those photos, according to Sergeant Wolf, showed artificial structures on the moon, what he described as a base. And this is corroborated by another technician working with Wolf. And Wolf wasn't a UFO, ET, moon theory guy. He was just a tech. He said he was excited to see the pictures on the news and have NASA explain what they were. He was surprised when the photos never turned up. The photos were found in a very early release from NASA. These structures are very large and very tall. You can even see they cast shadows. And these are photos I'd like to learn more about. But I can't. They no longer exist. Now, almost immediately after landing on the moon, the Apollo 11 crew said they saw something that shook them up. Watch the press conference they gave when they returned. These men aren't acting like they made history or had a life-changing experience.
It's a beginning of a new age.
They look sad, frightened, uncomfortable, even depressed. Why? Is there a reason we haven't returned to the moon? And could it be that the Apollo missions discovered something that ancient cultures knew centuries ago? Something that reputable scientists believe is the only answer to this list of mysteries. That the moon is not what it seems or what we've been told. The moon is hollow, artificially constructed, and appeared in Earth's orbit from somewhere else, far away.
Makes sense to me.
Does it make sense to you? So what can science explain about the hollow moon spaceship theory? Well, the formation of the moon is still unknown, so score theory 1, science 0. The density problem is said to be because after the giant impact, the Earth's upper mantle formed the moon. The mantle is much less dense than the core. Okay, the problem with this is the giant impact theory probably
Dad,
what happened.
Dad need charge.
And the theory about the Earth and the moon
Daddy
formed
charge.
out of that big donut shape.
Okay.
In geometry, that's called a torus.
Torus. Well, that wouldn't explain the density discrepancy. We're told the moon ringing like a bell is because the moon is much less dense, and the moon's rock has much less water, so vibrations reverberate longer and farther. This can't be proven, but okay. The perfect eclipses? Well, here's where science wins. The eclipses aren't exact. They're close, but not perfect. Besides, the moon is drifting farther away from the Earth every year, so eclipses are becoming less and less perfect all the time. And whether the moon arrived 14,000 years ago or was formed billions of years ago, it was much closer to the Earth, so it was much larger in the sky. Now, NASA claims that we know the moon isn't hollow because of seismic observations. And that's fair, but it's still conjecture. Look, we don't know for sure what's at the center of the Earth, much less what's at the center of the moon.
If there's anything at all.
Right. Now, the structures are said to be shadows or optical illusions.
Nope.
And the lights are from meteor impacts or reflections from glassy patches on the surface.
Nope.
But the bottom line is this. Yes, the hollow moon spaceship theory is a wild one, I admit that. And many of the anomalies found on the moon can be explained. The explanations aren't perfect, but they're enough to satisfy skeptics. And I consider myself a skeptic, but I'm open-minded. I just want to know the truth. When I started researching this story, I thought it would be a fun ride, a pure tinfoil hat experience that we could button up with science. That's not what happened. There's just so much unknown and unexplainable that something doesn't feel right about what we've been told about the moon. But, as always, the space agencies and the governments they serve are very selective about the images and information they release. So, I have a message for them. For NASA, the European Space Agency, Russia, China, Elon Musk, Richard Branson, Jeff Bezos, and anyone with the resources to put people back on the moon. The message is this. If you want us to believe your explanations, you're going to have to prove it. All right. What's this?
Yeah, I got a sponsor.
You've got a sponsor? Why do you need a sponsor?
Inflation. The fish food is costing me a fin and a fin. Besides, I'm getting killed on Bitcoin.
I told you to sell a little.
Hold on.
All right, so what is Surfshark and why do you need it?
It's a VPN, virtual private network.
I know what a VPN is.
Well, there were some shows I like to watch, but they're not available to stream in the U.S., so I can change my IP address to different countries to watch.
Example?
Well, you know how Netflix dropped The Office, and now it's on Peacock or Pigeon or whatever cockamamie service that is?
Yeah, that was annoying.
Well, I can use an IP address in the UK and still watch it for free on Netflix.
Sounds kind of sneaky.
I know, I love it. Or I can use an IP address in Australia and watch The Big Lebowski.
That is a good one.
The fish abides. And since my IP address is hidden, Google and Facebook can't track me.
Oh yeah, you definitely don't want big internet companies having access to your data.
No, not just companies. Government too. But I'm looking up information about the moon landing, which is definitely fake. None of those three-letter agencies can track me and jam me up. It's like a tinfoil hat for your internet.
Huh. Nice catchphrase.
Yeah, you like that, huh? I even got one of those code things so people can get their own tinfoil hat for their internet. Get Surfshark VPN at surfshark.deals/files and enter promo code FILES for 83% off and 3 extra months for free. That works out to only $2.49 a month. That's a small price to pay for security and privacy. That's surfshark.deals/files.
That was a pretty good sponsor read.
Well, you aren't the only former radio personality on this show, you know. That was Love on the Rocks by Neil Diamond. For all you broken hearts drowning your sorrows tonight. And before that, we went all the way back to the Grooveyard for a little classic Marvin Gaye. Good evening, lovers and lovettes. My name is Hecklefish, and you're taking a midnight ride on WAVE to Wave, with 55 minutes of love songs every hour. Keep it locked into the wave, because I can go all night. This next one is a long-distance dedication from Sharon in Chicago. She writes, "You've always had my back. You make me feel protected and safe."
Tax expert and hand off your taxes with TurboTax Live Full Service. Plus,
This episode of the Y-Files is brought to you by TV. Cultures around the world have myths that speak of a mysterious underground kingdom that exists deep within the earth, hidden away from the primitive and violent surface dwellers, which is us. Picture a society untouched by time, unscathed by war, and unaffected by natural disasters. A culture thriving in the vast open spaces inside the earth. Throughout history, many
Normally
have
I
looked for
have
physical
this stuff
evidence of
done
its
already.
existence, tempted by stories of a peaceful but powerful subterranean
Ah, blue
civilization
dot.
with advanced technology and ancient knowledge long forgotten by modern man. This is the story of the underground kingdom of Agartha, and the explorers who've said that not only is it a real place, but they know where it is.
Will you hurry up? I got a 6:30 res.
I don't want to do this.
Come on.
I feel stupid.
Will you stop being such a baby? Get in here.
Remind me again, why are we doing this?
We are practicing for a Bigfoot hunting expedition.
Oh, so that's why we've got a campfire, we've got the night vision goggles, I'm wearing this crazy suit. Well, what's with you in the hat?
Oh, my sweet summer human. I am a fish. In the woods, we are in my world. You, however, need this camouflage so you don't spook the sand squidge.
Okay, but why are we bringing these pictures?
Oh, Gertie and I went to the mall last weekend. They had one of those photos.
How in the world did you two put
Gertie doesn't like camping, but she doesn't want me to forget.
You know you're codependent, right?
Of course I know.
Take it easy. Hey, wait, where did you get all this stuff? Wait, is this today's sponsor?
Bingo! Temu is a global e-commerce marketplace that sells a huge variety of products at affordable prices.
Huh, nice job on the copy.
Thanks, I've been working with a media trainer. And if you click on the Lightning Deals link in the description, you can find surprise deals picked by me and Temu, just from your little iPhones. Like the infrared night vision binoculars, normally $95, just $33. Or a 40-ounce stainless steel tumbler with lid, not $30, just $11. Hey, you got the tumbler and show the people, would you? It's in the secret compartment of your dick.
Yeah, I don't see it. There is a scrub brush, though.
Oh yeah, I need to scrub Gertie's hump.
And there's this USB speaker.
Well, that's to play hump scrubbing music.
What's hump scrubbing music?
Yeah, mostly like hits and smooth jazz. It really depends on the speed of the brush, you know what I'm talking about?
I don't, and I'm sorry I asked. Oh, wait, do you mean this tumbler?
That's the one.
So they can get all this stuff on Temu? Tumbler, the crazy suit, night vision, campfires.
And the speaker, and the hump scrubber.
I think it's just called a magic brush.
Oh, magic is right. When I use that thing, 30 pairs like a kid. So download the Temu app from the App Store or Google Play, and use the link in the description, or download and enter code TWS050 for 50% off your first order of $50 or more.
Sounds pretty easy.
It is. Okay, time to suit up. Let's go bang a sand squidge.
I really don't want to.
Put it on.
Fine.
You look perfect. Okay, now let's practice the Bigfoot and mating core.
I told you I'm
Do
not...
it. You, hey, look up here, you too, look up here. Perfect.
Hey, did you just take a picture?
No.
You did, I heard you.
Okay, I did. I can't believe I got you to wear that thing.
I hate you. Stories of a hollow earth have existed in cultures for thousands of years. Nearly every ancient society has stories about an underground realm, often inhabited by superior beings. Buddhists firmly believe in the subterranean kingdom of Agartha, ruled by the mysterious king of the world.
Ooh, Leonardo DiCaprio?
No. Agartha is said to be home to millions and connected to the surface by a vast tunnel network within the planet's crust. Indian religion which translates to that which is below the feet. Patala is described as a beautiful land full of rolling green hills and crystal clear lakes. Agartha is described the same way. Some believe this is the real Garden of Eden, that when God cast Adam and Eve out of the garden, he actually sent them to the surface. In an ancient Mayan text called the Popol Vuh, there is the story of Xibalba, an ancient civilization. In Xibalba, twin brothers emerged, and like Adam and Eve, they became the first people of the earth. Vostok is the place where the inhabitants emerged to make all the surface of Earth. It translates to 7 caves, and researchers are actually looking for it, and some have been found. African and other Native American legends also mention subterranean realms and cavern spirits.
You make pretty much almost $1 million in passive income. It's probably higher than that, along with the
The Chinese call this underworld Diyu, and the Japanese call it Yoga. Ancient Egypt, Islam, Greek, Rome, even Celtic Irish, they all have myths of an underground world. More modern myths may call this place hell, but it can be argued that hell is a relatively new concept, that it's a construct designed to create fear and inspire good behavior. But before the concept of hell, the underworld was inhabited by advanced, godlike people who came to the surface of the earth. Once on the surface, they either created humanity or taught civilization to primitive humans. It's easy enough to interpret those as the same thing. And like the flood myth, which is present in every ancient culture, the Inner Earth story also appears over and over again. Recent discoveries are starting to point to the fact that a great flood did really happen. So when cultures from all over the world share the same myth, we have to start looking at all those myths as maybe more than just a story. Those myths may be referring to actual history. But to prove the existence of Agartha, an underground civilization, and the Hollow Earth, we'll need more than stories. We need scientific evidence and eyewitness testimony. Fortunately, we have both. The hollow Earth theory proposes that our planet is not a solid sphere, but a hollow one, with vast unexplored spaces within. In 1692, astronomer Edmund Halley proposed a hollow Earth consisting of a shell about 500 miles thick. Within that shell are two concentric spheres and a central core about the diameter of Venus. Halley said the spaces in between the shells could support life, with light provided by a luminous atmosphere. In the late 18th century, mathematician Leonard Euler used physics calculations to hypothesize a hollow Earth with a central sun. Euler's calculations suggested that gravity would propel matter equally in all directions, forming spheres with hollow interiors.
Wait. How can the Earth be hollow and flat at the same time?
Well, the Earth isn't flat.
Planes always fly in a straight line. If the Earth was round, they would have to adjust for that.
Yeah, that's not how that works.
Speaking of planes, if the Earth was a spinning ball, you'd be able to fly a helicopter straight up in the air, wait for the ball to spin, and then land on the other side of the planet.
Yeah, the atmosphere spins too.
The air.
Yeah.
Right. How fast does the Earth spin?
Well, that depends on the latitude.
How fast?
Between 300 and 1,000 miles an hour.
Okay, so empty air, stick to the ground, moving at 1,000 miles an hour.
Yep.
In perfect sync, everywhere on a big round ball.
Yes.
Agree to disagree.
But what does modern science have to say about the hollow Earth? On the surface, the hollow Earth theory seems to defy basic geological understanding. Seismic data and the study of Earth's gravitational field suggest that our planet is composed of several layers, the crust, the mantle, and the core. However, proponents of the hollow Earth theory argue that the data are open to interpretation. They point to anomalies in seismic readings, which they claim could be indicative of large empty spaces within the Earth. They also cite the existence of vast underground caves as evidence of the Earth's hollowness. And if the Earth is hollow, it could support the large population of Agartha. Even if the Earth isn't completely hollow, if there are vast hollow areas within the Earth, why couldn't they house a hidden civilization? Some trace the story of Agartha back to ancient Buddhist texts, where it's described as a paradise, a place of pure harmony and advanced knowledge. In the Western world, what we know about Agartha mostly comes from Alexandre Saint-Yves d'Albedre. He was a French intellectual and occultist. He spoke of Agartha as a secret civilization. We've learned of Agartha through his Sanskrit teacher, who insisted it was a real geographic place. Spoke of grand palaces illuminated by magical light and of advanced technologies that harness the Earth's magnetic field. In the 19th century, Agarthans already had citywide lighting, railways, and even air travel. Saint-Yves believed that the Agarthans were the guardians of sacred knowledge, a knowledge that can bring about a golden age of peace and enlightenment on the surface world. Others would continue to search for Agartha. Occultist Elena Blavatsky searched for evidence of hollow Earth and the secret tunnels that Agarthans used to travel all over the planet. But as far as we know, Saint-Yves and Madame Blavatsky didn't find Agartha. But not because it doesn't exist, because they didn't know where to look. But we do. The reason Edmund Halley started exploring the idea that the Earth was hollow was because of strange compass readings in the Atlantic. He believed that the aurora borealis resulted from gases escaping from the inner spheres inside the Earth. This suggested there were entrances at the North and South Pole, and once inside, you could navigate the inner shells through vast cave and tunnel systems. The hollow Earth theory fell out of favor for a while, but gained new life in 1818. American John Sims developed the notorious Sims hole theory. He declared that the Earth was hollow and habitable. He said the inner Earth is comprised of 4 nested shells with openings at the poles. And Sims dedicated much of his life to promoting this theory by trying to put together a polar expedition, though that never happened. In 1829, Norwegian fisherman Olaf Jansen claimed that he and his father sailed through a polar opening and into the planet's interior. There they spent 2 years among a race of giants before exiting through the South Pole. His story is documented in the book The Smoky God by Willis George Emerson, which is a fun read. But probably the most famous and detailed account of the world inside the Earth comes from Admiral Richard E. Byrd. Admiral Byrd was an aviation pioneer, polar explorer, and one of the most decorated and celebrated officers in the history of the American military, so a serious guy. Byrd took his plane out on a quick survey mission of the North Pole. As he was flying over ice and snow, he noticed the sunlight changed. Then it got warmer. A few minutes later, he was flying over fields of green grass and forests and rivers. He even saw a woolly mammoth grazing in one of those fields. Then he no longer had control of his plane, and suddenly 2 craft came up beside him.
Off our port to starboard wing were a strange number of aircraft. They're disc-shaped and have a radiant quality to them. They're close enough now to see the markings on them. It is a type of swastika. This is fantastic. Where are we? What has happened? I tug at the controls again. They will not respond. We are caught in an invisible vice grip of some type.
Admiral Byrd lands and is escorted by tall blonde men to an underground city. Here the Admiral meets someone called the Master. Now I linked to an episode where I go into a lot of detail about what Admiral Byrd found, so check that out if you want to learn more. I'll try not to spoil too much here. So Admiral Byrd found a way to the Hollow Earth in the North Pole. Others have found their way in through the South Pole. The South Pole is often connected to Nazi Germany. Hitler was an occultist and was famously fascinated by the possibility to be access to Antarctica. Germany did make an expedition to Antarctica in 1938. I theorized in the Operation High Jump episode that this was the reason the United States sent a large, well-armed task force down there in 1946. The Germans had maps of the area, including a cave system underneath the surface. They even had step-by-step directions on how to get into the Hollow Earth. The directions are very specific.
Bring the cart in.
We'll right down to the meter. After you follow the first 8 steps, the 9th step is interesting.
Proceed to Agartha. Full speed. Proceed straight ahead until the new light conditions, the change of magnetic poles, the changes of the compass needle and instrument.
German U-boat 209, commanded by Heinrich Rode, said he reached the interior of the Earth and found a vast network of tunnels. There are rumors that, after Germany surrendered, some Nazis fled to Antarctica and hid in these tunnels. Other rumors say they're still there. But the poles aren't the only way to get to the system that leads to Agartha. There are entrances all over the world. And chances are, there's one near you.
And hungry, Howie, you deserve to mix and match the most delicious flavors you've ever had, including our flatbread pizza.
The planetary grid system is a network of energy lines crisscrossing the planet. These lines influence everything from ancient monument placement to the patterns of animal migration. The idea of a planetary grid goes back to the ancient Greeks, who believed in a concept called Ampheros, the Earth's central point. And you can see this concept expressed in places like the Oracle of Delphi, the center of the ancient world. A few centuries later, in the 1920s, that ancient tides seem to line up along straight paths. They term these ley lines. And while some consider this theory a coincidence, others saw a pattern connected to the Earth's geography. More recently, the unified vector geometry theory was proposed by Buckminster Fuller and later developed by scientists like William Becker and Beth Higgins. According to this theory, The Earth is covered by an invisible grid formed by 120 identical triangles. This grid supposedly aligns with significant geographical and historical points across the globe. Take the Great Pyramid of Giza. According to the unified vector geometry theory, it isn't randomly placed, but occupies a crucial point on this global energy grid. The same applies to other ancient landmarks like Stonehenge and Machu Picchu, the Nazca Lines, and even the Bermuda Triangle. In addition to the North and South Poles, entrances to the Kingdom of Agartha are also found on some of these planetary grid points. Let's take a quick trip around the world and look for a way in.
The one and only.
The first way into the Hollow Earth is in the caves of Diros in Greece. This entrance is closely connected to Plato and the story of Atlantis.
Got pretty much everything in here.
From Greece across the Mediterranean to Mount Epimeo in Italy.
Keep your eyes open.
For centuries, this has been called a portal to the inner Earth. Now going south across the Mediterranean is the Pyramid of Giza. Giza doesn't seem like it would have access to the Hollow Earth, but we now know that underneath the pyramids is a vast cave system. Underground rivers, reservoirs, and tunnels. With modern technology like ground-penetrating radar, new caverns and chambers are discovered.
Give me that
all
money.
the time.
Give me that money.
The earth is said to be within King Solomon's mines. Solomon, a king of Israel and son of King David, was known for his wisdom, power, and his personal fortune, described as one of the largest on earth. King Solomon's mines became known to the world because of the famous novel featuring the character Alan Quatermain, an adventurer you might remember from the movie The League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. Quatermain was played by Sean Connery.
Underrated movie.
Yeah, I think so too. Wealth is usually associated with gold, but King Solomon's wealth is thought to have come from the mining of copper.
Looking good.
And these mines would have been operating around the 13th century BC. But even though the legend of King Solomon's mines comes from a fictional novel, treasure hunters believe this is a real place and have been searching for it for a long time. In 2008, there might have been a breakthrough. An ancient mining city was discovered in Khirbat El Nahas in Jordan. There, archaeologists discovered a copper mine and a copper smelting camp, which seemed to be operational in the 13th century BC. The team also found a lot of personal items, including clothing, ceramics, fabric, even tools, all indicating a highly developed, long-term settlement at the site. And these objects have been dated to the same period as King Solomon's mines. The next entrance is said to be in Rama, India, where an ancient subterranean city was recently discovered. Tibet is home to many stories about Hollow Earth, so it's not surprising that there are entrances underneath the Himalayas. One of these is in the underground city of Shongshe, which, according to legend, has been guarded by monks for thousands of years. But there are entrances to the inner Earth in the west, too. Iguazu in Argentina allegedly has an entrance somewhere underneath the famous waterfall. Underneath Mato Grosso in Brazil is said to be the city of Poços, which was built by Atlanteans after the destruction of Atlantis. Even the United States has gateways to the Hollow Earth. Mammoth Cave in Kentucky has been known as an entrance since the first native tribes arrived there thousands of years ago. The most famous entrance to the Hollow Earth in the United States is probably Mount Shasta. It's here where the city of Tellus. A lot of evidence that something is happening there. I linked to an episode we did where we called Mount Shasta the most paranormal place on Earth, and it absolutely is. And these are just a few entrances to the Kingdom of Agartha in North America. There are others in Arkansas, California, and other states, and several locations in Canada. Even the site of the secret underground base in Dulce, New Mexico, was said to be chosen because of its proximity to an entrance to the inner Earth. And we did an episode on Dulce Base as well. And you might have noticed that a lot of alleged entrances to the Hollow Earth coincide with locations famous for UFO sightings. And this might not be a coincidence. Whenever someone mentions a UFO, our instinct is to look up toward the sky, to space. Turns out, we might be looking in the wrong direction. When we think of UFOs, we think of extraterrestrials from a distant star. And that could be true. But there's also the theory that UFOs aren't coming from a different planet, but from inside our planet. Scientifically speaking, it makes more sense that there's a race of humanoid beings living on the Earth, as opposed to a race of humanoid beings who have somehow figured out how to cross the vast distances of space. And whether they're the small grays, the tall whites, or even the goblins like the aliens, they all kind of look like us. 2 eyes, nose, mouth, 2 legs with feet and toes, 2 arms with hands and fingers. Even the size of the beings is close to human. Now maybe all intelligent life in the universe runs this way, but I would expect life in different biomes and different ecosystems on different planets light years away to look radically different from humans. But they don't. So it's possible that they're from here, just in places we can't normally see. We see beings coming out of the ocean, but we haven't found any type of base, at least not a confirmed sighting. So what if the base is inside the hollow Earth, under the ocean? I can think of no better hiding place.
Far side of the moon.
Yeah, that would be a good hiding place. And there are crazy things happening on the far side of the moon, and an episode on that is coming up. There have been many UFO sightings around Mount Shasta where the object flies into the mountain and then disappears. Now, assuming the witnesses are telling the truth, and I believe they are, the objects are going somewhere.
Good shit.
In the Arctic near the North Pole, the earliest reported UFO sightings go back to the year 1850. Captain DeHaven and his medical officer
You want to play a game?
Everything okay?
You want to play Smash?
And suddenly both objects vanished. Around midnight on January 22nd, 1952, a strange object was tracked on radar at a military outpost in northern Alaska. It was moving at 1,500 miles per hour, which no aircraft on Earth could do. 3 jets were sent to investigate. And as the jets approached, the radar blip slowed down and just hovered. A few seconds later, it streaked out of sight, heading to the North Pole, moving even faster than before. On October 5th, 1960, the ballistic missile early warning station at Thule, Greenland, thought World War III had started. Radar was tracking multiple objects moving at speeds too fast to be anything except a Soviet missile attack. Within minutes, U.S. bases in England and Canada were mobilized, and NORAD and the Strategic Air Command were alerted. A few minutes later, the radar signals changed course and disappeared somewhere near the North Pole. The military has been dealing with Arctic UFOs since 1945. The first UFO in Alaska emerged from the sea in March of that year.
What do you want to be?
14 crew members on an Army transport ship witnessed the object. It approached the ship, circled it, and then flew away. And there were many more sightings in the Arctic during this time. Inuits in the Arctic region have encountered UFOs in the past and included them in their myths.
Lucas?
A man from the Mama discovered what appeared to be a UFO landing site.
No.
Mario?
Yeah.
Had been burned all the way down to
Yeah, I like you.
On Sledge Island, Inuits have a legend of a massive
What?
ball of fire.
I like you.
You want me to play?
Shortly after the object was spotted, a creature described as a human skeleton appeared in the village. According to the legend, this visitor was not friendly and killed most of the people it encountered. These are just a small fraction of the stories about UFOs and visitors coming from the ocean, from the pole, or the middle of the earth. So we
All you.
the eyewitness accounts. The next piece of the Hollow Earth puzzle is scientific evidence. We have that too.
So yesterday I get this call. Squeaky is funny and drinks. I was like, Jeffrey? Turns out he still gets pissed when you call him that.
The Kola super deep borehole was just 9 inches in diameter, and at 40,230 feet, it's the deepest hole on Earth. It took almost 20 years to reach its depth of 7.5 miles. Well, that's true, but that's another episode. Kola Super Deep was abandoned in 1992 when the drillers encountered higher than expected temperatures. Over 350 degrees Fahrenheit, the drill just couldn't handle the heat. 7.5 miles is a deep hole, but it's 4,000 miles to the Earth's core, so the Kola Super Deep is nothing. And since grade school, we've been taught that the Earth is made up of the crust, the mantle, and the core. And the core is two layers. The outer core is almost 1,400 miles thick and mostly made of liquid iron and nickel. The inner core is a solid sphere with a radius of about 750 miles. And the inner core is thought to be comprised mostly of iron and some nickel. But if we've only dug 7.5 miles down, how do we know for sure what's down there? Well,
Good to see you,
we don't.
boss.
But by using different methods, scientists
What do you
can
need?
take a guess. The primary way to learn about the Earth's core is through the study of seismic waves. These are waves of energy that travel through the Earth's layers. They move at different speeds depending on the density and the composition of the layer they're passing through. Further evidence comes from the Earth's magnetic field, which is best explained by a dynamo effect. This is the spinning motion of the liquid iron and nickel which generates the field. But something strange happened at the beginning of this year. The Earth's inner core stopped spinning.
Hey, Jefe, what's up?
Now, it's
We got
believed
all
that
the
the
stuff
core
loaded up
started
for
spinning
you.
again,
Got it on a
but in a
flatbed
different
outside the
direction.
warehouse.
And nobody really
Paperwork's
knows
all
what caused
done,
this. We can
signed,
only
sealed.
guess.
You just gotta
A
deliver.
few months later,
Ship's
they
waiting at the dock.
determined that the Earth has an
I say watch
inner
out for your
core of
competition
solid
on the way,
iron
but
about
I
400
figured
miles wide. So new discoveries are always being made, and everything we know about the inner Earth is just educated guesses. Why couldn't the Earth be hollow, or at least have enormous spaces that could store life? Now, skeptics have argued that you can't have life inside the Earth. The main reason, there's no water. Well, when the Kola Super Deep borehole was being drilled, miles below the surface. Still, those are fossils, maybe millions of years old. What about now? Well, in 2014, scientists discovered water hundreds of miles below the Earth's surface. Not just a little water. Filled all the Earth's oceans with it. 3 times. Wow. Most of the Earth's water is not on the surface, it's inside. This water exists between 250 and 410 miles under the surface in an area called a transition zone, a buffer layer that separates the upper from the lower mantle. Now, if there's water down there, I wonder what else could be down there. Well, in 2019, geologists from Princeton University published a study that surprised everyone. They used supercomputers to analyze seismic data from some of the largest earthquakes ever recorded, including the 8.2 magnitude earthquake in Bolivia in 1994. Earthquakes that big reverberate through the entire planet. We may not feel them, but seismographs can detect them. Analysis showed that beneath the surface of the Earth are vast plains and mountains taller than the Himalayas, all deep within the Earth. How deep? 410 miles. The same depth as where the water is found, the transition zone. So what about the exits at poles? Well, pictures are hard to find, and they're allegedly all altered by NASA, which we know they do. But there are a few photos and videos out there of the poles that show something strange. These photos were taken by the SS-7 satellite in 1968. In one photograph, the North Pole was covered by clouds. In another photograph, the same area had no clouds, revealing a massive pole where the pole would be. This was taken from the ISS in March of 2015. NASA says that's a typhoon. Fair enough. But in 1987, the Russian space station Mir reported something at the North Pole that is definitely not a typhoon. What is this? The hollow Earth theory has been around for centuries. At one point in history, it was the mainstream scientific view. But is there really evidence to support the hollow Earth theory? Well, yes and no. Modern hollow Earth theory always starts with he's a famous astronomer some legitimacy. Haley put forth the idea because why magnetic poles.
Okay. You gonna play again? You wanna play someone else?
I wanna play Bow. I wanna play Bow.
Wanna be Steve?
I want.
What about that?
Be back.
Or you wanna be? You wanna be Luigi?
No, I want Steve.
You want Steve?
Yeah, only Steve.
Which one? That one?
That home. That's what it is.
Agartha was a place of ancient wisdom and spiritual enlightenment, but he never found actual hard evidence that it was a real place. He actually never looked. The idea caught on with other occultists and theosophists like Madame Blavatsky, but the only evidence they provide of the Hollow Earth comes from visions and communication, and I'll leave it to you to determine if that's proof enough. Most modern Hollow Earth myths come from the Jules Verne novel Journey to the Center of the Earth. When this story was published in 1864, it was a phenomenon and made Jules Verne one of the most famous authors. Into the Hollow Earth and had a meeting with an advanced race of beings who warned him about war and nuclear weapons. And this is a common theme in science fiction in the 1950s and 1960s. Admiral Byrd's story is basically the same plot as The Day the Earth Stood Still. It just takes place in Agartha. I covered Admiral Byrd's diary in the other episode. I also explain whether the diary is real or not. Spoiler alert, it's not. Now, the water found inside the Earth is real. And when the discovery was made, we were clickbaited into thinking there were these vast oceans inside the Earth. And there may be, but that's not what this discovery showed. There is a massive amount of water in the Earth's mantle, but it's trapped inside rocks and minerals.
All these rocks can hold water?
Yep, lots of it. It's a process called mineral hydration. It's a good way to lock water in a dry environment. For example, the surface of the moon is covered in water. The water is just embedded in the lunar soil. So the water inside the Earth is real, just not in a way that's obvious. And the mountains inside the Earth are also real, but also not how we might think. Again, we were clickbaited into thinking there are huge open spaces underground with mountain ranges, and you can't help but picture scenes from Godzilla vs. Kong. But that's not what they found. There are mountains of material that are denser than the material around them. It's still solid-ish material, just of different densities. The NASA video is a typhoon, and the video taken from here was a hoax, but you probably knew that. Now, it's true there aren't a lot of satellite pictures of the poles, and there is a lot of speculation about this. The truth is, there aren't a lot of satellites there. It's not worth taking a lot of photographs of the poles because not much changes. Now, there are a couple of satellites in polar orbit that measure how much the ice caps are melting.
They're not.
Well, a few years ago you can maybe make that argument, but NASA reports that Antarctica is losing around 150 billion tons of ice per year.
Yeah, but when does NASA ever tell the truth, man?
Now, that's a fair point. But just last week, it was reported that Antarctica is experiencing a 6 Sigma event, which happened for 7.5 million years.
Oh, this sounds bad.
Well, it ain't good. But assuming we're not all underwater, I'll get into that in a future episode. As for things I can explain, there are witness reports of UFOs flying into Mount Shasta. No video that I can find, but multiple witnesses have seen this, and I think they're probably telling the truth. UFOs are coming out of the ocean. We've all seen video of that. And if the aliens landed tomorrow and held a press conference where they said we're not from another planet, but we're from well, that would make sense.
You done?
No.
Are you done?
Wormholes and bending space-time to travel through space. But until the aliens announce themselves, or until our government starts telling the truth, we're just not going to know for sure. And there are many interesting stories about the Hollow Earth, and there's no way to cover them in one episode. So keep an eye
Okay, you're done, right? You done? Are you? Okay.
True, we can't prove it's not. If you follow this channel, you know I try to find as much truth in these mysteries as I can. But the real truth is, some mysteries...
What?
And those are my favorite. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. My name is AJ. There's Echofish. This has been the Y Files. If you have fun or learned anything, do him a favor, like, subscribe, comment, share. Over and over, but it really does help the channel. Like every topic we cover in the Y Files, this one was recommended to you. If you'd like to join a great community, check out the Y Files Discord. There's thousands of people on there. They're all
Your phone's not done charging.
Now, special thanks to our patrons who make this channel possible.
We got an opportunity, boss. Some hot product just came up. More expensive than a normal shipment, but more profit potential too. You want to go for it? Come back to the office soon to make the deal.
No.
That's gonna do it. Until next time, be safe. Be kind. Another you. I appreciate
If this delivers, then we'll go see those specials. Can you stop hitting my chair, please? The reason why you're messing with my PlayStation? You want to pop out?
Top resume mistakes. Brought to you by myperfectresume.com. Mistake number 2. Listing duties that...
This episode of the Y-Files is brought to you by PBS Debt. The accepted narrative describes the Knights Templar as humble warrior monks protecting Christians on the road to Jerusalem. The Knights were later betrayed and ultimately destroyed. But there is another story within that story. It's a legend filled with murder, mystery, and buried treasure. And it involves a secret powerful enough to rewrite history and change the world. Yes, the Templars were in Jerusalem protecting Christians, but that was their cover story. The real reason they were there was they were looking for something. Ancient technology. So as soon as the Knights Templar arrived in the Holy Land, they started digging. And then... Yeah, I know some more, but it's only for a couple of days.
Human, I'm not gonna beat around the bush. I need some cash.
Well, hello to you, too.
No time for chit-chat. Gertie wants to go to St. Bart's for Valentine's Day.
St. Bart's?
It's a Caribbean island.
I know what it is. Isn't it like $1,700 a night?
Whatever my baby wants, my baby gets. Anyway, the Beavis and I are starting a business, and I need a little money to get going. And that's where you come in, human.
No way. How many times do I have to tell you?
Hear me out. We're having a hard enough time making my monthly credit card payments as it is. Then there's gas, home supplies, and travel. Now you see how much dirty is. It's fine, baby. I don't mind a little junk in the hump. Anyway, I can't keep going. I just need a teeny, tiny, weeny, teeny, tiny investment. Say,
40,000?
Okay, good.
Absolutely not.
Oh, come on. You'll love this new business. It's called the Box. We ship wood and wood products. For Valentine's Day, the Beavers are doing custom wood-shaped heart pins. You wear it for your significant other, family, friends, whoever. Right now, I got a heart on for you.
Did you say you have a heart on?
Yeah?
Yeah, you
What?
probably want to change the...
Look, people are going to be buying these things like crazy. That's what you love to have a heart on.
Look, why don't you just have PBS take care of that?
I think you just changed your way into today's concept.
I sure did. With PBS's options, pretty much struggling with a lot of monthly debt payments, credit cards, personal loans. Everyone with over $10,000 or more in eligible debt qualifies.
Well, if I had good credit, I wouldn't be bugging you for a loan.
Well, there's no minimum credit score required. Good and fair credit is accepted. They roll your debt into one loan monthly payment. You can save thousands in interest and fees and pay off your debt in a fraction of the time.
I am liking the sound of this.
PBS is also giving our qualified viewers a free loan analysis just for completing the 30-second online assessment at www.pbsnet.com/files.
pbsnet.com/files.
Got it.
But it sounds perfect. I'll sign up after the beavers are done filling the box.
Yeah, I'm uncomfortable with it. Wait, what are you doing?
Oh, there was a bunch of it in the garage. The beavers thing is delicious. Beaver's gonna beaver. From now on, you just let me know anytime you get one.
My wife's gonna kill me.
Oh, don't worry about it. Once she sees these pins, she'll forget you. You know what? I'll have the boys carve an extra large suit for you to wear. That way, when she gets home, you'll have a huge Hangout for her.
The Knights Templar were formed in 1118. At least that's when they were officially formed. The real story began many years earlier in Constantinople, now Istanbul.
Istanbul was Constantinople. Now it's Istanbul and Constantinople. Been a long time gone. Constantinople, but Constantinople get the works. There's nobody's business but the Turks. What? Tell me that song didn't pop into your head the second you said it.
No, it did. Do you mind if I...
Anything you need, boss.
The Brothers of the East was a secret order formed in Greece that eventually set up their headquarters in Istanbul. They practiced alchemy. They studied sacred geometry. They performed rites and rituals incorporating astrology, astronomy, music, and mathematics. So when Hugh de Paynes, a French nobleman, met the Brothers of the East, he was excited. De Paynes was technically Catholic, as most of Europe was, but he had family members who were of the Sufi Islamic faith, which is the more mystical side of Islam. De Paynes had been told of this secret group that possessed and was protecting ancient knowledge. He wanted to meet this group and see for himself. At this time in history, Europe was in chaos. Various kingdoms were rising and falling and warring with each other. In the East, Muslims and Christians were clashing. The world was tearing itself apart, yet the Brothers of the East possessed a peaceful wisdom. They weren't concerned with modern politics. The brothers had a purpose that was much more important. Once mutual trust... Story. Well, not their story, the story.
You like diamonds? You'll love this one. It's the size of my fist, cut to perfection, and the best thing about it, the papers are real. There's no blood on this rock. Your conscience is clear. Pick it up and warehouse it stat.
Methods of growing crops. They could control the weather. Droughts and famine were impossible. To Hugh de Paynes, this civilization had a built or like sorcery. They could communicate over long distances instantly somehow. They had a way of levitating objects, no matter how large or how heavy. They had medicine that could cure any illness, allowing people to live very long lives. War didn't exist. There was such an abundance of resources that anyone could have whatever they wanted. And what these people wanted most was to pursue their own spirituality. And then they were gone. How, de Paynes asked, could a civilization this powerful, who seemed to be able to control nature itself, be suddenly wiped out? The Brothers of the East stayed in a single flood swept over the earth and destroyed everything.
I know where this is going.
It was then that Hugh de Paynes and his 8 knights discovered Atlantis. Hugh de Paynes and his fellow knights were riveted by the story. De Paynes was a nobleman, a count in fact. He was the Count of Champagne.
With a new red champagne. Oh, pardon my French.
De Paynes was an educated man. He knew about Plato and his stories of the island of Atlantis. He thought they were just stories. The brothers said Plato was mostly correct, but Atlantis wasn't just a city, or even just an island. It was a civilization that spanned the globe, and each city was connected using transportation technology that, again, sounded like magic. The story became almost overwhelming. Almost. The brothers said that ancient relics of Atlantis still exist, and they still possess their power.
Large diamond.
These artifacts would be the most powerful and dangerous. Japan said that any country of Atlantis could not fall into the collapse. So he assignment: find the ancient artifacts for safekeeping. Hugh and the other 8 men immediately agreed and formed a secret fellowship. But where do they start looking? The brothers said they'll find artifacts under the location of what used to be King Solomon's temple, the Temple Mount in Jerusalem. The knights would have to act quickly. Arrived in the Holy Land in 1120, they set up their headquarters where Solomon's temple once stood. They officially became known as Poor Fellow Soldiers of Christ and the Temple of Solomon, the Knights Templar. And the Knights played the role of courageous warrior monks, protecting Christians making the long pilgrimage to the Holy Land. But while some Knights Templar guarded Jerusalem, other Knights were digging beneath it. Day and night they dug, until one day they struck gold. Literally. The Brothers of the East were right. They promised the Knights Templar that if they dug under the Temple Mount, they would find artifacts that once belonged to the great civilization of Atlantis. Acacia wood and gold. There was no question they had found the legendary Ark of the Covenant. And then, they found 5 more. Year after year, the Knights Templar pulled treasures from beneath Jerusalem. They found the Spear of Destiny, the Holy Grail, the Emerald Tablet, and pages of ancient esoteric wisdom. They learned there were 10 arcs, though they only found 6. The arcs were used in conjunction with pyramids around the world to create limitless energy. This was similar to what Nikola Tesla attempted at Wardenclyffe Tower. If you want to learn how this technology works, we have an episode that explains
operative I have ever had the pleasure of coordinating.
Pyramid link below.
Within the king's chamber of the Great Pyramid is a stone box. Mainstream Egyptology says this box is a sarcophagus for a mummy, but no mummy was ever found there. The dimensions of the box are kind of small for a human body, but the box is the perfect size to store one of the arcs. The Knights Templar discovered that the pyramids were built for one specific purpose: to store the arcs. And the arcs, they were built to store mana. In the Bible, manna was a food source that appeared to the Israelites in the desert. It's described as fine flakes that look like frost on the ground. But according to Templar tradition, the Israelites and the Atlanteans before them extracted manna from plant and animal matter and turned it into a monoatomic white powder. This white powder provides energy.
A white powder that provides energy. New York in the 80s was wild, eh?
You're thinking about something else. The mana acted as an electrical superconductor and powered the arcs inside the pyramid. The arcs generated unlimited energy through the flattest station. The Emerald Tablet gave detailed instructions on extracting the mana could then be used for energy or even for healing illness.
Making paint?
Yes.
Eating lots of paint?
Yes.
Immortality sounds gross.
It does, but if you want to be immortal... Nope.
Even if lunch is paint.
That's enough. Even talked about creating mana from gold. When mana was extracted from gold, it could be used to make objects lighter, for levitation. Now think about it. The Ark is a box almost 4 feet long and 3 feet wide. It's made of gold. Gold is heavy. The Ark of the Covenant also contained the 10 Commandments, which were carved into stone tablets. Stone is heavy. This gold would have weighed almost 1,000 pounds. That doesn't include the weight of the stone or the occasion. Yet it only took 4 men to carry it. By the way, the men who carried the Ark were Levites. Levites. Levitation.
Get a covenant, wait for life.
The Knights Templar also found early that even predated the civilization of Atlantis.
Cancel.
Humanity thousands of years ago to mine gold.
Anunnaki.
The Anunnaki come up a lot on this channel, and I promise I'll do a full episode on them, but here's the short version. The Anunnaki were gods worshipped by the ancient Sumerians, but they were actually aliens from a planet beyond Neptune called the Sirius. The Anunnaki arrived on Earth about 400 years ago, searching for resources, specifically gold, and trying to stop the atmosphere of the planet. Then finding gold in abundance, they settled on Earth and established mining operations. Accelerating the evolution of Homo sapiens. I know, I promise.
Yeah, you promised me, but I'm worth about 1 night's worth of mana.
Okay. So, the Templars knew about the Anunnaki, and how they converted gold into a powder used for healing and meditation. And Israelites that knew about mana. Sumerian texts spoke of an alchemical science called Ra'ah, which you can't help but notice is similar to the word brand. The Sumerians used a substance, Shimana, that was used to help the Anunnaki gods power their flying craft. In Vedic, Hindu, and Jain texts, this substance was called the mana, which again was used to power flying crafts. Polynesian cultures believe mana is a force of nature, and in Buddhists call it money. So the words vary slightly in all these cultures. The definition and use are the same. Mana is a potent substance that allows humanity to tap into something very powerful in nature. By the way, the Templar Cross, you can find that carved everywhere and every time. Even see the cross carved on the ancient Sumerian depictions of the Anunnaki. Templar legend says this was actually the symbol of Atlantis. After Atlantis was destroyed in the Great Flood, yep, the Templar legend of Atlantis and the Great Flood is like every other book of every culture around the world. A few survivors restarted civilization with knowledge from Atlantis. The cross was carved in their honor. But not everything the Knights found was Atlantean. Some artifacts were from just during the time of Jesus. There were ancient texts that confirmed a lot of what was said in the Bible. But some texts contradicted the Bible. There was no way the Knights could let the Church find out what they discovered. The Catholic Church was growing more powerful every year. If the truth came out, it could shake the very foundation of the faith. And the Knights Templar would be destroyed. Besides, much of the Knights' funding came from the Church. But no historical document appeared to respect the collection of bones. The ossuary held the bones of a very famous religious family, all buried together. The Knights found the bones of Mary Magdalene, John the Baptist, and Jesus himself. But they also found the bones of the children Mary had with both of them. To call what the Knights Templar discovered blasphemous would be a huge understatement. They discovered documents and artifacts that would literally
time for once, eh?
They needed to keep these
out, let's go.
from being destroyed. They needed to keep them from falling into the wrong hands. specifically the Pope's hands. The Templars knew that the existence of the bones of John, Jesus, and Mary Magdalene and their children remained independent of the Catholic Church. But to rub salt in an already gaping wound, the Templars found something potentially even more threatening to the Church, an alternate belief system. The Templars were Christian, but not in the strictest sense, as most of Europe was, and more importantly, as their king and employers were. Spreading information contrary to the teachings of the Catholic Church was not only heresy, it was a death sentence. Remember, this was all happening at the time of the Crusades. Religions were at war. The Templars couldn't speak about their findings, but couldn't ignore them either. So instead, they hid them, they protected them, and studied them. Some ancient wisdom included blasphemous ideas like the divine feminine, reincarnation, heaven as a state of mind, and an innate connection to the Creator. The Knights maintained their appearance as devout Catholics. They had to. Their biggest patron was the Catholic Church. You don't fight the hand that feeds you, especially the most powerful hand on earth. But in secret, the Knights Templar were Christian Gnostics. Gnosticism comes from the Greek word gnosis, meaning divine knowledge. Other cultures call this enlightenment. The basic premise is that spirituality can be found within, without needing an outside institution. So no reason to have priests, monks, saviors, or churches at all. You didn't need them to find God. He's already within you. One of the earliest Templar documents mentions God-given rights. Now, Americans use this phrase, or something close to it, in the Declaration of Independence. But that was in the 18th century. The idea of God-given rights during the time of the Templars meant excommunication or worse. Only the Roman Church could give someone rights. Any alternative was bad for business. And instead of worshiping Jesus, many Knights Templar idolized John the Baptist, who they believe initiated Jesus into Gnosticism in the Great Pyramid. To the Templars, Jesus represented a Christos, a universal consciousness anyone had, similar to the Buddha. They learned that being born again didn't refer to baptism. It referred to reincarnation, which someone would literally be born again. With the bones of Jesus, sacred documents, and artifacts from an ancient civilization, the Templars had plenty of evidence to back up their beliefs. They wanted to share this knowledge, but it wasn't the right time. The church was too powerful. They would have to wait. They would wait until this knowledge could be shared with the entire world and not seized by one pope or one king. So after years of digging, these early knights returned to Europe with the treasures and knowledge and hidden. And then they built an empire. For 200 years, the Knights Templar grew and thrived. Their numbers increased from a handful of soldiers to tens of thousands of men and women. The Catholic Church and Christian lords throughout Europe gave the Knights Templar money, land, and power to help their cause. The Templars created cathedrals, power structures, and systems of democracy. They created the first banking system, a system we still use today. During the Dark Ages, the journey from Europe to Jerusalem was dangerous. Road agents were robbing the pilgrims of everything they had. So the Knights Templar set up locations along the way called commanderies. At any one of these locations, you could deposit your gold in exchange for a note. You then take this note to another commandery and exchange it for gold. And for every transaction, the Knights Templar charged a small fee. It was an ingenious system used by thousands of people for hundreds of years. Over time, those little fees added up. Now, individually, the Knights were poor. When joining, you gave all your wealth to the Order. The Order then took care of you and all its members. The treasures and knowledge passed from generation to generation, with each Grand Master responsible for their safekeeping. And for those few hundred years, the Knights Templar were extremely successful at distracting the Church from their true purpose. A little too successful. Eventually, the Knights Templar had their own armies, their own fleets of ships. They had their own merchants, masons, and farmers. They were independent and self-sustaining. The Knights Templar became the first multinational corporation. They had no need for a king or a country. In fact, the opposite happened. The Knights Templar were so wealthy that King Philip of France was borrowing money from them. In the fall of 13,
hello.
Philip needed financing for another war. He wasn't going to borrow any more money from them. Instead, he would take it.
No.
The Templars regarded the humble defenders of Christianity was a threat to the entire power structure of Europe, the king and the church. And like many powerful rulers, King Philip didn't tolerate threats. So Philip and Pope Clement V devised a plan. Pope Clement, by the way, was born Grand Bertrand and was of the king.
You saw me?
When his pope died in 1304, King Philip made sure his friend was elected to what was one of the most powerful.
Okay.
In short, the Pope voted one. On Friday the 13th of October 1307, 100 Templars, including the Grand Master, for 7 years they were threatened and tortured to try to gain access to their knowledge and wealth. After making false confessions, they were found guilty of heresy and sentenced to death. But now, there's a plot twist. For centuries, history claimed the Church had condemned the Knights Templar as heretics and eventually had them executed. But in 2001, a document was found in the Vatican secret archives. It's called the Shinone Parchment. The Shinone Parchment documented the inquiry led by 3 cardinals appointed by Pope Clement V. It details the investigation and the charges against the Templar leaders, including the Grand Master, Jacques de Molay. The Shinone Parchment reveals that the Pope absolved the Templar leaders of heresy. They were allowed to reconcile with the Church. The Pope would allow the Order of the Knights Templar to continue their work. King Philip didn't like this result. He applied pressure to the Pope. Remember, the Pope owed him one. So in 1312, Pope Clement officially disbanded the Knights Templar. The leaders of the order, including Jacques de Molay, were later burned at the stake on charges of heresy, even though they were forgiven of these crimes. But Grand Master Jacques de Molay would enact a small token of revenge for this betrayal of justice. As he slowly burned to death, Molay issued a curse to the Pope and the King of France. He promised them that they would be dead within a year. This was March of 1314. A few weeks later, Pope Clement was dead. According to one account, while lying in state, he was struck by lightning. The fire was so intense that his body was unrecognizable. And if you read up on this Pope, you'll agree that this was divine justice. In November, King Philip had a stroke and died. He was 46 years old. The Templar curse was fulfilled. France had now lost its king and its Pope, and Europe had lost their beloved knights, or so it seemed. When the arrest order was given on October 13th, the Knights Templar knew it was coming. They had spies everywhere. They had known for weeks, and they used those weeks to plan. On October 12th, the night before the arrest order was given, the Templars' entire fleet of ships disappeared into the darkness. And aboard those ships were all the ancient Atlantean artifacts, the holy treasures, and forbidden documents. Jacques de Molay and about 100 knights stayed behind. They hoped they could reason with the king and the pope. They failed in that mission.
Put it away. Want to tell Mama? Want me to tell Mom? I'm gonna call Mommy.
The Knights Templar in Maine ended in 1312, but their mission continued. In fact, it continues today. The evidence is everywhere.
Put it away.
Evidence of the Knights Templar can be found all over the world. After they disbanded, they were determined to keep their knowledge and traditions alive, so they created alias groups to avoid detection. In Scotland, they became Freemasons. In Portugal, they were known as the Knights of Christ. In Germany, they created Rosicrucianism. There's also evidence of them in the early Americas. Nova Scotia has the legendary Oak Island, with buried Templar treasure and deadly curses. An indigenous tribe in Panama, known as the White Indians of Darien, had pale skin and Caucasian features. Some believe their descendants in the Americas.
DJ, knock it off.
About the Knights Templar, the natives called them our brothers. In early Europe, Templars were the first Vikings. The first pirates were Knights Templar. The famous skull and crossbones symbol, the Jolly Roger, that flag was first flown by the Templar Navy to frighten their enemies before battle. One of the most famous Templar symbols is the red cross with the white several knights on a horse, like this statue in London. Both of these are found in cathedrals and chapels all across Europe. If you read or saw the Da Vinci
Put it away.
you remember Rosslyn Chapel in Scotland. Pagan and Templar symbols are on
You have to
every
turn it
temple.
off.
Some, like this carving of a knight on horseback. This is the gravestone for William Sinclair. It's in the lower part of Rosslyn Chapel. It's specifically called Knights Templar.
Is it cold?
Yeah, I want that.
Right.
Yeah, I want to know it. Oh.
Mommy.
Yeah, baby boy.
I know.
Are common in Rosslyn Chapel and are an important rite in Freemasonry. But Freemasonry wasn't supposed to have started until 1717. Rosslyn Chapel was built in 1446. Over 100 of these little green men are scattered around Rosslyn Chapel. Their pagan symbols and thought to originate from ancient Celtics. Paganism simply refers to anything that isn't Christian, Muslim, or Jewish. Why would there be hundreds of non-Christian symbols in a Catholic church? Templar legend says they were placed there as a message. Some of the more interesting carvings are plants that Europeans never should have known about.
You want normal YouTube?
This is a picture of corn over one of the windows in Rosslyn Chapel, and here's one of trillium. But corn and trillium are native to North America. Rosslyn Chapel was built almost 50 years before Columbus sailed to the New World. How would Templars know what these plants look like? Well, isn't it obvious? They were there first.
Yeah.
Templar legend says Sir Henry Sinclair,
There you go. You want to watch this?
Was not only a Templar, but was among
There you
the
go.
first Europeans to visit the New World. Not only that, but
It's still charging.
Was associated with the Knights. He
Here.
was a distant relative of the Sinclairs. Columbus' daughter was married to the Grand Master of the Order. He had access, as all Grand Masters do, to ancient knowledge of the Knights Templar, including their maps. Columbus knew there was something on the other side of the Atlantic. He didn't know what, but he knew there was land and treasure. He knew this because the Knights Templar had maps of the New World for centuries. One of these was the Piri Reis map, and you know this famous map. It shows the New World and Antarctica hundreds of years before they were rediscovered. Piri Reis, by the way, was a cartographer from Istanbul, which in his time was Constantinople, birthplace of the Knights Templar. Was Piri Reis a Templar? Maybe. Coincidence? Maybe. But when Columbus wanted to sail to the New World, he first approached King John of Portugal for financing. King John refused, so Columbus went to Portugal's enemies, Spain and England. Queen Isabella of Spain came up with the money first, and the rest is history. But Templar history tells a different story. They say Portugal refused to finance Columbus because they already knew about the New World. Knights Templar had been sailing there for years. Portugal was populated by so many knights that it was considered a Templar nation. In fact, the word Portugal means port of the Gauls, but Templars say it really means... That's where they got a lot of their gold. And the Templars had a very good relationship with the people of the New World. Columbus knew this. How do we know? Well, when Columbus sailed the ocean blue in 1492, the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria all flew flags with the Templar cross. He knew the natives would recognize the symbol and be peaceful, and they were at first. Sadly, the Europeans didn't return the favor. The Knights Templars say they were the first Europeans to visit the Americas. Fine. But can they prove it? They can. In 1898, Olaf Ullman was clearing land on his farm in Minnesota when he stumbled upon a strange-looking rock. It was a tablet, about 30 inches tall and 16 inches wide. Carved in it were symbols that Ullman didn't recognize. This tablet became known as the Kensington Runestone. Ullman had it analyzed and translated. The inscription said it was left by Viking travelers in 1362. And this isn't a stone found on a coast. These Vikings were in the middle of the continent. Vikings in the New World, a century before Columbus. Now remember, according to Templar tradition, the first Vikings were Knights Templar. Then there's the Narragansett runestone, found in Rhode Island in 1939, also with Viking runes. Only 14 miles from where this runestone was discovered is Newport Tower. This is a mysterious 8-column structure. It's rumored to have been built by Vikings in the 1500s to track the solstices. The local museum says it's just the base of a lighthouse. But most locals disagree. As far back as the early 1800s, records and legends have given credit to Vikings. But why 8 columns? Why not just build it as one solid cylinder? Well, the answer leads us back to Gnosticism. The number 8 is highly significant to Gnostics. It represents completeness, a divine fullness. Remember earlier when I mentioned Jesus was initiated in the Great Pyramid? Well, there's a reason for that. If you watched the episode that we had about the pyramids, you'll remember that the Great Pyramid has 8 sides, not 4. To this day, Templars are initiated in the Great Pyramid, and they believe that Egypt was one of the main sources of wisdom for the original knights. And if you look, the number 8 is everywhere in Templar symbolism and architecture. The Maltese cross has 8 points, and was worn by a medieval order of knights that were attacked by fire. Today, it's a symbol of many firefighters. Buildings like Temple Church and even Cathedral in England have taco features and the number 8 scattered all over the place. You only have to look at a few pictures of Rosslyn Chapel. The knights without mentioning the Freemasons.
Stop.
Those rites, symbols, and beliefs make the two
You're fine. You're okay. You're okay. The connection between the groups is so deep that they still see each other as brothers to this day. There you go. You're all set. Here, you want your sippy?
Which heavily emphasizes the rose and the cross, both Templar symbols. But why? Why did the Templars spend so much time? Their ultimate goal was to change the world for the better. They knew the ancient artifacts and knowledge would be a shock to society, but this knowledge was never meant to stay hidden. Eventually, the knights will share the truth, and the truth might come out sooner than you think. Timothy Hogan is the current Grand Master of one of the Templar Orders. He's on a mission to prepare the world to embrace their secrets. He insists that this knowledge is powerful enough to drastically alter our society as we know it in a positive way. Currently, all the Templar treasures are hidden in vaults around the world, 7 of which are here in the United States. And according to Hogan, the world is just about ready for their release. He says they'll do it in a way where no one government, no one religion will have complete access to the information. The release of information will be controlled to ensure everyone benefits. Because really, that's the Templars' entire purpose. It has been since the beginning. They wanted freedom for the people, physical freedom from the king, and spiritual freedom from the Pope. Unfortunately, it wasn't possible in the 14th century. But today, it's very well.
The app is on your phone.
We're at a
Let us do
pivotal
some
point in
window
history
shopping,
where
yes?
many feel like something is about to happen. They just don't know what. And I feel it too. Now, that might be nothing more than humanity's obsession with death and the end of the world. But maybe it's more than that. I think we all know that we can't go on living this way. Constant wars around the world, the hatred within our countries, the dishonesty of our leaders, the corruption of our institutions. It has to stop. Imagine how different our lives would be if we had access to ancient wisdom and technology. It would be a revolution. We could finally do what Nikola Tesla did. Free energy for the entire planet. It would take a while, but eventually, everyone on Earth could access healthy food, clean water, and live long, healthy lives free of illness and pain. It would be a revolution. crime, poverty, and war wouldn't be necessary in a world of abundance. All due to the artifacts being held inside the world. It would be a revolution. That is, if they're real.
Remember, you are not a pack mule. There is only so much you can carry. You want more?
Today's story of the Knights Templar comes from one man, Timothy Hogan. He's the Grand Master of the Order of the Temple of the OTSI. He tells the story of ancient wisdom, alchemy, holy relics, and Atlantean artifacts. It's a fascinating story. But is it true? Well, there's nothing to debunk about the story, but there's also no physical evidence to prove it. So it really comes down to Mr. Hogan. Do you believe it? You know what? I'm going to call him Tim, because I know he's watching. Hi, Tim. This is the part of the episode where I tell you all the positive and negative things I can about the author of the story. But today we have to do things a little differently. Recently on live streams, I've been cold reading rough draft scripts for this channel. You probably assume this, but I have a team of writers, researchers, and contributors. Because, well, I need to. My cute 12-minute videos about weird animals have now become 40-minute documentaries. I'm just a guy who talks to a fish. I need help. Anyway, when I read the scripts live, I'm literally reading them for the first time along with you. Obviously, they're never final scripts. I rewrite everything I'm given. I also research and fact-check as much as I can. Oh yeah, then this one has to put in his jokes.
Nothing without me. Nothing!
But here's the things to the term. First, after reading the draft, I was contacted by a viewer. Hi, Stan. Stan knows Timothy Hogan. He felt that the script was unfair to him, that it attacked him too personally. And you know what? I think Stan was right. You can still see the live read on the channel under the live tab. But here's the short version. The script brought up Tim's divorce and a situation he had with a woman who was suffering from addiction and mental illness. She took over his Facebook page and posted... But are they relevant to his story of the Knights Templar? Absolutely not. Just like my exes aren't relevant to the work I do now.
Now you got some real pieces of work in your past.
I know.
Some real pieces of work, I tell you.
I know. I went through some rough patches.
Your wife is a saint.
I can't deny that. But that's the point. Tim's personal life is just that. Personal, and I don't really like gossip. Okay, I like gossip, but I don't do it on the channel.
Welcome back, Capitan. That was a masterclass in clandestine reconnaissance.
So Tim's personal life is irrelevant.
No? Now do business. Come over to the screen, and I will give you the tour.
Tim has detractors. People that don't like him. People that don't believe him. I asked the researcher where she found these people.
They're unreddit, aren't they?
They're unreddit.
Oh, they hate you unreddit too.
Oh, they don't love me. Members of different orders of the Knights Templar, or other fraternal organizations. It's actually hard to find in the world.
The moment we have been waiting for has arrived, Capitan.
And I'm not. And I joke that I'm not a lawyer. I don't play
by the police. This is our chance to acquire it for ourselves and use it to approach the island without raising suspicion. It is still on its trailer outside the police station. If we act quickly, we can get it before it is taken somewhere more secure.
And they take it very seriously. Relevant to his theory of the Knights Templar. There are people who call him a fraud, that he makes claims that are true. Well, I'm going to read you a few of his claims, and these are quotes where he do not commit. It's going to happen to you too. He was also suggesting of a revolutionary Templar, which is actually true. But your grandfather's 7th-generation Templar, which can be a church throne of the Revolutionary War. Here, and he helped plan the Boston. Metallurgy at Denver University. My great-grandfather, James Badenmore, also knew metallurgy, and he was the Grand Lecturer for the Masonic Grand Lodge of Pennsylvania and he was Grand Commander of the Knights Templar. My father was Stephen D. Hogan, mayor of Aurora, Colorado, and had been active in politics my entire life. He was also a Templar. There are highways and convention centers named after him in Colorado. Sure.
We continue covering Colorado First at 5 and travel to Aurora, where the city hosted a groundbreaking event for the Stephen Hogan Parkway. Traffic was about a 2-mile gap between the Kinsky and 6th Parkway on the west and E470 on the east.
I like about you, Captain. You bring your own knife to a knife fight. And your own truck, huh? Now, hitch it to the boat trailer. Let's see if your truck can outrun the police. Let's go!
Now it's into the tradition
We have a man down over here.
There are a few other criticisms of him online to address this in that year. I've watched and listened to them in 10, but we're back about 10 years. I've read 2 of the books, so let's get it. I watched his entire series on Gaia, which is fascinating, by the way. Tim Hogan has some complicated knowledge of the history of they were interrupting the life of Jesus, like pharaohs and kings and popes. Hogan knows God. And if you're into the subject, this is what it's going to do. He's knowledgeable and good at it. And when we finally get to see your first year, we're confident that is so challenging. From what I gather, and this is only my opinion, some of the rumors that are coming depending on if you can afford it with a bad and you expect it, you'll leave it there. They get a power guy and a taste of football. But everybody on that channel believes one thing, and a lot of it is false. A lot of it. The Gaia viewers want the wild stuff. Is it a plate? A sculpture? And what happened to it? I'm Timothy Hogan, Grandmaster of the Knights Templar. And I'm Scott Murphy, a forensic geologist and a Knights Templar. So this is Mysteries of the Knights Templar.
Thank you.
The story, the legend, the myth. People up to you. Okay, that's fair, but that's not evidence. And both claims need hard evidence. I'm going to be very honest. One of my most loyal patrons was
Stage of this operation alone.
I needed to tell you about it. If I looked it out, I feel like I went around to the car. I didn't check out other people in the community. They said that the church was going to do that. And if you follow this channel for a while, you know that the building is
for the we also have oscillary tones, golden figures that we're hanging on to.
By the way, I always think he knows.
Well, okay, yeah, naming names. Oscillaries of booty. They would be referred to as the Holy Family. So it would be, John the Baptist, Jesus, Mary Magdalene, and the kids.
He said to allow DNA testing. He was also very clear that he had no intention of
one of the biggest hurdles that we're trying to get over in all of this is that we're not taking validation everybody's beliefs. We're just trying to slowly but surely add a little bit more to the story.
And I believe him on that point. Tim's been accused of doing so many interviews and giving so many lectures because he wants to sell books and get people to watch his show. Does that mean he's lying? No, he's promoting. Graham Hancock is everywhere when he has a book out. He wants people to buy it and read it. So what? I'm a huge fan. I buy all of Graham's books and watch all of his shows and interviews. I've seen every minute of him on Rogan. I don't have to believe everything Graham says, but I enjoy the material. Same with Tim Hogan.
Hello? What's up?
So we are to do clandestine operation to steal exotic booze? My father would be so proud.
brains being blown out, so they are not there? They must have begun the job ahead of schedule. Try to find some clue to the location. Plans, drawings, coordinates, anything. Send me the photograph and I can cross-reference.
Stories of Atlantean treasure, free energy, and ancient documents, that's nothing new. Those legends have been around forever. Now they may be true. But until we have physical evidence, they are still legends. So, is Tim just jumping on the Atlantis bandwagon? Or is the link between the Knights Templar and Atlantis real? Are there really underground vaults hidden around the world with ancient technology that could rid us of poverty and war? The arts, the artifacts, I will send you the location now. The bones, are they real? Both. I need to keep them. But if you choose to believe the way you like to sleep, that's okay too. I'm not trying to persuade you one way or another. Tim insists that the Templars will reveal these artifacts to you. If there are no artifacts, why make that promise? When he talks about the divine in each of us, he's a believer. But that could be my own bias. Because I also believe that the divine, God, the universal energy, or whatever you call it, I believe that is in each of us. And I don't think that belief has to contradict anyone's faith. That's why it's called faith. If Hinduism is telling the truth, humanity's future never be faith. And maybe the catalyst is faith. Maybe what you need is hiding in the vault right now, right in the future. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. My name is AJ. That's my fish. Also a podcast. Twice a week I post deep dives into the stories that people here on the channel. I also post episodes that bring me around on the channel. The podcast is called the Rock Files Operation Podcast, and it's available everywhere you get your podcasts. Now, if you need more Wi-Fi videos, check out our Discord. There's over 40,000 people up there, 24 and it's about the same business that we do. It's a great community, it's fun, and it's free to join.
Just get the cutter back to me and have the eyes in the back of your head, yes?
I'm charging. Put it back. Are you done with the switch? I'll let you use it. It's just gonna die again, buddy. Bring me the switch. Bring me the switch.
IRS file is open. Snap your W-2 and file your taxes. This episode of The Y-Files is brought to you by The Y-Files, Operation Podcast. Deep dives and longer stories every week. Humans are the apex predator. Not an apex predator.
The apex predator.
There's no animal on Earth that is stronger, more intelligent, or more adaptable than Homo sapiens. But telling the human story from the beginning is difficult. It was a time when two words defined our world: fear and violence. It was a time when we were not the apex predator. We were their prey. We emerged from our caves during the day, hoping we wouldn't be hunted by the monsters in the woods. So vicious were these monsters, they slipped in our myths and our nightmares. They created a generational trauma embedded into our DNA over hundreds of thousands of years of evolution. These creatures were stronger, faster, and when it came to combat, more intelligent than we were. It's a miracle any of us are even here. This is the story of how modern humans conquered the monsters and won the battle for the world. But here's the thing. Those fearsome monsters defeated by humans were other humans. Be safe, be kind, and know that you are appreciated. Sir, I'm gonna need you to come with us. Hello? Can anybody hear me? I don't know why I'm here.
Want some? Boom. Boom, 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 boom. Leave him up there. I'm gonna pow you. Come here, I'm sorry. Did that hurt? Did that hurt? Did that hurt? Come here. All better? Oh, stop. You're okay. You're such a faker. You're such a faker. Oh, no. Look at those crocodile tears. Look at those crocodile tears. Ready? I'm gonna punch you. Oh, look at those chicken legs. Look at those chicken arms. There, you want more of this? Come here. Want some? Ready? Is that yummy? That's cherry.
The names of their great-grandparents.
Okay, let's go.
Hundreds of years, some over 1,000. The Chinese philosopher has one of the world's most successful. Today, Confucius has millions of living descendants. Fragmentation of Confucius' family dates back to 2,500 years. Even those people are not who they think they are. 2,500 years is nothing. Our story is much older than that. Millions of years older. 7 million years ago, a new primate split off from chimpanzees. This was Sellerday cubensis. Sellerday was a new type of species, the first hominid. Hominins include modern humans, extinct human species, and all of our immediate ancestors. Modern humans, Homo sapiens, emerged about 300,000 years ago. What about all the time in between? Were there humans? Sure, lots of them. 1 million years after Sellerday was Orwan tugenensis. Orwan was sort of ape-like in appearance, was about the size of a chimp, and had a small brain. But it started experimenting with walking upright. That was a big deal. Walking on 2 legs instead of 4 changed everything.
Legs are overrated.
Bipedalism exposes less of the body to the sun, which helps with heat regulation. And walking on 2 legs instead of 4 is also much more energy efficient. But the biggest advantage of all, it freed up the hands for carrying objects, food, and tools. Ardipithecus or Ardi came next. They definitely walked upright. Early humans mostly ate leaves, fruits, nuts, and seeds, but Ardi was one of the first human species to consume meat, though it was rare.
I prefer medium rare.
No, it was rare meaning uncommon. Still, early humans were mostly vegetarian.
Oh, really? Did they tie the fur in their head into ape buns? Maybe splash on a little patchouli? Do some hot monkey yoga?
No, they didn't eat meat because animals were fast or dangerous, usually both. Eating whatever was growing on trees and bushes was easier and much safer.
Bunch of hippie monkey snowflakes.
Then comes a different species, Australopithecus. You might have heard of the ancient hominin named Lucy. She was Australopithecus afarensis. A few million years later, Paranthropus emerged. These humans were bigger than their ancestors. On average, they were about 4.5 feet tall. Their brains were getting larger too. Paranthropus was...
Why'd you tell Mickey?
They ate fruit and vegetation too, but these hominins were now strong enough to catch and kill larger and larger animals, which they did. Many scientists believe the high-quality nutrients from larger game played a role in increasing their brain size. Paranthropus soon learned that they can catch even larger game if they banded together. Humans were now becoming social creatures. This is where human development begins to accelerate. By creating social groups, it allowed adult humans to teach skills to their children. Their technology was primitive, but it improved with each generation. Homo habilis came next and had a much larger brain, almost 700 grams. They began to look more like us than apes. They lived in communities. They are the first known users of stone tools. Human species were advancing rapidly at this point. Next comes Homo erectus.
Homo erectus.
Please don't be a child. Homo means man, erectus means upright.
I already know an erectus is upright. Unless I have too much vodka.
That's enough.
Alright. These jokes are too easy anyway.
Anyway, the upright humans had very large brains. They discovered and harnessed fire. They used sophisticated tools, built shelters, and lived in communities. They innovated advanced hunting techniques like herding, ambushing, and setting traps. They were highly adaptable to any climate, warm or cold. And so Erectus is the first human species to leave Africa. Erectus was tall, standing 5 foot 9 inches, some even taller.
Wow, that is a big erectus.
Please stop. At some point in school, a teacher showed you this chart. This is the evolution of man, right? Wrong. Sapiens didn't evolve directly from Erectus. Erectus launched the species Heidelbergensis. It was at this point where early humans learned a new skill, a skill that would help shape the world for future generations, and shapes our world still. This new skill was violence. When hominins evolved from chimps, they weren't much different than monkeys, but over millions of years, they learned to walk on 2 legs, freeing up their hands. Their brains grew much larger, allowing them to learn skills. They organized into tribes, developed simple language, and were able to pass on knowledge, information, and skills to their offspring. Heidelbergensis branched off 2 new species. One of those was us, Homo sapiens. The other branch was, well, Lord of the Rings.
Did you say Lord of the Rings?
Yep. From Heidelbergensis came Floresiensis. They're commonly called hobbits. They were about 3.5 feet tall and had large, hairy, flat feet, just like a hobbit.
And they lived in the jungle?
No, these hobbits live deep in the jungles of Indonesia.
No, you're thinking of Tom Bombadil.
No, he lived in the forest.
That's right.
Can I get back to this now?
You shall not! I'm just kidding, go ahead.
For over 200,000 years, several different species of humans shared the Earth. Hobbits, Denisovans, Heidelbergensis, Homo erectus, and quite a few more. But then, about 70,000 years ago, all human species started dying out, one by one. Finally, all species of humans went extinct, except for 2, us and Neanderthals. Today, most Neanderthals are depicted looking very much like we do. A little shorter, a little stockier, maybe they have a larger eyebrow ridge. But for the most part, you'll find picture after picture of cheerful-looking Neanderthals, big smiles, rosy cheeks. But there's evidence that they didn't look human at all. That's where Lord of the Rings comes into play. A new study shows that Neanderthals were real-life orcs, and they were terrifying. Huge hulking beasts with thick fur, cat-like eyes, and physical strength far greater than any Homo sapien. Their bones were much heavier than ours, with their enormous muscular strength.
One of the most characteristic features of the Neanderthals is the exaggerated massiveness of their trunks and limb bones. The only preserved bones suggest a strength seldom attained by modern humans. A healthy Neanderthal male could lift an average NFL linebacker over his head and throw him through the doorways.
Their limbs were stocky, their noses were large and broad, their jaws were solid and weak, even each other's. Neanderthals were smart, organized, and experts at war. Their hunting parties became small armies. In close combat, a Neanderthal could easily overpower 5 or 6 humans. No other species had a chance. Wherever Neanderthals went, all other human species in the area were extinct, except for us. We fled. We surrendered our lands to the monsters and retreated. But wherever we went, Neanderthals followed. Neanderthals discovered that we were a valuable resource. Our species was useful to them in two ways. One, our men were good for eating, and two, our women were good for mating. No time in human history was more violent than when we shared the earth with Neanderthals. If your ancestors were alive today, they'd describe the most formidable beings. Emerging from the darkness in the dead of night, huge muscles sitting atop a skeleton 25 times more dense than our own. Their skin was thick, too tough to penetrate with most arrowheads. These creatures evolved during our last ice age and migrated from northern Europe. Their bodies were covered in black fur. Their backs were hunched like a gorilla, but they weren't slow. Neanderthals were agile, much faster than us, despite our smaller size and lighter weight. Their broad noses evolved to give them an extremely sensitive sense of smell and taste. They could detect our scent for miles. And Neanderthals' eyes were enormous, sunken with split pupils like a cat's eyes, allowing them to see extremely well in the dark. Like nocturnal monkeys today, who also have split pupils, Neanderthals' eyes contain a layer of tissue called tapetum lucidum. When you see an animal's eyes shining at night, you're seeing a reflection of this special tissue. It's a type of night vision. Light enters the eye and passes through the retina. Tapetum lucidum acts like a mirror and reflects more light back into the retina. This biological adaptation is seen in many different animals: cats, dogs, deer, nocturnal birds, and many more. But not us. We can't see in the dark. But Neanderthals could. Some psychologists believe this is why so many people are afraid of the dark. It's a generational trait, a defense mechanism encoded into our DNA after thousands of years of being hunted at night. But the mouths of Neanderthals were the most terrifying part of all. Their teeth were twice as big as ours, with a bite force that could crush human bone. Neanderthals built communities. They developed technologies used mostly for hunting. Hunting was a Neanderthal's most important activity. A Neanderthal's size meant they needed a huge amount of food. Their diets were 97% meat. Each fully grown adult had to eat more than 4 pounds of flesh every day to survive, and they didn't care where the meat came from. Aside from hunting mammoths, rhinos, bison, and giant cave bears, Neanderthals also hunted each other. Tribes would raid villages. Rival Neanderthal groups would not only kill their enemies, but eat them as well. And there's plenty of evidence of this. Fossilized bones show clear signs of butchery. The Neanderthals' favorite food, human marrow. Neanderthals were so powerful and confident, they hunted and ate cave lions. Cave lions weighed more than 700 pounds. Our ancestors didn't go anywhere near big cats, but a cave lion was no match for a Neanderthal. Same with bears. Our ancestors ran away from bears. Neanderthals grabbed spears and ran toward them. And it wouldn't take long before those spears were aimed at us. Around 125,000 years ago, our ancestors settled the Levantine region. The Levantine is now East Africa, Israel, and Western Asia. The Levantine sites show our ancestors developing tools, creating jewelry, and caring for the sick. They lived in tribes. They developed agriculture. They were physically recognizable as modern humans. They were building a complex, structured society. They were on their way to building an early civilization. A new ice age had arrived. This was a period of rapid glacial growth. The deserts advanced, and the forests of Europe disappeared under ice. As the climate got colder, Neanderthals migrated south. Their territories were expanding. Their hunting grounds were now advancing into the land occupied by us. We were also dealing with the shifting climate, and our bodies weren't developed to deal with it. We were slender. We didn't have fur or thick skin to protect us from the cold. The Neanderthals' bodies were designed to create heat. Homo sapiens are designed to lose it. And instead of sharing our land with us, Neanderthals did what all humans do, no matter the species: dominate and conquer. The Neanderthals had no choice. These other humans, these skinny, weak, hairless creatures, they had to go. Around 80,000 years ago, the human fossil record started to disappear, and things grew colder. Scientists attribute the decline of the human population to climate change.
There we go again. Just build a nuclear power plant, you moron.
This was 80,000 years ago. I don't think you're being fair.
Don't make me drop a how dare you.
Please don't. We go to that well a little too much. The humans didn't disappear from the area because it got cold. They disappeared because they were hunted. Fossils of Neanderthal bones are still found there, but no human bones. Why not? Well, because Neanderthals ate them. You would think that Neanderthals and modern humans, being so much alike, would learn to get along. In On the Origin of Species, Darwin says that killing each other is not only natural behavior, it's obvious.
Competition will generally be most severe between those forms which are most related to each other. Varieties of the same species, having nearly the same structure, constitution, and habits, come into the severest competition with each other. Each new variety or species during formation will press hardest on its nearest neighbor and its strength.
And they almost did. Neanderthals hunted Homo sapiens to the point of near extinction on multiple occasions. We know this because the genetic variation within Homo sapiens is the lowest of all primate species. The genetic difference between human to human, no matter your race or ethnicity, is about 0.1%. That's how closely related we are. So what does that mean? Around 80,000 years ago, when our species and Neanderthals were violently competing for resources, we nearly went extinct. But the Neanderthal population was doing just fine. But us, Homo sapiens, we were down to 50 people. One study says it could have been as low as 40. That's it. Only 40 or 50 people left on Earth. There's a small group of chimps from West Africa made up of about 50 individuals. They're all from the same family. They have about twice as much genetic variability as all humans. On average, chimpanzees have a genetic variation of 1.2% compared to our 0.1%, and chimps are our closest relatives. We have such low genetic variability because we came within inches of extinction. We had to start over with just a few dozen families. And here's how it happened.
New Sensodyne clone for white gives 2 shades whiter teeth, 24/7 sensitivity protection. I recommend it.
I want you to imagine the world 80,000 years ago. Maybe you're 10 or 11 years old. You live in a wooden hut with your family. Your hut is one of many, maybe 30 in all. You live on the shores of a lake, surrounded by a forest. In the morning, you're sent to gather fresh water. Your father and brothers are up early to catch small game like birds and rabbits, which they bring back to the village. Your uncle is at the lake with some other men gathering shellfish. If they're lucky, they'll find a nice fat turtle. Your mother and the other women butcher and cook the meat. There's a clearing nearby. You and the other children gather fruits and berries. You store them in a cool cave nearby. So when nobody's looking, you help yourself fruit and berries. You are a key part of the community. Your skills are depended upon not just by your family, but by the rest of your tribe. For your entire life, you've never gone more than a mile or two away from your village. Neither of your parents or their parents. It's a communal existence. Simple, peaceful. But your favorite part of the day is after sunset. A warm fire is built, and the village gathers around to sing, laugh, and tell stories late into the night. Your favorite stories are the scary ones. The tribal elders tell tales of monsters who lurk in the forest, stealing children who venture too far. A little time goes by. Now you're in your teenage years. Your duties change. Maybe you join the hunting party. Maybe you have cooked or sung. Maybe you learn the art of healing through herbal medicine. Though your life has changed so much these past few years, the stories stay the same. Tales of the monsters in the woods. You laugh as the children cringe in fear, as you once did not so long ago. Suddenly, your father stops talking and angles his head. He's heard something. There's a snap from the forest nearby, a broken branch, the rustling of dry brush. Something heavy is in the woods. It can't be an animal. The fire burns bright and hot. Even the biggest predator wouldn't dare come close. Then there's more rustling of brush. Whatever's making the noise is and it's big and heavy. More branches snap, this time from a different direction. There's more than one. From somewhere, a woman screams in terror. Everyone around the fire is frozen trying to locate the sound. The screaming doesn't stop. Another starts. This time, it's a man. He sounds like he's crying for help. His screaming suddenly becomes a gurgling and he goes quiet. The woman's screams are now more distant. She's being carried away. You look at your father and scan the faces of the men around the fire. They're afraid. They grab their spears, which are always kept close by. Then you see a shadow. It looks like a man, but it's the biggest man you've ever seen. All your life, your village has traded with and communicated with other villages in the area. These events have always been peaceful. Sometimes they were celebrations. None of this made any sense. But then the man took a step forward toward the light. It's no man, at least not a man like you've ever seen. He's not that tall, but he's so wide and muscular he seems unnaturally large. His back is hunched. His skin looks thick and leathery. Patches of his body are covered in thick fur. He looks right at you and shows enormous teeth. Then you realize he's smiling. He's wiping something sticky off his chin. Blood. His hulking frame takes slow, lumbering steps toward you. He doesn't need to run. He knows he'll catch you. It takes a moment to realize what you're seeing, but it's finally quick. The elders of your tribe weren't telling tales to control your childhood behavior. Sometime many years ago, we've been here before. Out of nowhere, a man from your tribe, your uncle, charges the creature. Your uncle swings a club at the beast. It steps to the side, grabs your uncle by his throat, and lifts him off the ground with one hand. Something this big shouldn't be able to move this fast. You're frozen in place as your uncle dangles in midair, arms and legs flailing. The creature squeezes. There's an audible crack. It throws your uncle's lifeless body 20 feet and turns its gaze back on you. Then more of these creatures swamp the village. It's mayhem. Violent mayhem. You're trying not to panic, but you're frozen in place. Your father runs past you toward the chaos, wielding his spear. You go to follow, but he turns to tell you no. Then you see a stone spearhead emerge from the front of his chest. He winces and looks right at you. In his eyes, you can see the anger, the fear, and the love. You hear him whisper, "The cave," as he takes his final breath. Then you run. As you get farther from the village, you still hear the screams, but they're becoming more faint. Then the screaming stops. You don't dare look over your shoulder, but you can tell by the reflection of the leaves that the entire village, your home, is on fire. Everyone you love, everyone you've ever known, is gone. Evidence shows that for over 100,000 years, Neanderthals and humans were in constant war. Signs of prehistoric warfare are...
By the way, don't worry about leaving space in your bag for main objective. I have crafted special compartment for it. Caution, of course.
A pound fracture is another sign of warfare. A pound fracture is a lower arm break from deflecting attacks. Neanderthals had many instances of broken arms. Frequently suffered trauma and death. Their average lifespan was about 40.
You'd be a village elder.
And then some. While some injuries might have occurred during hunting, the patterns indicate intertribal warfare. This warfare was small-scale yet intense, marked by prolonged conflicts. It primarily involved guerrilla-style raids and ambushes with occasional larger battles. War also influences territorial boundaries. There's proof that Neanderthals not only engaged in war, but mastered it. For 100,000 years, modern humans tried to encroach on Neanderthal land, and for 100,000 years, humans were held back. But to the victors of war go the spoils. When Neanderthals won a battle with humans, the spoils were gruesome. Men were taken as food. We know this from fossil records. The fate of human women was worse. Neanderthals and humans were sexually compatible. Today, people of non-African descent carry about 2% of Neanderthal DNA. People of African descent also carry some Neanderthal DNA, and you could bet much of it wasn't placed there by choice. It's common knowledge that Neanderthals and humans interbred, but that sounds more consensual than it was. The full story is that Neanderthals hunted us for food, hunted us for fun, and hunted us for sex. Now, there's a lot of evolutionary evidence of this that's interesting, but it's not very family-friendly. So if you want to know more, ask me during a live stream, but please put the kids to bed first. Now, the story I told earlier took place about 80,000 years ago. Around that time, Neanderthals expanded into and conquered the Middle East. And they held that land for over 30,000 years. That is a long, long time. This is where the most recent bottleneck in our genetic variation occurs. Homo sapiens, conquered by Neanderthals, were knocked down to maybe even as few as 40 or 50 individuals. As our villages burned, our men were slaughtered. Everyone else was enslaved or eaten. But a few of us got away. We went high into the mountains, into cave systems we've known for generations. And like that young human fled to the caves to escape slaughter, a few others did too. And this happened all over the area. In previous episodes, I've talked about cave systems like Derinkuyu in Turkey. Derinkuyu is an underground city capable of housing at least 20,000 people and their livestock for months, maybe even years. It's about 300 feet below Earth's surface, and it connects to a whole series of underground cities across the area, some even bigger than Derinkuyu. Link below if you want to learn more. Now, for the most part, we have no idea how old these underground villages and cities are. Building them to hide from Neanderthals makes perfect sense. Humans lived in caves in Israel as far back as 210,000 years ago. Throughout history, we've used these cave systems as a refuge against attack. And we used them again the last time our species was hunted to near extinction. Now, I'd love to tell you a story about how our ancestors rose up from these dark, murky places, beating the Neanderthals in an epic bloody battle, emerging victorious as Earth's apex predator. But that's not what happened. When our numbers were the lowest they'd ever been, perhaps one or two tribes, a few scattered individuals, God, nature, the universe, whatever you want to call it, came to our rescue with fire and brimstone.
You are a good swimmer. The maintenance room is not far.
I recommend Pronamel Repair. It penetrates deep into the tooth to actively repair acid-weakened enamel.
Right around the time Neanderthals started disappearing from the fossil record, the ground beneath Italy started shaking. The land splintered across an area of almost 70 square miles. The entire surface of the Earth melted into the caldera below, which spewed out enough debris to become the largest volcanic event in the Mediterranean for 200,000 years. Known as the Campanian Ignimbrite eruption, it was made up of superheated gas, volcanic ash, and lava. No one knows the true extent of its devastation, but it caused an immediate and extreme ice age throughout Eastern Europe into Asia, maybe even the whole world. The entire Atlantic region was gone. Almost everything Neanderthals needed died. Their food suffocated. Their water was toxic. The dead became food for the survivors. Animal species disappeared overnight. The giant buffalo went extinct. The woolly mammoth, steppe bison, water buffalo, the giant muskox, giant deer, all gone. The cave wolf disappeared. Most types of bear, all types of elephants, several rodents, and many more. These animals also happen to be the primary food source for Neanderthals.
I want to know what gives the humans
As the earth around us burned, our ancestors went deeper underground. We took with us almost 40,000 years of knowing how to survive the constant threat of death. Some Neanderthals survived, but their numbers were dwindling fast. But Neanderthals could survive by mating with modern humans, right? Well, wrong. Nature intervened there too. As you would expect, most interbreeding was male Neanderthal and female human. They were biologically compatible, but not without problems. Male hybrid children were often sterile and couldn't pass on their Neanderthal DNA. Only female hybrids could. Human females, according to studies, preferred to mate with a human male, not a Neanderthal.
Unless the Neanderthal has money.
Interbreeding continued, but each generation of hybrids was more human than Neanderthal. But even though the first, well, let's call them interbreeding events, were tragic, the results were positive. By adding their DNA to ours, we created stronger immune systems. We became more adaptable to non-African climates. Our bodies became stronger and faster.
You Usain Bolt! Look at the time!
You are at the scanner. The tool we stole from the head of cybersecurity
Technically,
will find partial
Neanderthals
prints
are
left
extinct,
on the scanner.
but that's not entirely true, is it?
To match them up to the target
Almost
print.
everyone on Earth carries a little bit of Neanderthal with them. If these traits were harmful or made us weaker, natural selection would have removed them from our genetic pool. But they didn't. Neanderthals were vicious predators who assaulted and devoured every animal they found, including us. But they were also resilient. So resilient, they're with us still. And now we benefit from their resilience. So like it or not, Neanderthals are here to stay. Neanderthals are real, but how much of this story is true? Well, actually, a lot of it. Most of today's episode comes from a book by Danny Benjamini called Them and Us, How Neanderthal Predation Created Modern Humans. It's a great read, and I linked it below. I also linked to his Substack where he summarizes the book. Now, he makes good arguments, but his research is controversial, and it is not the mainstream view. For example, the human population may have been down to 50 in parts of the Middle East, but Homo sapiens were already on islands all around the world, and had been for thousands of years. Now, when it comes to the physical description of Neanderthals, what is there to debate? We know they had large eyes because their skulls had huge sockets. In fact, almost everything about the physicality of Neanderthals that I presented in this episode is based on physical evidence from bone and fossil records. Almost everything. We don't know for sure if they had fur, but we do know Homo sapiens are the only primates without thick fur. But we still have a thin layer of it.
Some people have a thinner layer than others.
What's that supposed to mean?
Have you looked in a mirror? You should rename this channel Journal of a Receding Hairline.
I don't think you're exaggerating.
I got 2 words for you. Alopecia.
Anyway, every animal alive during the Ice Age had thick fur, and no Neanderthal needles or needlework has ever been uncovered. So either evidence of Neanderthal clothing is yet to be found, or they really were covered in fur, as suggested in the book. We also know we coexisted with Neanderthals. We know we fought them for 100,000 years, and we know they spent most of that time winning. But eventually, the tide turned. Nobody knows for sure how this happened. Modern humans were probably more intelligent than Neanderthals, but that's debatable. They had the same size brain that we do. Our eventual victory could have been a combination of luck and survival. We were hiding in caves, but we weren't idle. We were intelligent and we were industrious. We knew that if we were going to take our land back, we needed to innovate. Neanderthals were winning. They didn't have to innovate anything. So it's possible that while waiting, planning, and building our numbers, an early human invented a bow and arrow and other ranged weapons. We were no match for Neanderthals up close, but if we could attack and harass them from a distance and retreat to our caves, we would have an advantage. Then there was the Campanian Ignimbrite eruption in Italy.
GTFO!
We can't overestimate the power and devastation of this eruption. There were pyroclastic flows that were over 3,300 feet high. They flowed over mountains. The eruption blasted out 6 of these flows. All life within 60 miles of the crater was destroyed. The ground and water was covered in up to 4 feet of volcanic debris in some places. Debris has been found as far away as 1,200 miles from the crater. And every time scientists dig up new information on the eruption, it gets bigger. And it's overdue for another eruption. If you want me to do an episode on that, let me know, but be warned, it's scary.
The disguises are useless.
No matter how it's
Looks like Mr. Rubio is getting back in his helicopter, just like
willingly
last
or
time.
otherwise. Everything I mentioned about the impact of their DNA on modern humans is accurate as far as we know. As far as Neanderthals having dark skin and dark fur, that's doubtful and debatable. We know that fair skin and blonde hair evolved in Northern Europe, Neanderthal territory. There's also a theory that Neanderthal DNA created redheads.
Oh, is that why they're crazy?
Be nice, that theory is still being debated.
What's the debate? They're crazy?
No, the theory is being debated.
It's no theory. Redheads are nuts.
The Neanderthal theory.
Okay, take it easy. I had a bad experience with a ginger. Maybe I'm painting with too broad a brush.
But after all this violence, we have something to celebrate. There was no guarantee Homo sapiens would rule the world, and we almost didn't. But here we are. We made it. We are now the apex predator of our planet. But there is a theory that Neanderthals survived. Still vicious, still powerful, still covered in hair, still lurking in the dark woods. But they evolved to be much bigger, much taller. This theory says they've become Bigfoot. That's a different episode. Thank you so much for hanging out with us today. My name is AJ. That's Hacklefish. This has been the Y-Files. If you had fun or learned anything, do them a favor, like, subscribe, comment, share. That stuff really helps us out. And like most topics we cover on the channel, today's is recommended by you. So if there's a story you'd like to see or learn more about, go to theyfiles.com/tips. And remember, the Y-Files is also a podcast. Twice a week I post deep dives into the stories we cover here on the channel. I also post episodes that wouldn't be allowed on the channel. It's called the Y-Files Operation Podcast, and it's available everywhere you get your podcasts. Now, in case you need more Y-Files in your life, not everybody does. Some people get more than enough.
What's up?
In case you do, check out our Discord. There are thousands of people on there 24/7, and they're into the same weird stuff that we are. It's a great community, it's a lot of fun, and it's free to join. Now, if you want to know what's going on with the channel, go to theYfiles.com/channel. We post our live stream and podcast schedule and what episodes are coming up next. Special thanks to our patrons who make this channel possible. You are the fuel in the engine, you are the heart of the channel, and without you, there'd be no Y-Files. I'm truly grateful that you're out there. Now, if
You want
like to
these?
support the channel, consider becoming
Huh?
a member of Patreon.
You want these?
$3 a month, you get access to perks like you see the videos early with no commercials, assuming I get them up on time. You also get access to merch that's only available to members. Plus, you get 2 private live streams every week just for you. My camera's on, your camera's on. We get to talk together. It's nice. It's sweet. You'll like it. Another great way to support the channel is to grab something from the Wi-Fi store.
Grab a Hacklefish t-shirt, or stick one of your fish on these visible coffee mugs, or get a squeezy
That's gonna do it. Until next time, be safe, be kind, and know that you are appreciated.
Lydia's an area that he wants a secret code inside the Bible that I want.
So how much money can you make per hour with the special cargo warehouses this week? Now, a lot of people, understandably, don't like the grind of the special cargo warehouses. Yesterday, I did a video selling a full one in a public lobby for $6.6 million. And then we did a full one in an invite-only lobby. I think we got $4.3 million doing it in an invite-only lobby. Now, obviously, it takes quite a long time to fill up a full large warehouse, 111 units. You're talking about at least 4 hours if you're doing it solo for just one warehouse. Now, if you split it to 2 warehouses, that way you don't need to worry about the cooldown. You'll be able to go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And that'll take you around 6-7 hours to fill 2 of them. Which, if you sell in the public lobby, will net you around 13.4 million or something like that. 13.4 million for 2 warehouses. But anyway, this video, as you can see by the title, is all about how much can you do in 1 hour. And that's what we're going to be doing today. We're going to choose 2 warehouses that don't have anything inside of them. And we're going to see how much money we can make in 1 hour. 1 hour of grinding. So we'll start it up, we'll do what I'm about to show you, we'll grind for an hour, and then we'll sell. So it'll be a little over an hour, but an hour's worth of just grinding out the warehouse. Just in case there's any of you at home that either have just purchased one, or are like, you know what, I have them, but I'm just not in the mood to grind out that much, so I just don't want to do it. Well, at least you can see how much money you can make in an hour. So let's just go ahead and jump straight into it. Alright guys, here we are in our CEO office, and first of all, before we get into the hour of grinding and how much money we can make, I'm going to set it up so it's perfect, so we can take advantage or use the full hour to its full potential. So first things first, we're going to have to go to an invite-only lobby because there's no reason to do this in a public lobby at all. The next thing we're going to do is request our terabyte and set that up right outside where we need to go. And I don't know what it is about driving the terabyte. Let me know if you guys have the same thing, but it just feels like I'm going light speed when I'm doing this. Even if I crashed into a car, I feel like I'm going so much faster. I always drive my terabyte inside of this little player scanner here because it just feels rapid. So what we actually need to do is figure out which of our warehouses we're going to be doing this with today. And I think it's going to be these 2 down here. They're very close to each other. I can park the terabyte just next to one of them, and it'll just make my life so easy just going back and forth between these 2. So where do I park it? This one or this one? I think we'll park it next to this one, because there's just a lot of open spaces, so I can park it right here. Alright, so here we are at one of our warehouses. We're going to park our terabyte right here. The reason for this, like I say, you don't want to have to go back and forth between like your CEO office or arcade or anything like that to store cargo. You want to be able to do it on the go. So that's why we have this thing right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set my timer for an hour. Before I do that, every 48 minutes you can request that they go get cargo for you. So we're going to select this person to go get it. You can only do it once. I'm not going to be able to do it twice. You only do it for an hour anyway. We'll have him go grab it, and then once we deliver to the next place, we'll have them go get it. Instead of going there right now, because it'll still be within the hour that they told before. Okay, everybody we go. Then we get ready on that floor. Now wait until we source the first one. Alright, special car to go 3 crates, and this one is wholesale furniture. There we have it. My timer has been set for 1 hour. Let's see how much money we can make with this special cargo warehouse this week for 1 hour. Oh my god, why did I put my terabyte right outside the front door? Notice that up and you guys, don't put the terabyte right outside the front door because it puts you literally right outside the front door. Alright, so the first set of delivery or pickup machines was there. I picked up 3 from this location right here. Very simple one because it's so close by to where we are. What am I walking? So now let's head back. Alright, so here we are. Let's drop this off here. The longest part, I'm sure you guys know, drop it off like this into your warehouse. This cutscene of it takes forever. You gotta go in, do that, turn around, go out. Anyway, there we go. 3 out of 3 delivered. Now let's leave. Now we can go straight into here, straight into our dashboard here. Special cargo, 3 crates. So I know it's not West Vinewood, I know it's not the gas one, I know it's not the Baylor one, so it's got to be the logistics one. I forgot the name of it, but by process of elimination, I know it's going to be this one. There we have it. So let's just say goodbye to him. Away. Usually I would try to park my compressor in here, so it's easy to get out. Look where it puts me, right at the door. Note to self, park further away so when you come out of your bloody terabyte, it doesn't spawn you right into the door. I mean, this one seems too good to be true because it's literally right here. I'm assuming we're going to get chased by some bad guys. But to be honest with you, this is going to be one that takes like 2 minutes. We're not that far away. You can see less than a mile away from our warehouse. All 3 of them are in this one van. I'll take it. Sometimes you get lucky. You win some, you lose some. This time we won some. Alright, just like that, I did indeed choose the correct warehouse. So it was this one. That took like a minute, 2 minutes max. Right, since we our first drop off, now we're going to come up to this gentleman right here. So special cargo. Like I said, we're only going to be able to do that once. This one and the other one. We've only got an hour doing this. So that's why I didn't come here first before I started. I'm not going to be able to do it. Alright, so now we take our pressure right here. This is a flat building. I think it's very close. Our caravan is not cool. Yeah. And that one took so fast that we didn't even get over to see that second one here. But you know what? While we're here, I'm actually going to move. Let's park this in back here. We need to move this thing. And we'll move this further back here. Perfect. Just so we're not right on that door, because that was annoying.
What I'm thinking is just focusing on the 3 large warehouses and just passively fill my small and medium. By the time I get the large full, the medium and small should fill up on its own.
I have 5 minutes to go, but I technically have 17 in this one and 17 in my other one. So, the 17 is each. Do I do one more of each? I feel like we should do one more of each. Let's do one more of each. I mean, we got 5 minutes. I might be able to do 2 more, one each in like 6 minutes. We'll see. I'll let you guys know exactly how long it takes. But we're basically done. But if we have 17 in each, and we get 20 in each, that's a nice, perfect, rounded up number that I'll be happy with. So let's go ahead and do one more for the wholesale and one more for this one, and I'll come back to you guys. All right, so what we're going to do now is we're going to sell both of these. We're going to sell one of them in a public lobby, a full public lobby, and one of them in an invite-only lobby. This way we can see exactly how much money that you guys can make per hour with the special cargo unit. Choose to do it in a public sale or an invite sale, you can make that decision based off the information I give you here in a second. So let's go ahead, get into a public lobby and do our first settlement. There we go, 20 units, 2 times pay, by the way. If you're watching this week when it comes out, that's why it's so much. If you don't have 2 times pay, just split that in half, so 310,000. Better not be 2 delivery vehicles, man, just for that little. Alright, so it's plain once again, which I'm fine with. So if one of these planes, you know what that means, really? Because this thing's made of paper, we're going to go down like a stack of sales. Alright, let's just speed this up, because I'm not looking forward to it. I'm not looking forward to this plane. We're going to have to back out eventually, we're going to have to back out, but alright, let's just bloody do this. I feel like I'm going to have to go into drone first. Where are we flying? So we're going to go up north first. We're going to go around north. See what happens. I can see look at that right there. This one's 100% coming forward. By the time we show back up on the mini-map, these guys, just forget about it. Change of plan. There is a threat of war. So we're just going to go down and I feel like this is not being done now, but it's closer to the city. Rather than go Sweet. So, perfect. I see someone on my mini-map. Don't know what they're doing. Leaving me alone, though, seems. So let's do this one, number 9. Now we just have one more. The one that I honestly was... Come on. Oh, there's Jet. Jet. Trying to avoid him. Too late, buddy. Too late. 930,000. You know what? That's how smart this guy because he sucks. Absolutely sucks. He tried looking at us. Can't fly to save his life. Where is he? Where is he? You know, I think that's going to mind. I really don't mind. Just take me out, it's fine. You got the money, who cares? You got the money. I'm glad, I told you I was up north. I don't know why there was so many people up north, man. But it's fine, we made it out, those guys suck. Alright, now let's move to thank God. How much was that? 980, 960? Alright, now here we are doing the same thing again, 20 crates. This time we are in an invite-only lobby. Now, what have we got? 2 trucks? Now, for me personally, I would probably... I mean, you guys know me. You know I'll do this in a public lobby for the most part. But the reason I'm doing it this way is just so you guys can see the difference. See how much money you can make per hour versus... Or how much money you can make an hour in a public lobby versus how much you can make an hour in an invite-only. Now, this is a lot. I think it's 5 deliveries per truck, or is it 10 deliveries per truck? I'm not sure, but this is a lot. Alright, so it was 3 or 5, sorry, per thing. So $620,000. There we have it, ladies and gentlemen. So let's go full screen and talk about exactly how much money and how much time we made today and how much you can make too. Alright guys, so there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. So if you, well, I was going to say in an hour. It was probably an hour and 10 because I had to go and get some couple more there. Maybe not 10 minutes, an hour and 5. But then obviously you got the cell mission. So all in all, from grinding out for an hour and doing the cell missions, you're looking at like an hour and a half. So how much money can you make? Well, if you grind out for 1 hour and you go back and forth between 2 like I did today, and you sold both of them in a public lobby, you would be making just shy of 1.9 million. So 1.8 million and $60,000. So let's round that up to 1.9, almost 2 million, but 1.9 million in an hour, or from an hour of grinding then selling them. So 1.9 million if you do public lobby. Now if you do it in an invite only lobby, you're looking at 1.2 million, 1.3 million. Today's we got 1.2 million and 40,000. So let's just round that up. So it'll be 1.3 million, let's say, for invite only. So those are your choices. When it comes to grinding out for an hour, there's about $600,000 difference between a public lobby and an invite only. So is it worth that risk to you? Let me know in the comment section down below. Because obviously if you saw yesterday's guide video where I sold a full bunker for like 6.6 million, there was a huge difference between a full bunker in an invite versus a full bunker in a public. We're talking $2+ million. But there you have it. Either way, great money-making methods this week. I was going to post this video on Monday, but I was like, you know what? There's so much money to be made. Even per hour like we just did. I feel like I need to get this video out on Saturday so you guys can enjoy it for the weekend and grind away. So you could be making, like I say, almost $2 million an hour this week if you're doing it in an invite-only lobby. Anyway, let me know if you guys have been messing around with this, if you guys have been selling more. I don't think you're going to be selling more, but let me know if you guys have been doing it. Either way, are you excited about it? I know a lot of people don't
super
like spending
excited.
hours and hours grinding away. But would you spend an hour like I did here today? Let me know in the comments section.
Almost 2 million an hour. Of course. As soon as I freaking leave the thing and their car show up. But we need to do this because I just added money.
Superstitions.
Money!
Are superstitions. Why do we
Money!
Although there are a lot of weird superstitions out there may be psychological benefits to believing them. Let's find out why. A About 25% of people consider themselves superstitious, but it's probably more than that. Do you say bless you after someone sneezes? Why? Well, it's polite. But how did this become a thing? Some say this tradition dates back to the ancient Romans, who thought that when you sneezed, your soul was ejected from the body, and a blessing was the only way to protect it from being stolen by the devil. Another theory is that Pope Gregory, who became pope after his predecessor died from the plague, would say God bless you whenever someone sneezed as a way of wishing them good health. Another theory is that some believed your heart would stop beating for a brief moment during a sneeze, and a blessing encouraged the heart to start beating again. You good?
I didn't get it.
Don't you hate that?
Yeah.
Gesundheit.
Thank you.
Superstitions are all around us. Next time you're in a tall building, check out the elevator. 80% of high-rise buildings in the U.S. don't have a 13th floor. Lufthansa and Air France don't have a 13th row. Fear of the number 13 is called triskaidekaphobia, but that's mostly in the West. In much of East and Southeast Asia, you'll find tetraphobia, fear of the number 4. In the Chinese language and its subgroups, the word for and the word die are pronounced almost the same. See ya.
Gesundheit.
Thank you. So, superstitions are universal. We've all had those days where from the moment we wake up, we're grumpy, annoyed at the whole world, and everything seems against us. We call this waking up on the wrong side of the bed. This is another one that comes from ancient Rome. Romans like to wake up on the right side of the bed. Literally. They believed that all things on the left side were evil or sinister. In fact, the word sinister comes from the Latin word sinistra. So waking up on the left side of the bed was literally a sign of sinister things to come. And if you're having a bad day, you can always say, tomorrow will be better. Then you say, knock on wood. The superstition to knock on wood appears to date back to the 19th century. Some believe it has beginnings in religion with the crucifix. Others say that trees were seen as harbingers of good luck, and knocking on them chased demons away. Yet another claim is that the expression comes from an old children's game from the UK called Tiggy Touchwood, which is essentially a game of tag. Now what?
Touch wood.
Don't be an infant. Millions of people practice superstitions every day and probably don't know why or where the need to do so comes from. So why do some of us believe in seemingly irrational superstitions? Turns out there's actually psychology here. The short answer is...
What you do with the diaper?
The world is a crazy, unpredictable place. It's only natural...
You know where his diaper is?
Where's
your diaper? Where's the diaper?
These beliefs could be effective. A study reported by the Association for Psychological Science said that people who cross their fingers had an increase in manual dexterity and even an improvement in memory function. The study concluded that crossing one's fingers increased self-confidence, enough so that some people's battle scores improved.
Hey, maybe crossing your fingers will help us with the YouTube algorithm. Oh, I know what we can try.
What?
Throw a coin in the fountain.
Right. Throwing coins in fountains also goes back to ancient times. When community wells were built in villages, coins were often thrown in as offerings to the gods. There's a well in Northumberland, England, where people would pray to the gods of wells and springs. Tina, 16,000 coins from
Come here.
years of the Roman
Come here. You can get that butt. Get that butt. Get that butt. Get that butt. You need a diaper.
I think so. Wait a minute. People will easily part with their hard-earned money if they think a superstition can benefit them somehow. Some televangelist organizations will send you spiritually charged holy water, which promises to solve your financial woes for a small donation. Yeah. Tales about water and its ability to magically heal have been around for thousands of years. Alexander the Great believed in a river that cured old age. He was only 32 when he was poisoned to death, so who knows? Legend goes constantly on. Most historians think that's an exaggeration. 500 years
I threw baby in the air.
these supernatural myths about
Did he go really high?
in the cases of Alexander and
He went really low?
they cooled the anxiety of aging. Psychologically,
I almost dropped baby.
is like watching stage magic and illusionists. Willingly we
Stormy.
set aside rational thought
Come
and
here.
engage with the impossible and spectacular. We person has been
Ah.
back together, or that an illusionist was able to teleport from one place to another. Now, we know Penn and Teller's bullet catch in the teeth is staged, but wow, is it a great trick. Although they never give the secret to the trick away, if they stress there's nothing supernatural in their stunts, it's just entertainment. Penn Jillette summed it up by saying, they're professional liars, just honest liars. But what happens when less ethical illusionists use similar stage magic to cash in on the breathing through spiritualism, such as seances? These mediums use all sorts of tricks to make objects appear to hover in the dark, and other phony illusions in an attempt to give themselves credibility. Even famous magician and escape artist Houdini himself needed a mission to expose these frauds. Houdini took it so seriously that he campaigned against this fake spiritualism in front of Congress.
This thing they call spiritualism, wherein a medium intercommunicates with the dead, is a fraud from start to finish.
Superstition is found everywhere in society, and there's no place it's more prevalent than in professional sports. Baseball is known for cheering crowds, hot dogs, and steroids. Well, yes, that too. Players and managers are notoriously superstitious. If players are on a streak, they don't wash their caps. Some wear mismatched socks. In order to break a slump, Jason Giambi would wear a gold thong. Now, I don't know if he always got a hit, but he always felt sexy. Now, nobody had more extreme superstitions than relief pitcher Kirk Wendell. He made sure to never touch the foul lines. He would actually jump over them. And each time he took the mound, he had to have 4 pieces of black licorice in his mouth. And after each inning, he brushed his teeth.
Sounds like OCD.
It does, but psychologists don't see them as connected. And people with OCD can't not do the rituals they do, or it causes them great pain and anxiety. That's why it's called a compulsion. Superstition, on the other hand, as long as it's not taken to the extreme, is not considered a problem. Your mind is a powerful tool, and if crossing your fingers improves your memory, do it. If writing a symbol in the dirt improves your golf game, do it. You're probably not channeling a supernatural force, but you are actively and mindfully forcing yourself to focus, to be present, to quell your anxiety. And controlling anxiety is healthy. So by all means, throw salt over your shoulder, knock on wood, and say bless you when somebody sneezes. You may not be saving their soul, but psychologically speaking, you might be, in some small part, saving your own. Thank you so much for hanging out with us today. My name is AJ, that's Hecklefish. This has been the Y-Files. If you had fun or learned anything, do me a favor, subscribe, comment, like, share. When the first human visits Mars, it will be the biggest scientific breakthrough since landing on the moon. Probably bigger. But what if I told you the CIA and United States military have already been to Mars? But they didn't use spaceships to get there. They used psychics. Let's find out why. The Cold War between the United States and Soviet Union involved a lot more than spy planes and secret agents. The two countries have spent billions on some crazy projects, like the CIA's Operation Acoustic Kitty.
Okay, I'll bite. What the hell is an acoustic kitty?
I'm glad you asked. Acoustic Kitty involved implanting a microphone into a cat's ear canal and a transmitter at the base of its skull. And its job was to listen in on 2 men having a conversation in a park outside of
Hey, so you know whose monopoly you don't want to be fucking with? The big...
Sound of a taxi horn. Yep. He was hit by a car and soon he got out of jail.
What did that little experiment cost?
$20 million. And one company did that. And the Russians experimented with using low-frequency radio waves to control the brains of dogs.
I didn't know dogs had brains.
In 1972, a classified report circulated intelligence created. The Soviet Union was pouring millions into programs to research ESP, mind reading, and telekinesis. This made the CIA nervous, so they immediately requested their own program.
Hi. Alright.
Planets. Well, that brings us to the story of Joe McMonagle, who, if you believe him, is the first person to ever visit Mars, and the first person to ever travel back in time. Joe McMonagle was a U.S. Army intelligence officer who served in Vietnam. In 1970, he was seriously injured in a helicopter accident and almost died. But when he recovered, he realized he had psychic powers and began working for Project Stargate as a psychic spy. And between 1978 and 1984, McMonagle was involved in 350 separate CIA missions. And he helped locate hostages in Iran. He once discovered a shortwave radio hidden inside a KGB agent's calculator. And his strangest mission took place on May 22nd, 1984. Here's how it went. McMonagle was in a room with one other person, a researcher. He was given a sealed envelope and instructed not to open it. He was then given a set of geographic coordinates and asked to describe what he saw.
All right, using the information in the envelope, please focus on 40.89 degrees north, 9.55 degrees west.
First thing it looks like, it looks like a pyramid. Very high.
Okay.
Seeing a large obelisk that reminds him of the rock. And in the pyramid, there were thin, shadowy people that seem to be hibernating. He claims these are ancient people dying and past their time or age. And after his vision is taken, the envelope is torn open, and on it reads, Planet Mars, time of interest, approximately 1 million years BC. Now look, some of these stories may sound crazy, but all the information we presented today comes from the CIA document dump about Project Stargate and other psychic projects.
How many pages of it?
12 million. Yep. So you might not believe in psychics or ESP. That's fine. But the United States government, Absolutely does. And it's easy to marginalize someone like Joseph McMonagle and call him a kook. But he was, and is, a serious guy. He wasn't reading tarot cards at a county fair somewhere. When he retired from the Army, he was awarded the Legion of Merit for outstanding service. He's written books, given lectures, he's been interviewed countless times, and he believes he was part of a very important and effective research project. And all those hundreds of missions, they weren't all successful. But even being successful in remote viewing, 20% of the time is extraordinary. But according to the CIA, McMonagle was successful 20% of the time. It's not like anyone could just guess the location of a sunken Soviet Typhoon-class submarine. But Joe McMonagle was able to do it.
If this was so effective, why did the government shut it down?
And once the government starts a program, does it ever really go away? Project Stargate was shut down in the 90s, but that was by no means the end of government research into ESP. In 2014, the Office of Naval Research launched a 4-year, $4 million program to explore the use of premonition, or sixth sense, among sailors and Marines. And there are others. Dr. Edwin May, the former head of the Stargate Project, continues to say ESP is a legitimate tool for military intelligence. In the scientific community, military intelligence organizations, and in the highest levels of government, there are more people who support research into the paranormal. Personally, I consider myself a skeptical and open-minded. But this is still something worthy of study. I mean, open any congressional spending bill and look at the junket. We spent $27 million to teach people in Morocco how to create pipes. $3 million to encourage Chinese prostitutes to keep rent responsibly. $600,000 to study why chimps live in heat. If we can spend $1 million studying the effect of cocaine on the sexual habits, well, we can spend a few bucks on it. As long as there's a CIA, and as long as there's the United States Congress, this town we can do it.
I never studied about the effect of bad guys.
So, I don't think so.
Stop researching, please.
Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. My name is AJ, that's Hecklefish. This has been the Y-Files. If you had fun or learned anything, do me a favor and like, subscribe, comment, and share. Even the YouTube algorithm is harder than locating the ancient civilization on Mars, but together, we can do it. Until next time, be safe, be kind, know that you are
GTFO! Get to the car!
Yes, this is Colorado Bandicam with the Dogfish Hall of Fame. Hang on, let me check here. Mr. Hecklefish Moriarty.
Well, I'm sorry, Miss Vanderkamp. Well, I'm sorry, Carlotta, but we don't give out employees' personal information.
I was under the impression that Mr. Moriarty was more like a Peter or a family member.
Well, whatever your impression, we don't give out personal information.
Crap. Thank you and have a wonderful day. Oh, and thank goodness I've reached you human. I mean, personally, never met you before. I'm a Dr. Alfred Farthing. I need to reach a Hecklefish Moriarty immediately. I'm afraid there's been a terrible accident.
Really? What happened?
I milk truck careened into his dear cavalcade. It means lost control.
I know what it means, Mr. Farthington.
Dr. Farthington. Then you know how important it is for me to reach Mr. Moriarty immediately. Please give me his name, address, and email.
Well, Gertie's fine. I'm looking at the cameras right now, and she's with her mother trying on my wife's shoes.
I told her to cover the cameras and
Why are you calling me pretending to be someone else?
You knew it was me.
Yes, I knew it was you, Dr. Carlotta von whatever.
Correct. I knew I should use my saucy wig.
Are you sure that wig wasn't Hutch? What do you want?
This morning I was Googling myself, and my personal information is all over the internet. We've clearly got a security leak. You're the only one who knows all this stuff, so you must have spilled the beans.
Whoa. What makes you think I'm the security leak?
Well, I already waterboarded the beavers, but they didn't seem to mind it.
Beavers live in water, you know.
I didn't call you for your beaver expertise.
There's
I gotta
the
find
boss.
our security leak.
Hello.
There is a traitor.
How can I help you?
Hang on. Didn't you order high heels for Gertie online?
Well, yeah, but the guy on the phone told me they don't share personal information.
Look, just sign up for Aura.
Laura? Oh, is that today's sponsor?
Yes. It is. Aura can identify data brokers selling your info to scammers and robocallers. And Aura can submit opt-out requests on your behalf. And Aura does a lot more than protect you from data brokers. You can set up antivirus, VPN, parental controls, password management, and identity theft. All from one easy app at one of the affordable price. Or stick the link in the description.
Aura.com/OneBiles. Got it. I'll do it in just a minute. Today, Gertie wants to roleplay a fairy tale.
Oh boy.
Yeah, we're doing Cinder Camel and the Handsome Fish. I already got the evil stepmother. Take it easy, Ma. It's just a game. Wait, the show wants you to reveal the size 52.
She doesn't.
Correct, fine. Change your plans, honey. Today we're playing Golden Camel and the Three Beavers.
Yeah, I'd rather you didn't know.
Gotta go look up the recipe for porridge.
Nope. Get this 100 juice.
In June 2011, divers Peter Lindbergh and Dennis Boasberg were treasure hunting in the Gulf of Bothnia in the Baltic Sea. Peter had made a name for himself a few years earlier when he discovered a merchant ship that was sunk by German U-boats in World War I. The wreck was loaded with hundreds of bottles of rare cognac and brandy. The bottles were sold at auction for $20,000 each in today's money. That was enough of a nest egg for Peter to launch Ocean X, a deep-sea exploration company, professional treasure hunters. Peter and Dennis knew the ocean floor beneath the busy shipping lanes of the Baltic were loaded with prizes. To this day, 2 or 3 dozen ships go missing every year, many of those here in the Baltic. They were on a routine survey mission when their sonar got a hit. Everyone on the ship gathered around the machine to see what they discovered. The sonar slowly started to paint a picture. They couldn't tell what it was. A merchant ship? A submarine? Was it anything of value? When the image finally finished processing, it revealed a circular object that didn't look natural. It looked man-made. Well, maybe not man-made. It looked like a UFO.
Millennium Falcon.
Millennium Falcon.
What I say?
It was 200 feet wide and was lying at the end of a channel. Whatever this object was, it looked like it had hit the water and slid hundreds of feet across the floor. The object appeared to have a hull with chambers and sections with straight lines and right angles. Peter and Dennis gave their coordinates. Don't say anything about the object until they figure out what it is. No, they were just trying to protect the site. They didn't want to. Fine.
Rules of the street, rules of the sea.
Anyway, they studied the image for weeks and were stunned. Finally, and landed in every newspaper and every broadcast in the world.
Buckle up, Star Wars nerds. You're gonna like this one.
It would be described as the wreckage of a crashed spaceship.
The genie was out of the bottle. There was no going back.
They came across something unusual.
Everyone on Earth knew something mysterious was happening at the bottom of the Baltic. The hope was all that media coverage would help finance a return expedition to the sea. If they could get back there, they would dive to the object. The entire area in 3D. So the team started pitching investors and sponsors. Sponsors wanted to know, is this an alien craft? We don't know. Is it a natural formation? We don't know. Maybe it's proof of the lost city of Atlantis.
Well, you don't know.
Atlantis. No, why not? Well, because in 1968, Atlantis was already found. In June 1938, Edgar Casey lay back on his couch and closed his eyes. After a few minutes of deep breathing, he started mumbling, then forming full sentences. He was in a trance. Edgar Casey was called the Sleeping Prophet because this was his process. He went into a deep state of relaxation like sleep and had visions of the past, present, and future.
But we're going, we don't need it, bro.
Many of these came true. He predicted the stock market crash in 1929. He predicted the discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls. He saw the rise and fall of the Alpha. He predicted laser technology before anyone knew what that was. During this particular reading in 1938, Casey was interested in the ocean, specifically the lost city of Atlantis. Atlantis was made famous by Plato, who described the island nation in his works Timaeus and Critias. Plato described Atlantis as a powerful island nation with advanced technology. Then there was a cataclysm. Volcanoes, tsunamis, and a global flood destroyed Atlantis. It's been lying at the bottom of the ocean somewhere ever since. Officially, the story of Atlantis is considered an allegory, Plato's warning about the hubris of powerful nations. However, many people believe that Atlantis was a real place. Plato said he heard the story from his grandfather, who had heard it from the Athenian statesman Solon. Solon learned of Atlantis from an Egyptian priest who said Atlantis was destroyed 9,000 years before. That timeline lines up nicely with the global flood at the end of the Younger Giants, 13,000 years ago. During Edgar Casey's reading, he confirmed that Atlantis was a real place. He said it was a large island nation in the Bahamas. He predicted that evidence of Atlantis would be found there. Specifically, he said evidence of Atlantis will be found in the area of Bimini in the Bahamas in 1968. 30 years later, in 1968, divers were exploring the area of Bimini and they saw something on the ocean floor that stood out from the surrounding landscape. It was a series of monoliths, giant stone blocks arranged in a line. Each block was a rectangular piece of limestone about 13 feet long, 3 feet high, and 9 feet across, and each weighing several tons. The line of stones looked like a wall, or more like a road. Bimini Road extends for a half a mile. During the last ice age, the Earth's sea level was 300 feet lower. The islands of the Bahamas were one very large island, and Bimini Road would have run right through the middle of it. If you look at ancient maps like the Piri-Reis map, you can see the Bahamas not depicted as a bunch of small islands. It's shown as a single large island. And running right through the middle, something that looks just like Bimini Road. Bimini Road has spawned all kinds of theories, especially since it's connected to an Edgar Casey prediction that came true. Some say this was Atlantis, and Bimini Road is a remnant of the city's ancient harbor. This also shows that Atlanteans had advanced construction technology, just like Plato said. Other psychics say Bimini Road emits an illusion of energy, produces visions and healing powers. I can't confirm that, but Edgar Casey did. Ufologists think Bimini Road might have been a landing zone for spacecraft, or possibly a portal to a different dimension. This portal, they say, still opens and closes on a regular basis. In 1996, deep-sea engineer Joseph Mason was diving Bimini when he saw a large square door open on the surface of the water. The door led to an underground passage, but his purpose of failing unapparent.
What? What's wrong?
Above Bimini, sometimes
come here. Come here.
Or maybe something else.
Come here.
The Bermuda Triangle. In the 1970s, divers claimed to have seen more stones aligned into more roads, but those structures were mixed. There's still no consensus about what Bimini Road is. If it's a natural formation, it's unlike anything ever discovered. But while skeptics and believers debate Bimini Road, the ocean trying to finance another trip to the UFO, the Baltic Sea anomaly. It took a year, but they raised the money. Now it's time we go back. But that's it. It took a year of pitching investors and sponsors, but the FishNet's team finally had enough money for another expedition. Deep sea diving is expensive. At that time, it cost about €20,000 a day. They had 120,000 in total. That means they had less than a week to find the vessel. And they're already off to a rough start. A storm forced the ship to find shelter in the surrounding islands. Waiting out a storm is throwing money away. Money they can't afford to lose. The following morning, their luck turns, and they've got clear skies and gentle seas. They begin scanning the area, looking for the craft. But they have to be careful. They're running radio silent, cell phones off, no connection to the outside world. The media frenzy created a lot of interest involved this phenomenon. But it was in international waters, which means anybody can take a shot. They had to be careful and avoid being trapped. I got it. It's After ducking a Navy ship, they dropped the fish in the water. This is side scanning sonar. It paints a two-dimensional image of the ocean floor. They also use a multi-beam compass. This gives scientists that read a three-dimensional image of the sea. But when they hit another snag, they lost their sonar. Thing is interfering with the equipment. That's a theory. They dropped an ROV in the water to try and track their gear. An ROV is a remotely operated underwater vehicle. Basically, it's a small submarine with a camera and a grabbing arm. Somehow, they find the sonar and finally repair it. But this cost them a lot of time, and morale is low. 48 hours later, they find the object. Down. That's deep and dangerous. So ROV goes first. And they get the first images of the dive. Sonar shows a perfectly round hole about 10 feet wide and is surrounded by a circular frame. Nature doesn't produce perfect geometry like this. We're excited to get down there and see why. We're getting strange temperature readings. The water is about 40 degrees Fahrenheit, but the water right above the vessel is below freezing.
How is that possible?
Well, they don't know. Then a fog rolls in. This makes deep diving very dangerous. They get the feeling that something wants to keep them away. Still, they decide to dive.
Dive!
300 feet down, they arrive at the object. It feels like concrete. They touch it, and the material turns black. They want to get in a few more dives, but are out of time and money. Diving 300 feet means you need to take about 90 minutes to return to the surface. You have to ascend slowly to give your body time to readjust to the pressure. Return to the surface too fast, and you can rupture a lung or worse. They have to turn back, and they have another problem. Their 3D scan is incomplete, and there's nothing they can do about it. But they brought hammers and chisels on their dive. They managed to chip off pieces of the object. So they return to port and send the samples to a lab, hoping someone can tell them, what the hell is this thing?
Well done, boss. The warehouse is...
When Christopher Columbus sailed across the Atlantic in search of a new route to India, he found something else. And it wasn't the New World. Well, he did find that, but he found something else first.
Sounds about right.
Like every good captain, Columbus kept a journal of the entire voyage. His whole journal is available and it's worth reading. But there's one specific entry that's it.
1492, October 11th, 10 p.m. I am Pedro Gutierrez while on the deck of this airplane. I observed a light glimmering at a great distance. The vanished from the We were coming down and some passing beams. It was sighted for 4 hours.
Did Columbus saw a UFO?
He did. Well, technically, he saw a USO, unidentified submerged object. Columbus made his first landfall the next day, which means he had his UFO sighting while he was in the Bermuda Triangle. There have been sightings of underwater lights ever since. In 1644, the mayor of Boston saw two bright lights rise out of the water. In 1873, the Adelheid sailed over something in the South China Sea, lit up the ocean for over an hour. They said it looked like a Ferris wheel. In 1879, the HMS Vulture saw a large Ferris wheel spinning in the ocean. In 1880, commander of the SS Shah Jahan described a massive Ferris wheel under a calm sea near India's coast. Later that year, another ship with the British India Company saw the same object. They said it was 300 yards long. Those are just a few of the many reports of this object. There are reports of the same Ferris wheel type craft that span 200 years. Whatever objects are in our
Weapons
oceans,
and ammo.
they've been here for a very, very long time. Since the early 1900s, professional sailors... No. Since the early 1900s, professional sailors and Navy men have seen lights in the water, and in some cases, craft emerge from the ocean. The Atlantic Undersea Test secret Navy facility located within the Bermuda Triangle. It opened in 1967 and is in a remote location in the Bahamas near very deep water. At AUTAC, the Navy tests including advanced weapons. It's been called the Navy's Area 51. Former employees of AUTAC Base have reported mile-wide craft silently emerging from the sea. They make no waves or splash when going in or out of the water.
Splash. Mark bearing a ring.
USOs are strange enough, but the fact that they don't disturb the water is mind-boggling. No scientist has come up with an explanation for this. When researchers said that there's a force field around the craft that's a vacuum, which is why there's no wind or water resistance.
In front of the mystery, the open vacuum. That's why they use this tunnel. That's why they are never left.
Now, I don't think that works. A vacuum flying through the clouds or the water would still disrupt it. The only thing that makes sense to me, which makes no sense at all, is that UAPs are somehow interdimensional.
I don't know what that is. That is some weird.
So they exist in our universe, but they can pass through solid objects, as if their physical matter is out of phase with ours. But we do, allegedly, have recovered them. These are objects we can touch. Maybe the spaceship, the anti-gravity technology is impervious to air and water friction. I really don't know. But there are more and more videos out there of UFOs shooting into and out of the water without disturbing a drop. This is clearly an important piece of their technology.
If what we are witnessing is a true transmedium vehicle, a vehicle that can penetrate that barrier between air and sea or air and space without destruction, then we're looking at a propulsive system that is so far advanced, it's beyond next generation technology. So we're probably gravitational propulsion system, a non-reactionary propulsion system.
In the late 1980s, Gulf Breeze, Florida, not far from the secret Navy facility, made global headlines. Local resident Ed Walters photographed a glowing acorn-shaped craft hovering above his neighborhood. His images triggered a wave of UFO sightings in the area, with hundreds of witnesses reporting similar encounters. Skeptics accused Walters of hoaxing the photos by a double exposure, but analysis showed no sign of manipulation, only an ominous, unidentified object. Walters' photos are still some of the most compelling I've ever seen.
When it's real, it can't be no balloon. It's no balloon, man. No balloon. It is real. That's a real thing, dude. It's the real thing. Where the hell did it go? Gone, man. Gone.
The Earth is covered by so much water, and so much of it is unexplored, that it seems obvious that aliens, or whoever is controlling these craft, would use the ocean as a way to stay hidden. In fact, there's a researcher who says there's a full network of tunnels running under the ocean floor. These tunnels connect to large alien bases, and the locations of those bases are not information. Cuban ufologist Maximilian de la Fayette is a leading proponent of the undersea alien tunnels theory.
What?
Military.
What's the
There's
matter?
a vast network of tunnels beneath the seabed. UAPs use these to move quickly from one part of the Earth to the other. Within this tunnel network are hubs which contain large bases, 12 bases to be exact, and they're all over the world. South America, Russia, Japan, and there are bases in places you'd expect. But several of them are inside, based in the Baltic States.
Near the aluminum falcon.
Yes, there. And there's a major base in Alaska. Yes, under Mount Hayes. Remember we covered Joseph McMonagle in the episode about Project 8200? That was a secret CIA program that used psychic spies to remote view locations around the world. Showing other psychics saw alien bases in Mount Hayes and other mountains. They also saw a lot of alien activity underwater. Joseph said that UFOs were space in the Bahamas.
I've remote views for every major intelligence agency in America. I did see some USOs that were operating within the vicinity of our technique.
After researching this topic, it's obvious we need a full episode on alien underwater bases. So if you want to see that, let me know. There's so much more to cover. Alright, last thing on this. A few months ago on the Actor Files, I covered a fascinating 4chan post.
4chan.
I know, 4chan is 4chan. But this person, who claimed to be a former contractor for the Department of Defense, was very believable. He said there's a large alien base underwater in the US. He claims to here because of this where this base is, and they specifically avoid it. The alien base can move. The Navy sees them move, and they set up a new no-go zone. He said that one plane strayed too close and disintegrated into dust. But here are the bullet points. The U.S. military believes the base has been there for a long time. At first they thought a few hundred years. But now they believe the base has got to at least 4,000 years. It might even be older. So it's the base facility needs to develop and deploy UFOs. They're here for research and resources. The military believes the base is operated by some kind of AI, not necessarily a sentient being or group of beings. The aliens, or whoever's in charge of the base, they don't really care about humans. The only time they'll get involved is if we start messing around with nuclear weapons. And we've seen UFOs appear on film of nuclear tests in the past. There's even that story of something shutting down a U.S. nuclear missile facility. Here's how the base works. It's the size of one on the area of the Earth. Then, using raw materials in the base, a craft is constructed specifically for that purpose. The craft is built around whatever equipment is needed. If the base is going on a scanning mission, it creates the necessary scanning gear. That package is then wrapped in a vehicle. The vehicle is deployed from the ocean. It goes on its mission, it gathers data, then the craft returns to the base, and the whole thing is broken back down again into raw materials.
It's nice to recycle.
Well, it's their planet.
Good, so no aliens? Just spaceships that don't go to space?
Nope, there are aliens.
Yes. Fin bump.
No, thank you.
Come on, fin bump for aliens. There you go.
And the ships do go to space, but rarely. They're here for Earth, and a little bit of the moon. Again, different episode. Anyway, this whistleblower claims that the aliens are the brains, and they're not fully sentient. The government believes that the aliens are possibly even clones. They're grown and used for mission support, but UFOs are built to be mission. Now that it's over there, we could do a whole episode just on this version. YouTube won't let me link 4chan. But let me know if you want to see a full episode on all the details. He has a lot more to say. He talks about the materials they use to build, the power sources, different technologies that need reverse engineered, lots of stuff. A lot of what he says is corroborated by other whistleblowers like Bob Lazar and even Dave Rush. That could all be a hoax, but hoax or not, it's a really fun read. And speaking of hoaxes, we have to finish our story about the Baltic Sea Hangout.
Oh no.
Peter and Dennis from Ocean X brought up samples of the Baltic Sea anomaly and took them to the lab. It was just rock, no metals detected at all, so that rules out it. Strange. there isn't volcanic activity in the area. The theory then changed from UFO to underground structure, maybe a temple or a building. There are features on the anomaly that do look man-made or unnatural. But the closer you look, the more it looks like nothing more than a weird rock. Now, on the internet, there are lots of fun photos and images, and even video of the Baltic Sea anomaly. But none of them are real. The only actual image is that first sonar image taken in 2011. Sonar expert Hanimat Singh weighed in and said that the image isn't great.
If you look carefully, the reflection of the circular formation on the right side of the image. This side scan sonar is taken with two instruments that bounce acoustic waves opposite the direction of the sonar. A feature on one side shouldn't affect the image.
He says the reflections are caused by electrical crosstalk. This means the sonar wasn't wired properly. He calls this Strike 1, and he has more to say.
The black horizontal lines going through the image show that sonar signals are dropping out. That is, the instruments aren't detecting them, further calling the measurement into question.
A clean, properly wired sonar wouldn't have those lines. You'd have a clean image. That's not the case with the Baltic Sea anomaly. Singh calls this Strike 2.
Finally, edges of the image, just beyond the circular formation, are gray, meaning the sonar couldn't come from there. That shows the sonar isn't powerful well enough to stop. That is Strike 3.
The Ocean the whole thing. It was suspicious that when they went back the following year, they had equipment failure. Remember, they lost their sonar, and their 3D imaging was incomplete. Scientists say this is too convenient, and people started calling it a scam. Now, Peter and Dennis spent a lot of time trying to raise money to go back, but they couldn't find the support. They blame the media for this.
I agree. Blame the media.
You don't even know what the media did.
Oh, let me guess. They jumped to conclusions without checking the facts?
Okay, so you do know what the media did.
Not my first rodeo, Chief.
After it was discovered that there was no metal, the media went hard on the Ocean X team. They called it a scam. Every time the team pitched investors, they were turned down. Nobody wanted to sponsor a potential hoax. Peter has distanced himself from the whole thing. He was tired of being called a con man. Now, in defense of the guys, they did go back to the site a few years ago with an ROV, and there's more footage of it. They claim they found possible writing or hieroglyphics on the side of one of the stones. And it could be. It's too hard to tell. As of 2020, experts believe the Baltic Sea anomaly is a piece of volcanic rock that was pushed in place by a glacier. That's why there's a channel behind it. And everyone admits it does look strange. It doesn't look natural. But until a serious, well-funded dive team goes down there, Dennis posted on his YouTube page just a few weeks ago that he's had a rough year with this and other projects. He had a Russian shipwreck dive scheduled, but the war derailed his plans. And he still can't find financial support to go back to the Baltic Sea object. He thinks this is a shame and a waste, and I don't disagree. Unfortunately, investors want a return on their money. The Baltic Sea anomaly doesn't have a financial upside.
It's one of the greatest discoveries in history.
They're making a great discovery, but there's no profit in it, so there's no support. That's why nobody's gone back to the moon. No profit.
Nobody ever went to the moon.
Look, I don't want to get...
Nobody ever went to the moon, and I'm not going to tell you again.
Promise?
Don't make me fin slap you.
As for Bimini Road, the mainstream view is it's a natural formation. It's this beach rock that happened to arrange itself in that way.
In a perfect line, half a mile long.
Well, that's the mainstream view.
Not a mainstream explosion.
Watch your mouth. Watch your mouth. The mainstream is often wrong. The Bimini Road looks man-made to me. Unfortunately, there's no way to date the rock, so we don't know how long it's been down there. Whether it's connected to Atlantis or not, nobody knows. There are no other objects or structures in the area, at least none confirmed. Now, there is that sunken city off the coast of Cuba that could be thousands of years old. And if the sea level was 300 feet lower, that whole area could have held a huge civilization. But again, no solid evidence.
Are you dancing?
I love speculation.
I know you do.
It's a living.
The last thing we covered are underwater bases and the USOs.
No, don't debunk those.
I can't.
Oh, thank goodness. We lose subscribers when you do that.
Now, we can and should be skeptical about posts on 4chan and Reddit. They make for good reading, but that's not evidence. But we have plenty of statements from witnesses who've seen objects going in and out of the water. And by now, we've all seen footage of UFOs flying over and into the ocean. Now, there isn't a lot of physical evidence of actual underwater bases, but just 2 months ago, an interesting image hit the news. It's an underwater stand near Catalina Island off the coast of California. Tim Gallaudet, a former admiral who was one of the Navy's top oceanography experts, says this stand is worth investigating. Now, this is an admiral, not just a sailor. About it. The admiral saw the image and says there's no natural explanation for it, and it could be an entrance to an underwater or underground base.
And that we do intelligence. That's what needs to be put out there in the public.
Catalina has been a UFO hotspot for years. That's where the USS Nimitz was in 2004 when a pilot chased the UFO for miles. We've all seen this footage. The Admiral says there's a lack of scientific curiosity from the military when it comes to UFOs. And he's right. Congress just passed a defense bill that includes language that gives the American people full transparency and access to the government's information on UFOs. Now, you already knew this. The news called it the UAP Disclosure Bill. But did you know that the Pentagon stripped all the language regarding disclosure from the bill? Now, as always, they can remove anything regarding UFOs if the information is considered a matter of national security.
It could be anything.
Anything. The Department of Defense can hide, cover up, redact, classify, or even destroy any evidence of UFOs they want, anytime they want.
No!
Yep. Tim Burchett, a Republican congressman from Tennessee, wrote the disclosure amendment. He said, and I quote, "We got ripped off. We got completely hosed. They stripped out every part." Burchett's a Republican, so it was Democrats that hosed us, right? Nope, it was Republicans. Oh, so Republicans are the problem, right?
Nope.
Nope. Democrat Senate and Democrat President signed it.
Uniparty.
Uniparty. People ask me all the time about disclosure. Are we close? Are they finally going to tell us? And they hate it when I tell them, no, they're not. Congressman Burchett and Admiral Gallaudet are right. The Pentagon, the military intelligence complex, the shadow government, whatever you want to call it, they're not curious about UFOs. They're not curious about what they are. They're not curious about why they're here. They're not curious at all. I think the reason for this lack of curiosity is clear. Why be curious about something you already know? Thank you so much for hanging out with us today. My name is AJ. You know Mr. Fish. This has been the Wi-Fi House. If you have fun or learn anything, do him a favor, like, subscribe, comment, share. That stuff really makes the spins wiggle. Like most topics we cover here, those is recommended by you. So if there's video or go out, go to thewifiles.com/tips. Remember, the Wi-Files is also a podcast. Twice a week, sometimes more, I post deep dives into the stories we cover here on the channel. I also post episodes that will be allowed on the channel. It's called the Wi-Files Operation Podcast, and it's available everywhere you get your podcasts. Now, if you want more Wi-Fi's in your life, because you all do that, check out our Discord. There's thousands of people on there, 24/7, sometimes longer, and they're into the same good stuff we are. It's great community, it's a lot of fun, and it's pretty good. Now, if you want to know what's going on with the channel, go to wifiles.com/now. That's our production calendar. Here you'll see our podcast, our live streams, and what episodes are coming your way. A special thanks to our patrons who made it all possible. Every episode of Wi-Files is dedicated to our Patreon members. Without you guys, there would be no channel. I don't deserve your support, but I am grateful for it. Now, if you'd like to support the channel, become a member on Patreon. Just give us $3 a month to get access to perks like videos early with no commercials, you get access to merch only available to members, plus you get 2 private live streams every week. My camera's on, your camera's on, we see each other's faces, our mouth holes work together, mano a mano, official. It's intimate. Another good way to support the channel, it's not as intimate, but it's still a good way to support it. Until next time you see him, I know you do. I appreciate it.
I know it never ends. I feel the clock out and I'm stuck inside my soul with the paper's up. I feel deep stand the Kubrick face the moonlight being alone. I feel sad. I wish I would be there. The smiling man. I'm getting too close to friends.
What? Okay. Back to salvage yard.
What's going on, YouTube? So I'm pretty excited about this video for a few reasons.
No, here. Give it to me. Give it to me. You can't have this. You're gonna make a mess. Fine, throw a fit. Throw a fit. It's fine, throw a fit. Throw a fit.
While Richie Gigas lacks the HP stat, it does have a higher special and slightly higher defense. Another advantage, as you saw in the rival battle there, we start with Ice Punch. So Brock isn't going to be a problem. We're not going to have to level up like we had to do with Slacking. Another reason I'm excited for this video, well, I know my Drybread is going to be doing a Reggie Gigas run of Platinum, and that video is going to be out by the time this one comes out, but I'm excited to watch it. As we talk about a huge advantage Slacking held over Reggie Gigas, and that's the fact that I looked at Reggie Gigas' code set, he runs PRs of Generation 4 onwards. It does not learn amnesia. So we're going to have to be doing this run without a badge. Luckily, as I mentioned before, we start with Ice Punch, so I come in on minimum points. It's 2 Ice Punches to take down the Geodude who just goes for defense curl. We level up going into Onyx, who does outspeed and goes for 5, but we get a critical hit to 1. And Reggie Gigas had a pretty fast Brock split. I don't remember the exact time, but it was barely over 5 minutes in-game time, maybe 6. And with Brock out of the way, we can fast forward to Mountain where we take the Superior Fossil in the Dome Fossil. I need to do a run with Tops and Amistar one of these days. There's a lot of different Pokemon I want to get to. Anyway, we can get our timestamp after this Zubat encounter. Annoying cats. And Reggie Gigas has a time of 20 minutes. Anyway, it's Rival Tour Misty. I decide to battle Rival 2 for the extra levels, which I think will help with Misty when the time comes, even though we do have Thunder Punch on our moveset. Pidgeotto is the lead. It does outspeed with Sand Attack. Thankfully, Thunder Punch hits. It doesn't knock it out. It just goes for Tackle the next turn, and we take it out the next turn. We level up going into Abra, who can't attack us. Dizzy Punch one-shots it. Rattata is next. It goes for Quick Attack. Doesn't do a lot. Dizzy Punch also one-shots it. Charmander in the Sanku tool has Dragon Rage. Dizzy Punch can't knock it out. Thankfully, it goes for Growl and not Dragon Rage. And we knock it out. And now we can go through Nugget Bridge where we can get those extra levels. I'm still going to keep it at minimum battles here. And I know in these Sanku runs, I like to talk about the 5th trainer on Nugget Bridge because Makey has Karate Chop, which is a fighting move in this game, which Reggie Gigas is weak. But thankfully he posed no problems this time. We can go ahead and pick it up against Misty, which she is going to be no problem. Staryu, we go for Thunder Punch, we one-shot it. Starmie, it does outspeed, but it's just 2 Thunder Punches to take it out. Reggie Gigas is cruising. Which I skip Body Slam because Reggie Gigas can't learn it. Yeah, I was a little disappointed to see that. I saved outside of the SSN, battled the youngster, can't learn it. So we're going to battle Rival 3 without it. Pidgeotto's the lead. Ice Punch one-shots it. Next up is Raticate. I go for Dizzy Punch. It's also a one-shot. Don't think the crit mattered. Kadabra, we do outspeed it. Dizzy Punch one-shots it. We level up going into Tartaria, and it's Dizzy Punch, and another one-shot. So a clean sweep of Rival 3. And I guess I'm thankful that we do have a stab move in Dizzy Punch on our win set, even though it's not the strongest. Anyway, we can go ahead and say bye-bye to the SSN and hello to and its turn. It's something I want to point out. We were under 45 minutes in-game time before battling the turn. Voltorb does outspeed. It hits us with Tackle and Dizzy Punch one-shot. Pikachu's next. We outspeed. Dizzy Punch one-shots it as well. Last is Raichu. Execute, I go for Ice Punch. I should have just went for Dizzy Punch. I still go for Ice Punch, and I get a lucky freeze, and we can finish off Raichu. That's 3 badges down, and we get TM24 Thunderbolt, which Reggie Gigas can learn, and is going to be an immediate upgrade over Thunder Punch. Nothing in Rock Tunnel poses a threat, so let's pick it up outside of Rock Tunnel, where we have a post-Rock Tunnel timestamp of 55 minutes. Reggie Gigas has reached the victory in less than an hour of in-game time. That is amazing. We're going to head to Sellerday shopping, buy some vitamins, and sell off some items that we have no use for. But we're also going to although Reggie it can learn both Rock Slide and Tri-Attack. Tri-Attack's going to be going on our moveset right away as an upgrade over Dizzy Punch. But we're going to be saving Rock Slide for a bit later. Anyway, I'm going to take on Erica before I go to the game corner, and we're at an hour in-game time. Just amazing. For the battle though, we did victory though. I decided to go for Tri-Attack because I think it'll do more than Ice Punch. Take over half. It gets me with Blindness, and another Tri-Attack knocks it out. We level up going into almost here. Go for Ice Punch. It's a one-shot. I don't know if the crit matters, but Wild Kick is last. And Tri-Attack does over half. It goes for Mega Drain, and another Tri-Attack finishes it off. With Erica out of the way, let's finish up business at the game. On our moveset, it's going to pose no problem at all. We one-shot the Onix with one Ice Punch. We one-shot the Rhyhorn with one Ice Punch. And Kangaskhan, I switched to Tri-Attack. It's a 2-hit KO. But an easy battle. And with the Silph Scope in hand, we can battle Rival 4. And I'm going to spare the narration of this battle. Between Thunderbolt, Tri-Attack, and Ice Punch, all of his Pokemon are one-hit KOs. But we need to talk about something. And that something is, where do we go next after Pokemon Tower? Yes, we are a Regigigas with off the court six, but we're also underleveled. And we're just going off the main stage. good one-shots. There's also Rival 5, whose party is overall well leveled and balanced. And I mean, there's Sabrina, who we can't battle until after Silk, and Blaine, who we can't battle until we beat Koga. In the end, I decided to try my luck with Saffron and Silpho. We can get a new move in Silpho, along with a rare candy, which we have a few of and could use if needed, although I'm hoping it doesn't get to that. But we can battle this one rocket and get the Carbos, the rare candy as mentioned, and TM26 Earthquake. With our moveset updated, we can go ahead and take on Rival 5, who hopefully doesn't pose too much of a problem. Pidgeot outspeeds and hits you with Tackle. Thunderbolt doesn't one-shot it, it goes for quick attack and we finish it the next turn. We level up going into Execute. I go for Tri Attack to test damage, does over half, it hits me with Confusion, a second Tri Attack knocks it. Next is Gyarados, he outspeed, Thunderbolt takes it down in one shot. Alakazam comes out, it outspeeds me and uses Disable. Thankfully it disables Thunderbolt and Tri Attack one-shots it. We level up, Charizard is last, it hits me with Dragon Rage. I go for Tri Attack, does over half, it fails Smokescreen, and we knock it out. Crit didn't matter. But Rival 5, done. And perhaps I made a good call going to Silph first. I'm really surprised. But I mean, it is a Regigigas with awesome phone. I mean, I think we all probably saw this coming. And I think we can all see coming that the Giovanni battle will probably be than Rival 5. He leads with Nidorino. I go for Earthquake. It's a one-shot. Kangaskhan is next. I switch to Tri Attack. Almost one-shots. It goes for Boost Punch and we knock it out with Thunderbolt. Rhydon is a one-shot with Ice Punch. And Nidoqueen goes down to one Earthquake. So yeah, it's a pretty easy battle. And now we can go ahead and finish up our business in Saffron by taking on Sabrina. And we're making great time. 1 hour 32 minutes, about to get our kid back. The one question is, will we outspeed Sabrina's Pokemon? Let's find out. We lead with Kadabra, and Kadabra outspeeds, it goes for Reflect. Tri Attack doesn't one-shot because of that. It retaliates with Psybeam, which doesn't do much. We knock it out the next turn. Mr. Mime, you outspeed. Tri Attack one-shots it. Venomoth comes out, we outspeed it as well. Tri Attack doesn't one-shot, it goes for Psybeam, thankfully, because it's Powder. We knock it out. We level up going into Alakazam. It outspeeds Disable on Earthquake. Tri Attack doesn't one-shot it, it goes for Recover, but it can't recover enough, and that is 5 Gym Badges down. The only place to head now is west of Sellerday City, to Cyclone Road, where we're going to head south towards East City. I do pick up the rare candy. I've been picking up the candy just because I need one, since Regigigas doesn't have a bad boosting move like Slash and Jump. And once we get to Easter, we can go ahead and take on Koga. And there really isn't much to say about this battle. I'm not going to narrate it. Earthquake one-shots all of his Pokemon, so we can just go ahead and move on to the Safari Zone, where we collect the final 8 gems. And it was at this point in the run I started to think, am I going to have to start in terms of mandatory training? We have Blaine, the 2 trainers to get to Giovanni himself, Rival 6, and the League. We can just pick it up in Pokemon Mansion mode, where I skip picking up Blizzard because Regigigas, this one kind of sucks. When it comes to facing Blaine though, we're making great time. 1 hour 49 minutes. As far as the battle against Blaine, there really isn't much to say. Earthquake one-shots all of his Pokemon. We do get Lucky Crit against Rapidash and Arcanine, but we're going to go ahead and pick it up in Meridian Gym. And Regigigas is making phenomenal time, under 2 hours before battling the final Giovanni. Let's just get it. He leaves with Rhyhorn. I'm going to go for Ice Punch, just a one-shot. We level up, does feel Pokemon, with North Megalologist round. It doesn't do much Pokemon, not so much. And from here, Earthquake one-shots Nidoqueen, Earthquake will one-shot Nidoking, and against Rhydon, I decided to go for Ice Punch, and it worked. And that's all 8 Gym Badges down. But next we have Rival 6, out-levels us by quite a bit. And I was really thinking, if I lose to Rival 6 a few times, it's probably rare candy. Well, let's just see how this first battle goes. He leads with Pidgeot. We do outspeed, Thunderbolt, one-shots. Okay, that's good. Rival is next. Of course, we're going to one-shot it with Ice Punch, so that's 2 down. Next is XP. I go for Tri-Attack. That's about half. But I wake up right away. Confusion doesn't do much, and another Tri-Attack knocks it out. Gyarados is next. He outspeeds. Thunderbolt one-shotted. Outcomes Alex again after he left. It outspeeds and goes for Reflect. Tri-Attack critical hits though, so Reflect didn't matter. Charizard outspeeds for Dragon Rage. I go for Tri-Attack, does less than half. It hits you with Flamethrower. I go for Thunderbolt, which does 50. So Rival 6, first try victory. And next we have the League, and you know we gotta talk about it. Lorelei is not going to be a problem at all. Bruno, on the other hand, could be. I could see our first reset coming at Bruno. Agatha, I don't think will be a problem. Lance won't be a problem. The champion, maybe a James and Alex again to give us trouble, but really that's it. And I think that really the point where we're going to have to start considering using rare candies. Of course, we're not going to pop all of them, but we have to use them. Which is why I also decided to pick up the rare candy Victory Road, which, funny enough, I have maxed the health on, but our level is so low, we're still running into wild Pokemon like Onyx, Grappler, and Show. We finally arrived to the League with a pre-League timestamp of 2 hours, 9 minutes. And I should also note that there were some optional battles that I took in Victory Road. But let's get into the Lorelei battle. The question is, can we one-shot Dugong with Thunderbolt? The answer, no. And it goes for rest. So, it looks like a 2-shot. It is. We don't get a more favorable range. We knock it out while it's sleeping. Cloyster's next. I go for Thunderbolt. It's a 1-shot. Next is Slowbro. I go for Tri-Attack to test damage. Does maybe a quarter. It hits me with Water Pulse. I go for Thunderbolt to finish it off. We level up going into Jinx. I go for Tri-Attack because it has very frail defense. We one-shot it. Last is Lapras. I go for Thunderbolt. We get a crit and it hangs on with a sliver. Water Pulse doesn't do much, and we knock it out the next turn. So Lorelei, pretty simple, pretty easy. But now we have Bruno. And really the Pokemon that worries me the most is Machamp. Submission, even without a crit, might be able to one-shot us. Let's just get right into the battle. He leads with his first Onyx. It goes down to 1 Ice Punch. Hitmonchan is next. I go for Tri-Attack. It gets a crit in one-shots, which, on the off chance it doesn't, I need to watch out for counter. Tri-Attack doesn't one-shot Hitmonlee, but it just goes for focus energy. We level up going into the second Onyx. Another Ice Punch, one-shots it. But here's Machamp. I go for Tri-Attack. It does less than half. It goes for Fissure, X-Defense, and Tri-Attack, and we win. Alright, so Bruno. I thought that was going to be pretty difficult. And now we have Agatha, and I jumped right into this battle without healing or anything. I actually didn't have to heal any HP because I didn't lose anything. Anyway, Agatha, I'm going to spare any narration. Earthquake and Thunderbolt take care of her entire team. Next up we have Lance, which, same clean area, knows Iron Man. It's very the Dragon Rage also very Thunder Wave, but we have Ice Punch for them. Anyway, Gyarados is the lead. We go for Thunderbolt and take it out in 1 hit. We level up going into the first Dragonair. Ice Punch, 1-shots, okay. Don't think the crit mattered. Dragonair number 2, I go for Ice Punch again, and yeah, crit definitely didn't matter. Aerodactyl does outspeed and goes for Iron Head, we flinch, it then goes for Takedown, I go for Thunderbolt, it hangs on with a Sliver, Lance heals it up with the Hyper Potion, we don't get a better roll, it goes for Takedown again, and takes itself out with Recoil. Dragonite is last, and it's 4 times weak to Ice Punch. That's Lance, we have made it to the champion. We're at the same level that Slacking was when it completed the game.
Hey,
and before the champion is where I make the first mistake in this run. You see, I decided to teach Rock Slide to Regigigas, but I decided to delete Tri-Attack, a move that gives us stab damage, in order to do so. And my thought process at the time was to use Earthquake because it has higher base power. But Earthquake also isn't very effective against Exeggutor. and it can't hit Charizard. And I wanted Rock Slide for the Charizard. Because Exeggutor is so bulky and has very high special as well, I didn't think Ice Punch would do a lot of damage to it. Well, there's no moving back now. Let's see if Piggy's beat the champion on its first attempt. Pidgeot's the lead. It goes for agility. Alexander. It goes for psychic. It does pretty big damage thanks to its root. I go for Earthquake, and it doesn't one-shot. I go for Earthquake again. It still doesn't one-shot, and Psybeam finishes the up. I shouldn't have put it try it, and I think it was actually attempt. Bruno actually beat me. The champ submission took me out. And it's at this point I decided it's probably not the popular. I used to go all the way up to number 4 class to know what's the honestly down to this one. Try Attack doesn't one-shot Hitmonchan, it just goes for Mega Punch. The next Hitmonchan comes out. We didn't one-shot it last time. We do one-shot it this time. Onix number 2, it's going to go down to an Ice Punch. But the question is, how much will we do to Machamp? Try Attack does over half. Okay, it goes for Fissure, and we finish it off. And Agatha, just like last time, I'm not going to narrate this battle, although it is a bit closer because her Pokemon actually do some damage to us. It's still a one-shot fest with Earthquake and Thunderbolt, and I'm going to do the same with Lance. We've seen this battle before. Thunderbolt and Ice Punch are more than enough to take down all of his Pokemon. The only difference, Aerodactyl goes for Crunch instead of Iron Head, so it doesn't do too much damage to us. And we're back to the champion. So I've learned my lesson from the first go-around against the champion.
Alright, let's talk.
I'm going to teach Rock Slide, but I'm going to delete Earthquake instead. Earthquake has run its course. It's not going to be useful anymore. We have other moves on our moveset to take care of the champion's Pokemon. We need Try Attack for that stab damage. Can we beat the champion on our second attempt? Well, against Pidgeot, I go for Rock Slide right away. It one-shots it. Out comes Alakazam. It still outspeeds us, goes for Psychic. Thankfully, it doesn't crit. I go for Try Attack, and we get a critical hit, one-shotting it. Out comes Rhydon. I go for Ice Punch, and it's a one-shot. Good. Out comes Exeggutor. This thing's trolly. I go for Try Attack. It does almost half. It puts me to sleep with Hypnosis. I'm asleep. It goes for Seed Bomb. Alright, that's doing pretty good damage. We wake up and it misses Barrage. Try Attack. We don't one-shot it. It goes for Seed Bomb again. We're down to 13 HP as we knock it out. But there's 2 Pokemon left. Gyarados. We outspeed. Thunderbolt. We take it out. Crit didn't matter. Charizard. We hit with Rock Slide. It's 4 times weak. And the champion is
Everything okay?
And the Reggies are complete. Until I learn how to code my own ROMs and can put Reggie Drago and Regieleki into red and blue. I think it goes without saying.
Okay, look, a little palate cleanse for you. Wait a minute. Did I just say palate cleanse? Man, I'm fucked. Anyway, man, apparently some rich dude's asshole chopper just gone down over the forest. He's one of those young-ass trendy millionaires who do a lot of skydiving and shit to try to forget everyone who hated him.
Right now. Tens of millions are born and die each year. Every single one of us leaves signs of our existence in the air, water, soil, even space. These signs is forever. Our buildings will be gone in a few hundred years. Our stone monuments, plastic, styrofoam, even evidence of our inevitable nuclear destruction will eventually be gone. So how can we be sure that we were the first advanced civilization on Earth? Well, according to the Silurian hypothesis, we can't. Let's find out why. Let's talk about the Silurian hypothesis.
What the hell is a Silurian?
Well, they are intelligent humanoid reptilians who, in an episode of Doctor Who, were awakened by nuclear testing after 400 million years of hibernation.
Lizard people?
Yep.
What with a lizard people episode?
We are. Well, kinda. Humans are selfish. It's hard for us to imagine that in a very short time, we as individuals won't be. And it's harder to imagine a time where our civilization won't exist at all. But if we learned anything from archaeology, it's that every civilization has its 30 dynasties that spanned over 3,000 years. And if you were an Egyptian living during this time, generations of your family, going back as far as anyone can remember, walked in the shadow of the pyramids. They fished the Nile, they sailed the Mediterranean, mingled with other cultures. As far as you or anyone knew, your civilization had been there and would last forever. Then it was gone. The Mesopotamians before them, the Indus after them, Greeks, Nubians, the Persians, Romans, Incas, Aztecs. These were empires of millions of people, all lasting 1,000 years or more, but very little evidence of them remains. Now, all of these civilizations, including our own modern one, have only been here for a short time. Complex life has existed for hundreds of millions of years. Modern humans have only been here for about 100,000 years. Our entire history has taken place.
Why, hello, how you doing?
0.02%.
How can I help? Can't handle the heat, my friend? Okay, leave it with creepy Uncle Lester.
Time for other intelligent species to evolve, thrive, and go extinct, over and over again with different species. And if that happened, would we really know they were here? When Adam Frank and Gavin Schmidt wrote the Sellerday hypothesis, they addressed a lot of misconceptions about how we study the past. We're used to the idea that we learn of ancient science by examining artifacts and ruins. But this really only works if you're going back a few thousand years. But when you want to go back millions of years, it's more complicated. For example, the Earth is about 4.5 billion years old, and complex life is about 600 million years old. But the oldest surface land ever discovered is the Negev Desert in India. It's about 1.8 million years old. That's it. Every other piece of exposed land we ever found is newer than that. So, where'd all the land go? If ancient civilizations existed before humans, they could be very hard to detect. Because of the Earth's plate tectonics, today's mountains are yesterday's ocean floor. New land is formed every day as old lands are eroded with dust. That's why discovering fossils is a lot more difficult than people think. Very specific conditions need to be present for fossilization. The organism needs hard body parts like bones, teeth, cells. Remains need to be quickly covered and protected. Need high pressure for mineralization and low oxygen to prevent decomposition. About 180 million. Trillions of individual animals lived and died, yet we only have a few thousand near-complete fossils. It's estimated that over 2.5 billion Tyrannosaurus rexes lived and died on the Earth, but fewer than 100 fossils have ever been found, and only one of them is complete. That means we've only discovered 0.00004% of the species. Schmidt and Frank said that a species as short-lived as Homo sapiens might not be the fossil record at all. Now, the current area of urbanization is less than 1% of the surface. So human artifacts like boats, cities, machines, even megastructures will last only a few thousand years and are unlikely to ever be years, even if the entire human race were eliminated by disappear eventually. So, are there other methods for detecting the existence of man and intelligent life in the distant past? Turns out, there are. Civilization, at least as defined by the authors of the Sellerday hypothesis, is where industrialization occurs on a global scale, as ours does. Now, as we speak, industrialization is the focus of our existence that will be detectable by scientists 100 million years in the future. Now, eventually, our time on Earth will be crushed down to nothing more than a thin layer of rock sediment. In a sedimentary core, a layer of a few centimeters is deposited every 1,000 years. And in those centimeters, future paleontologists find evidence of our geologic era called the Anthropocene. For example, we grow so much food now that our use of fertilizers actually make it record the planet's ice. Hey, over there! Changing its isotopic signature, and this isotope will be detectable in the sediment. Agriculture and deforestation is erosion, and that erosion washes into the sea as part of the sediment. The human mining activities have increased the amounts of gold, lead, chromium, and other metals, and There's also invisible to the sun at greater rates than before. But the element that will really tell the story of civilization is carbon. Humans conquered the planet by harnessing carbon. It seems reasonable that intelligent life forms everywhere. It's the thing. When we burn the tissue of long-dead plants, fossil fuels, we change the ratio of ice in the atmosphere. And this is called the Seuss effect. Different Seuss. Carbon comes in 15 flavors, but the most common isotopes are carbon-12, carbon-13, and carbon-14. Carbon-12 is light carbon. This is the isotope preferred by plants and used during photosynthesis. And animals that eat plants consume the plant's carbon-12, and animals that eat plants consume their carbon-12, and so on. Now, volcanic emissions are carbon-14. Carbon-14 is radioactive and decays predictably over time. Fossil fuels have no carbon-14 at all. And as we burn more fossil fuels, the levels of carbon-13 and 14 go down, while the level of enriched carbon-12 goes up. All this carbon in the atmosphere also warms them. What?
Global warming is a myth.
It's not. Look, you can argue that the warming is man-made or that it's not, but either way, we're up without it. Anyway, when looking through sedimentary layers from millions of years ago, this is what we need to see. Oxygen. A large but temporary spike in metals, and a large but temporary spike in global temperature. If we find that, we're onto something.
Have we found that?
We have, and it happened 56 million years ago.
Across the United States, as tech companies innovate to build a better world, our semiconductors advance.
A sudden global change of carbon and oxygen isotope levels happened 56 million years ago.
Good to
What's
see you,
known
boss.
as the Paleocene-Eocene thermal
What can I
maximum,
do for you?
or PETM. And the PETM only lasted about 200,000 years. Now that's nothing in geologic time. But remember, that's as long as we've been here. And during this time, the PETM, the Earth's temperature rose about 6 degrees Celsius. Now that was warm. I mean, we're talking T-shirt weather at the North Pole warm. I mean, the ice caps were completely gone.
Lizard people do like warm weather.
What?
Lizard people are cold-blooded. Hello? Read a science book.
There were no lizard people. So, is the PETM evidence of an ancient civilization?
Yep.
Probably not. It took 5,000 years to reach the level of carbon in the atmosphere that we've done in only 300 years.
So what caused it?
Nobody knows.
Aha!
The best guess is the PETM was caused by a massive volcanic eruption, but nobody knows for sure.
What's up, Jefe? We're moving that stuff, right? We got it all loaded up and tied down. It's on the flatbed right outside the warehouse for you to take down.
These conditions happened again. This event is called the Eocene Layers of Mysterious Origin. It does. And there were other Cretaceous period that depleted the Earth's oceans of oxygen for thousands of years. Most scientists believe that we are the first civilization, but they do admit that if an advanced species only existed for as long as we have, it would become really hard to detect. Even the authors of the Sellerday hypothesis admit that it's looking at the right time in history, and for the right details. You'll probably miss it, but the Sellerday hypothesis does give us an interesting set of tools that might not help us find ancient civilizations in our planet, but could help us find them on other planets. The Drake equation is a well-known formula for estimating the number of extraterrestrial civilizations in our galaxy. It boils down to the number of stars that have planets, the number of planets that can support life, the fraction of those planets that develop life, and the fraction of those that can develop intelligently. Now, this number fluctuates as we discover today, but still, the number of civilizations out there could be anywhere from 150,000 to 1.5 billion. So cool. What's interesting is, now that we have the Silurian hypothesis, any planet that can develop intelligent life can maybe develop it again and again over millions or billions of years. And that was the original premise of Frank and Schmidt's paper. They wondered not only about life on other planets in the galaxy, but about civilizations that may have existed right here in our solar system. At one time, Mars was much brighter.
We can do like shuttle missions. I'll do his bunker first.
You may realize that those civilizations don't exist. authors of the story of prophecies don't believe there are ancient civilizations or humans. And our civilization may be the universe, but they do lay out a scary possibility that there could be millions of civilizations. And now, we have the tools to find them. Thank you so much for hanging out with us today. My name is AJ, that's Hecklefish. This has been the Y-Files. If you had fun or learned anything, do me a favor and like, subscribe, comment, and share. Trying to solve the YouTube algorithm is like trying to discover ancient civilizations. But with reality, we can do it. Until next time, be safe, be kind, and know that you are appreciated. Today's episode of the Y-Files is brought to you by Established Titans. In September 1994, Yitzhak Rabin, Prime Minister of Israel, received an ominous message. It was a warning that his life was in danger. The sender of the message said this information was secretly encoded in the Bible. Rabin ignored the warning. A year later, the Prime Minister was assassinated. The code hidden within the Bible not only predicted Rabin's assassination, but also predicted the date and even the name of the killer. Secretly encoded in the Bible, written thousands of years ago, are predictions of every major world event, including terrifying events yet to come. Abrahamic religions are those that worship the God of Abraham, and these include Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. And this is more than half the world's population, over 4 billion people. And since the dawn of these religions, believers have tried to derive meaning from religious texts. Usually it's through deciphering symbolism and allegory. But computer scientists, statisticians, and mathematicians have found literal information encoded in the Old Testament. The Old Testament, written between 2,000 and 3,000 years ago, is based on the 24 books of the Hebrew Bible. And despite being one of the oldest texts in the world, it's remained unchanged in all that time. When scribes made copies of the Old Testament, if they made even a single error, that entire text had to be buried. Why was accuracy so important? Most would say it's because this is the word of God, and to alter his word would be blasphemy. God, or someone, encoded secrets within the texts. In the late 13th century, Rabbi Bachya ben Asher found a code hidden in the book of Genesis. He read 4 letters, skipped 42 letters, read another 4 letters, and so on. And when his chosen letters were strung together, they created a new passage that described the creation of the moon. This phrase also said that the lunar month is precisely 29.53 days. Now that's a significant finding because the exact length of the lunar month wasn't calculated until 1996 by NASA. Rabbi Ben Asher's work was revisited in the 1940s by Rabbi H.M.D. Weissman. And Weiss Bandel called this type of code an equidistant letter sequence, or ELS, otherwise known as a skip code. How it works is you take a letter or number of letters, then you skip a certain number of letters, then you take your same number of letters, skip the same number, and repeat. Rabbi Ben Asher skipped 42 letters, but you could use any number. Then you link your letters together to form new words. Now, in the 1940s, this was difficult to do manually, but later, using computers, finding skip codes would become incredibly easy. Computer programs could also expand on the skip code technique using more complicated search parameters. Originally, letters found in skip codes would be strung together to form one long line of text, but computers allowed researchers to take these long strings and divide them into lines. And these lines could be 20 characters long or 50 or whatever you put into the program. Now, with letters arranged on a grid, new messages could be found by searching for text horizontally, vertically, and diagonally, kind of like solving a word search puzzle. So using this technique, mathematicians Elihu Rips, Doran Whitson, and Johann Rosenberg performed a series of experiments in 1985 called the Great Rabbis Experiment. Rips and his colleagues made a list of 34 famous rabbis and sages from the Encyclopedia of Great Men in Israel. They input the names of the rabbis into their program to see if they were referenced in code in the Bible.
Did the program find the rabbis?
Even though these 34 men were born and died hundreds or even thousands of years after the Bible was written, their names were encoded in the Bible. Every single one.
In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth, and the earth was without form.
Doctors Rips, Whitson, and Rosenberg took the names of famous rabbis and input them into their computer program. The program was then instructed to iterate through various skip codes and grid sizes searching for the names. Once a match was found, the program would then search horizontally, vertically, and diagonally for dates that intersected the names. These dates would then be compared to the known dates of birth and death for each of the names. The results of the experiment surprised everyone. The computer program found all the names of the rabbis encoded within the Bible, and when arranged on a grid, they also found the dates of birth and death intersecting the names. They tried again with 32 more names. Again, the program worked. All the names and dates were encoded in the Bible. To be sure, they tested their program on the novel War and Peace and other long religious texts. They found nothing, only random letters. But in the Bible, the names were there. In total, they found the names of 166 men encoded in the Bible, thousands of years before any of them were born. Dr. Rips said the odds of this happening by chance was about 1 in 10 million.
The only conclusion that can be drawn from the scientific research regarding the Torah codes is that they exist and that they are not a mere coincidence.
Rosenberg published the results of their study in the peer-reviewed Journal of Statistical Science. Naturally, the study was controversial. Several experts tried to find a mistake, but nobody could. In 1997, Alan Gans, a senior cryptologic mathematician for the NSA, set out to disprove the Bible code. When Gans first heard the story, he wasn't
How can I be of service?
He said it was nonsense.
So you don't want to get in serious trouble, huh? Okay, leave it with me.
Monster, Bigfoot, flying saucers. By nature and by training, I'm a skeptical person. One year my wife asked if I had ever heard of something called Torah codes. I said yes, but you shouldn't take it seriously. She asked, how do you know? Have you looked into it? I distinctly remember saying, I have better things to do with my time than chase after nonsense. And she said, how do you know it's nonsense?
Gans created his own computer program to disprove the Bible code. Not only was he able to find the names of the rabbis and their birth and death dates in the Bible, his program also found their places of birth and death. So another skeptic turned believer. In 1990, Dr. Rips had an idea. He was able to find information about rabbis who lived hundreds of years ago, but he wondered if the Bible also had information about people who were still alive. In 1990, Saddam Hussein was one of the most famous people on the planet. Dr. Rips input the dictator's name into the program to see if he was encoded in the Bible.
Was he?
He was. And if the Bible code was correct, Saddam Hussein was going to attack Israel in 3 weeks.
That?
He sure did.
What?
Now it's amazing. And only in the Bible do you find this. For instance, by skipping an equal number of letters, you spell out President Kennedy. Does very next letters in the same skip sequence say to die, and Dallas is encoded in the same place. When you look for Shakespeare, the very next words in the same equidistant skip sequence say we present plays on stage, and Hamlet and Macbeth are encoded in the same place.
When Dr. Rips input the name Saddam Hussein into his Bible code program, the name was found. Also intersecting Saddam Hussein's name were the phrases Russian missile and fire on third Shabbat. On January 18, 1990, the third Shabbat of the Hebrew calendar, Iraq fired a Russian-made missile into Israel, sparking the Gulf War. This got Dr. Rips wondering if other major events were coded in the Bible. It turned out that many were. In 1992, Michael Drosnin, an American investigative journalist, was in Israel working on a story about war in the Middle East. While there, he was told about Dr. Rips' work. Michael Drosnin didn't believe in God, much less that God wasn't putting coded messages in the Bible, but it sounded like an interesting story. Drosnin originally set aside an hour to speak with Dr. Rips, but before the hour was over, Drosnin extended his stay in Israel. Rips showed Drosnin that it was possible that the Bible contained billions of messages. Drosnin, intrigued but skeptical, tried to debunk the theory. He couldn't. Instead, he worked with Rips to see what other messages could be decoded. And over the next few years, Drosnin and Rips found over 1,000 events encoded in the text of the Old Testament. They looked at the book of Genesis, where God tells Abraham, "Look now toward heaven and count the stars." Encoded in this passage is the date July 20th, 1969, and the words spaceship and Apollo 11. The phrase economic crisis is found once. It's intersected with the words depression and stocks, and new in 1949. The word Oklahoma crosses the word Laura, which was the building destroyed in the Oklahoma City bombing. Intersecting those words is the phrase, his name was Timothy. In May 1994, the Shoemaker-Levy comet was all over the news. Scientists were speculating whether or not it would crash into Jupiter. Drosnin searched the Bible code and found an answer. The exact name, Shoemaker-Levy, is there. It intersects with the phrase, will pound Jupiter. Crossing the phrase is the date July 16th, 1994, the correct date of impact. That same year, Drosnin searched the name of Israel's prime minister, Yitzhak Rabin. Rabin's name was there, crossed by the phrase, assassin will assassinate, and the Hebrew date 5756, which was a few months away. In the Hebrew language, numbers also have word meanings. 5756 could be interpreted as, will you change it? Drosnin felt this was a sign that he should try to stop this prediction from coming true. He sent a message to the prime minister. Rabin didn't listen and was dead a year later, just as the Bible code predicted. On January 26, 1996, Drosnin and Dr. Rips found another ominous prediction. The word Libya intersected the phrase atomic holocaust. If predictions couldn't be changed, this did not bode well for Israel or the world, because the date that crossed Libya and atomic holocaust was January 27, 1996, tomorrow. The Bible code contained the phrase atomic holocaust crossed with the word Libya.
No, you can't.
January 27, 1996. That day, Muammar Gaddafi
No, you're not.
made a public statement that Arab countries threatened by Israel have a right to nuclear weapons. Michael Drosnin feared that this was the beginning of nuclear war, but fortunately the prediction served more as a warning than as an actual war. After the prediction about the assassination of Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin, the Israeli government took Bible code predictions seriously. They did this quietly and with skepticism, but they still listened. Drosnin speculated that Israel may have been working behind the scenes to prevent nuclear war with Libya, using the Bible code as a potential source of intelligence, something they would never publicly admit. As the months passed, more Bible code predictions came true. Benjamin Netanyahu was predicted to lose the 1986 parliamentary election against Perez. The Bible code said otherwise, and indeed Netanyahu won a very close election by less than 1% of the vote. Lady Diana was killed in a terrible car crash in Paris. The Bible code has a lot of details about this. The words princess and daughter are encoded as a distance. Which was her maiden name. Intersecting Spencer, the word Wales. Insurrecting verses are the word you might remember she was killed in a tunnel use. Also encoded is the date 5757, which is the Hebrew date of August 1996, the month and year she was killed. During Fayed was Zionist was as well. was the driver of her car. In 1997, Michael Drosnin released the book The Bible Code, which became an instant bestseller. This book inspired many other books about the hidden messages encoded in the Old Testament. Codes in the Bible predict the falls of the capture of Osama bin Laden, or Gulf Wars. Codes were found that saw the 2008 financial crisis, the flu outbreak, and natural disasters like earthquakes, tsunamis, and hurricanes. But these were events that happened in the past. Interpreting past events using the Bible code was easier. When an event has already happened, you have all the context. If the word Hiroshima is crossed with the phrases fire from the heavens and blisters and boils, it's easy to see that this refers to an atomic bomb and predicting the future isn't so easy. Without context, what would blisters and boils even mean? You'd be guessing the meaning of the phrases. But the Bible code predicts terrible future disasters. And Drosnin tells that if you don't be educated to decipher all the Bible's predictions, these disasters could be prevented. Finally, Drosnin found the key, a stone pillar or obelisk. And according to the Bible code, it was buried in Jordan in the Red Sea. So, Michael Drosnin asked the Jordanian government for permission to excavate the miracle. To his surprise, permission was granted.
Logic tells me that the Bible was encoded to give us very important information. It was encoded, certainly, by some intelligence that could see ahead, across time. It was encoded in such a way that it would be found right now, by technology that would exist for the first time now, the computer.
In 2002, Michael Drosnin believed that the Bible held a hidden code that predicted an impending nuclear war. He found references to the cities Jerusalem and New York intersecting in the year 2006. Drosnin contacted the Israeli and United States governments, but they ignored his warnings. Allegedly. Even though nuclear war didn't happen in 2006, Drosnin still felt he was in imminent danger and was worried he got the date wrong. Drosnin believed there was a key to the entire Bible code in the form of a stone obelisk hidden somewhere in the Jordanian desert. And if this obelisk was discovered, it would allow all predictions in the Old Testament to be deciphered, averting the coming apocalypse. But who put the obelisk in the desert in the first place, and why? Drosnin wasn't religious. He didn't believe it was God speaking to Moses on the top of Mount Sinai. Drosnin actually believed that Moses was speaking to aliens. Because the Bible code could be deciphered with a computer, Drosnin believed the only way to create the code was with a computer, an incredibly advanced computer. The theory was that given enough data, an extremely advanced computer program could successfully predict all events of the future. Just like a computer that's used to predict highway traffic patterns or the weather. You put in as much data as you can, and then the computer can predict with reasonable accuracy how fast cars are going to be moving on a freeway, or if it's going to rain. If the aliens used computer programs that operated at the quantum level, they could predict any possible outcome. When the Jordanian government approved the excavation request, Drosnin brought in experts from all over the world. Archaeologists, geologists, and researchers of all kinds were flown in. Finally, the obelisk would be discovered, and every code hidden within the Old Testament would be unlocked.
No, what did they find?
Well, the political climate of the Middle East shifts quickly. At the last minute, the excavation permit was revoked.
No!
Yep, Michael Drosnin would go on to publish 2 more books about the Bible code, but as the years went on and predictions came true, each new book performed worse than the previous one. In June 2020, Michael Drosnin passed away. After spending 25 years researching, even learning Hebrew in the process, Michael Drosnin wouldn't live to see the Bible code proved. The proof is allegedly still buried in the desert, and to find it would take nothing short of a miracle. And until we get that miracle, we'll have to settle for science.
The Bible code does not give us one predetermined future. It tells us all of our possible futures. And by having this information in advance, we can prevent
Thank you.
Aliens from another world or God himself, Drosnin seemed to answer questions that we all have. Are we alone? Or is there something more? An intelligence beyond our understanding? Bible codes was considered fringe, then Michael Drosnin was considered on the fringe of the fringe. Drosnin built on the work of Dr. Elia Rips, who first published his paper on the Bible codes in 1985. But Professor Rips didn't believe Drosnin's predictions. He felt that Drosnin was only seeing what he wanted to see, and would manipulate and interpret the results of the computer program to support the predictions. But to be fair, Dr. Rips still believed that the original study, The Great Rabbi's Experiment, was true, that the names and dates of the great Hebrew sages were quoted in the Bible. However, Dr. Rips' work had challenges. In 1999, Australian mathematician Brendan McKay published his own paper in Statistical Science, the same journal that published Dr. Rips. Dr. McKay pointed out that Rips' methodology was deeply flawed. For example, in Dr. Rips' study, if the month and day were correct but the year was wrong, that was still counted as a match. If the year is correct but the month was wrong, that was also a match. Plus, Dr. Rips allowed name matches that were very vague. Nicknames, titles, and initials were all counted as matches. For example, if you were searching for matches about Elvis, E.A. Presley or Mr. Presley or EAP would all be considered matches. So would husband of Priscilla or Lisa Marie's father or even the king. Also, while modern Hebrew uses vowels, the ancient written Hebrew language did not. So word matches were found using only consonants, which gave the researchers a lot of wiggle room. Both Dr. Rips and Michael Drosnin blew off this criticism. In fact, Drosnin said, if my critics can find a message about the assassination of a prime minister in Moby Dick, maybe I'll believe it.
No way, that was in Moby Dick.
Oh, not only was the assassination of Yitzhak Rabin in Moby Dick, McKay showed that it was there multiple times, yet it was only found once in the Old Testament. McKay also showed that the death of Lady Di was in Moby Dick. So were references to the assassination of Robert Kennedy, as well as other famous events.
Well, maybe aliens wrote the Bible and Moby Dick. Did they ever consider that?
They probably didn't.
Uh-huh.
McKay's point was, if you already know the outcome you want, and you have a long enough text with enough letters, you can manipulate a computer program to churn through any text in order to give you the result that you want. McKay even used this technique to find phrases about the September 11th attack in song lyrics by Vanilla Ice.
All right, stop.
What?
Collaborate and listen. I start for my brand new invention.
I can't believe I fell for that.
Oh, I believe it every time.
Another problem is that although the text of the Old Testament is almost identical to the text from 2,000 or 3,000 years ago, it's not a perfect match. Comparisons of the current text to older copies, like the Dead Sea Scrolls, show a discrepancy of a few characters. A human reader wouldn't notice a difference, but a computer program designed to create a message by skipping a certain number of characters, that would break the program. So are there messages hidden within the text of the Bible? Or is this yet another case of the human mind trying to form patterns and randomness, trying to make order from chaos? I don't know. I do know that there are things in the universe beyond our understanding. And as long as mysteries exist, we have a duty to try and solve them. In other words, it is the glory of God to conceal a matter, and it is the honor of kings to search it out. So I guess we keep searching. Today's episode is brought to you by one of the most unique sponsors we've ever had, Established Titles.
What do you need exactly? Okay, I can deal with it.
Nice change of pace.
There.
Established Titles let you buy as little as 1 square foot of land in Scotland. This allows you to call yourself lord, or laird as they say, or lady. Also, Established Titles plants a tree with every order, and is partnered with great charities like One Tree Planted to...
My land in Scotland and become a lord?
Yep. You can even use the title on your credit cards, plane tickets.
On a dating profile?
Yep.
I take it this isn't a social call.
Well, there's more I want to tell you
keeping
about
my
this.
eye on you. Goodbye.
Fine. What is this?
What is this, my lord, if you don't mind?
Well, you might be taking this a little bit... Okay, hang on.
I could get used to this.
Okay. This certifies you as Lord Hucklefish Moriarty. And this is the plot number of your land in Edison, Scotland. And they even sent us coordinates.
Google map it, that I may survey my domain. Oh, this is pretty nice.
You can't have any service.
What fair lord of these lands? My service will come to idolize me.
You can't have service.
Maybe I don't do service.
You can't. Okay? No, stop saying service.
Stop saying service. My lord.
Alright, but check this out. The first 200 people who purchase a title pack using the promo code TWF will get land right near yours.
My own kingdom.
Kinda, yeah.
I shall be strict, but fair, lord, to all who purchase using promo code TWF.
Well, you won't be their lord, they'll be lords and ladies of their own.
But for now, but when I raise an army and conquer their land, I shall rule over them, and they will come to know me as a strict, but fair, lord.
You can't conquer their land.
Well, maybe a marriage pact restraint.
I don't see how
I
that...
shall betroth my eldest son to the daughter of one of the other lords. We will unite the kingdoms, and my blood shall rule these lands for 1,000 years.
You're the eldest son?
Now, what do you think those veteran support payments are for? Heckle Jr. lifted his mother in half and said
If you use code TWF, you'll get an additional 10% off. So go to establishedtitles.com/TWF. You'll be lord of your own land, you'll be your own plot number, and you get this cool framed certificate. This makes it an amazing last-minute gift. Plus, you'll be supporting a great charity and helping out the channel.
And you'll be joining my kingdom.
Right. And now.
You will come to know me as a strict, but fair lord.
Yeah, we got it. Gross. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. This has been Watt Files. If you had fun or learned anything, do me a favor and like, subscribe, comment. It really helps the channel. And like most topics we cover on this channel, today's topic was recommended by you. If there's a story you'd like to see or learn more about, go to thewattfiles.com/tips. And special thanks to our patrons who make this channel possible. I'm amazed by your generosity, and I couldn't do this without you. If you'd like to support the channel, consider becoming a member on Patreon or grabbing something from the Watt Files store. Well, that's going to do it. Until next time, be safe, be kind, and know that you...
Collaborate and listen. Collaborate with action.
You're okay. Okay, it's fine. Oh, he needs to settle down. Yeah. What?
Be careful. It's trying to leak.
Out of food.
In, like, the plastic somewhere.
Okay. Pinhole. Okay. Thank you. What? Stop. Here. Needed a longer nap. Where's your phone? Stop throwing things.
How can I be of service? Call me back when you've figured out how that brain of yours works.
Looks like you sold out. To the right people, too. Only the good war's being fought with those guns. Promise.
Hi.
Ah, there you are, Capitan. The finest field operative I have ever had the pleasure of coordinating.
Hi. Tailor-Vos are calling in a favour. Want some of their buddies brought into
In
town to
part
come to
one,
the
we
club.
talked about the
You
mysterious
think you
Count
can
of
go...
Saint Germain. He's been called a prophet, a sorcerer, and an immortal. He's been spotted all over the world for 1,000 years. Some say, and even the Count himself said, but he was Cartophilus, the legendary wandering Jew cursed by Jesus with immortality. The Count of Saint Germain advised kings, queens, and emperors. He was present at every significant event in European history, and even was an important contributor to America's struggle for independence. He spoke a dozen languages fluently. He played piano and violin like a virtuoso. He was an expert in art, science, politics, philosophy, and history. He left an impression on everyone he met. But today, we'll see if we can separate the man from the myth. In parallel history, there isn't a more fascinating figure than the Count of Saint Germain, and there are countless stories about him spanning hundreds of years. But how many of these stories are true? Every story about the Count has some fluent in a dozen languages, and speaks so well that he fools native speakers. This isn't accurate. In historical records, the first we hear about Saint Germain is his arrest in 1745 for being a spy. But the quote is never printed in full. When English authorities arrested Saint Germain, they said he spoke Spanish and Portuguese like a native speaker, and he was fluent in Italian and spoke French with a Piedmont accent. He spoke... Today's episode of the Y-Files is brought to you by Established Titles. Ed and Lorraine Warren are maybe the most famous
What's going on, G?
investigators in history. They've worked on more than 10
G-Unit in the house.
The Conjuring films are based on the work of the Warrens. Today we'll look at it's gonna get spooky.
What's up? Catch you later.
December 1975, Amityville, New York.
Whoa.
What?
We're jumping right in with Amityville.
Take care.
I don't know about this. You know I don't like to be scared.
Yeah, I know, but we took a vote on the panel, and most people said they wanted scary stories.
Well, yeah, well, then they should be the ones to clean my bowl after I shit myself.
Okay, that's enough.
No, I'm just saying they're
December 1975, Amityville, New York. Georgia Catholic Nuts for a house hunter. For the asking price of 112 Ocean Avenue, at $18,000, it was the luxury for a lot. A year earlier, in the house, 23-year-old Ronald DeFan Jr., also known as on November 13th, slowly and systematically was deadly to government members of his entire family. Police DeFan's father, mother, two sisters, and two brothers were all shot with a .35 caliber rifle while they slept, which claimed he heard voices urging him to kill. His attorney, William Weber, tried the insanity defense, but he was wrong. In November 1975, he was sentenced to 6 consecutive life sentences. 1 month later, George and Kathleen Lutz, along with their 3 children, moved in to the DeFeo house. The Lutzes weren't that religious, but they asked the local priest to bless the house. While the family was unpacking, Father Pecoraro introduced to his room and prayed. As soon as he splashed holy water, the priest heard a voice that said, "Get out." Father Pecoraro didn't tell the Lutzes specifically what happened, but he warned them not to use that second floor room for a bedroom and stay out of the room altogether if they could. They wished they could. Within a few days, the Lutzes noticed strange activity. At first, it was just sounds, doors slamming, footsteps, strange mumbling. Then the house began to get warm, no matter how high they turned up the heat. So they kept a fire going day and night. George sometimes saw demonic faces in the fire. Missy Lutz, then 5 years old, started talking about that imaginary friend named Jane. Green slime was found oozing from the walls and through keyholes. George's windows were found suddenly damaged. One night, George saw his wife Kathy transform into an old woman who looked like a witch. He saw footprints in the snow. George woke up at 3:15 every morning, at the same time the Dale family was killed. One night, he heard his children crying. Paralyzed in bed by one sleep. Later that night, he saw his wife ready for the next morning, after only 28 days, the Lutzes had enough. They left the Amityville house and all their belongings and moved in with friends. And that's when they brought in the Warrens. On March 6th, Ed and Lorraine Warren conducted a seance in the house with several psychics. Lorraine, a clairvoyant, during the seance, they felt what she described as an overwhelming feeling of horrible depression.
The infield and the diabolical are attracted to where tragedies occur, just like a moth would be attracted to a light. And when the left family moved in closely next up,
Theo's little brother Tommy was only 9 years old when the light was killed. A camera showed him peering out from one of the bedrooms, a little boy with glowing eyes. After the lights moved out of the house, things returned to normal. 2 years later, they would tell their story to authors of Lansing and release the book, The Eye of the Law. The book was an instant sensation, selling over $6 million. The story gained even more notoriety in 1979 when the Since then, 12 books and a total of 28 films have been inspired by the story. Today, the Amityville house looks much like it did in the 70s. After all this time, it's still one of the most famous and frightening houses in the country, and maybe the world. In 1970, Donna, a nursing student, and her mother took her 20th birthday, a Raggedy Ann doll. Donna loved the doll and took it back to her house, which she shared with another young nurse named Angie. The doll's placed in the house. Parchment paper that they didn't have in the house. One day they came home and the doll had moved again. But this time it had a sticky red substance on its hand that appeared to be blood. Within a few hours, the red substance was gone. Angie's boyfriend Lou said the doll gave him a creepy feeling and told him to get rid of it. That night, while Lou was sleeping, he heard a noise in the room, like someone was walking around. Then he felt something on the bed. He looked up and said the doll was quickly crawling on the bed on his body. He smelled, but the doll covered his mouth and choked him until he passed out. The next morning, he tried to convince himself that it was all a dream that he couldn't shake it. Donna and Angie didn't know what to do. They felt like they were going crazy. They contacted a local medium for help. The medium held a seance and told the women that the doll was possessed and a 7-year-old girl named Annabelle Higgins. They later found out that the body of the young girl was found on the property years earlier, before the apartment building was built. The medium told the girls that the doll, who they now called Annabelle, just wanted someone to play with and someone to love and care for. Annabelle asked permission to stay in the doll and live with the young nurses. Nope, they kept it. They felt bad for Annabelle and agreed to let her stay in the doll and they would take care of her. That turned out to be a terrible mistake. After the medium left, Angie and Donna explained the story to Lou to try to get him to come around. So the story just made it worse. Get rid of the doll. They still said no. Over the next days and weeks, the strange activities continued. Sounds in the middle of the night, Annabelle moving from room to room, and now the notes changed from help me to help me. One day Lou was helping Donna and Angie pack for a road trip. He saw that Annabelle looked like she was just thrown onto the floor. So he went over to pick her up, and then he felt a sharp pain in his chest. He looked down and saw blood seeping through his shirt. Underneath, he had 7 long, bloody scratches in the shape of the mark of the beast. Within 2 days, the marks disappeared like they were never there.
Maybe the beast uses Neosporin.
Please, no one-liners when I'm trying to be scary. Finally, Angie and Donna agreed to call the church and explain what was happening. The church reached out to Ed and Lorraine Warren. Ed Warren was the only layperson recognized by the church as a demonologist. The Warrens arrived and spoke to the young woman at length. Ed and Lorraine explained that the doll was not possessed by a little girl, but possessed by a demon. And now that the demon was invited to live there, it would try to find a human host. The Warrens agreed to take the doll and put it somewhere where the demon
we'll strip that thing to pieces.
So Ed put Annabelle in the back seat of the car. He suggested that they don't take freeways home, and he was right. Several times on the drive, the car tried to run itself off the road, and the brakes would give out, come back, and then give out again. Ed turned around and splashed holy water on Annabelle, and after that, the car worked fine. Even after they got Annabelle home, it continued to torment and terrorize. It would move around the house, and at some point, Ed found the doll levitating near his desk. One day, a young priest was visiting and saw Annabelle. He mocked the doll and said, well, on his way home, his brakes gave out and the priest was killed. Several people who mocked Annabelle ended up in car wrecks soon after. Finally, the Warrens put Annabelle in a glass case. And on the case is a note that ominously says, positively do not open. Today, report feeling a dark, negative energy coming from the doll. But nobody opens the case, and everyone treats her with respect. When The Conjuring was released in 2013, it was praised not just for being extremely scary, but for feeling like a true story. That's because it is. In January 1971, the Perrin family moved into an old farmhouse in Harrisville, Rhode Island. Almost immediately, Carolyn, Roger, and their 5 daughters saw strange things happening. Like most of these stories, the first activity was so small that it would go unnoticed, like things being out of place. Carolyn would notice that her broom would never be in the same place she left it. Then the noises started. Loud thuds, footsteps, and the sounds of people moving around in the kitchen. One day, Carolyn found muddy footprints and small piles of dirt on her freshly washed kitchen floor. Then the girls started seeing spirits around the house. Most of the spirits ignored the girls, but a few didn't. And all those spirits were angry. 8-year-old Cindy Perrin kept hearing a voice whispering. It said there are 7 dead soldiers in the walls. One day, Carolyn walked into the kitchen and saw a man standing there just leaning against the wall. She said he was wearing old-time clothes, which makes sense. The house was built in 1736.
Couldn't help myself. Couldn't help myself.
Table, and some seems to be aware that the Perrins were there. The ghost pointed at them and then vanished. Other ghosts ignored them before disappearing. But Carolyn researched the house and discovered it had been in the Arnold family for generations. She thought the man she saw in the kitchen was John Arnold. Carolyn learned that there were at least 8 deaths on the property. Some of them were gruesome, a few of them children. Carolyn learned that the primary evil force was the spirit of a woman named Bathsheba Sherman, who lived in the house in the mid-19th century. She was not a nice lady. She had a reputation for beating and starving the hired help. While her husband Judson farmed the land, she took care of the house. Bathsheba had 4 children, 3 of whom died very young. Local legend claims Bathsheba was a witch because an infant in her care mysteriously died. The cause of death was determined to be a sewing needle that impaired the baby's skull. Locals believed that this was an offering to the devil, but Bathsheba was never convicted of any wrongdoing. When Bathsheba died, legend says she turned to stone. The parents said that at 5:15 every morning, there would be the smell of rotten flesh in the house, and the air would become terribly cold and the heat would burn. One especially scared his bed was lifted into the air and dropped. Soon Carolyn started feeling like Bathsheba was trying to make her kill her children the way Bathsheba killed hers. That's when the parents called Edna Ray Warren for help. The Warrens spent the 2 hours walking the house and talking to the parents. Then they performed a seance against Roger. Here's Roger in his own words.
The Warrens came over and they did the seance in the house. And that was not a good thing. And I was against it. We did it anyway. And 3 to 5 minutes into the seance, my wife got all, her whole body was turned out of shape and destroyed. It was like an explosion. Somebody was squeaking around. Her chair got up off the floor and came right into me and threw next to me. And I tried to help out. And she was completely out of this world at that point, speaking crazy words. And I tried to help her.
At that point, Roger had too much. He actually punched Ed in the mouth and threw the Warrens out of the house and told them never to return. But soon after the seance, the hunting stopped. August 1977, Enfield, North London. This is considered one of the events that proves the existence of poltergeists. Peggy Hodgson had just put her children to bed when she heard the sound of a chair being dragged across the bedroom floor. Peggy went into the room and her daughters were under their blankets, terrified. The chair was upside down on the floor, and they said they didn't do it. They said the chair moved on its own. So Peggy turned out the lights, and we heard the sound screaming. When she turned the lights back on, she saw a dresser slide 18 inches across the floor. Peggy wasn't quite sure what was happening. She tried to push the dresser back into place, but it wouldn't budge. Peggy called her neighbors over, and she was crazy. The neighbors also heard the sound. Peggy finally called the police. One of the responding officers said she heard knocking and tapping and saw the chair wobble. Then she saw the chair slide across the floor about 3 feet. This is in the official police report. The But the police said there's no crime, so there's nothing they can do. After a couple of months, everyone in the house was sleeping in the same room. And then the activity got worse. Voices of an old man started coming from Janet, and her lips were moving.
This voice is coming from an 11-year-old girl. Well, fast guy, I think I've got something to say. I like how you make this noise without crashing back both towards the pieces. If I say half a minute, I'm going to go through. There's chances.
Eddie didn't know where he turned his face. He was told that paranormal investigators descended on the family before they passed out the test. There are photos of Janet being levitated out of bed. There's video of knocking sounds with Ed Playfair was a writer and parapsychologist with the Society for Spiritual Research. He spent a great deal of time in it. He witnessed a lot of poltergeist activity with his own eyes. By 1978, the Enfield poltergeist attracted the attention of Ed and Elaine Warren. At this point in time, the Warrens were outcast in paranormal research. They were one beneath the investigator. Ed Warren was convinced it was a demonic presence. The voice coming from Janet said he was ill and that he lived and died in the house. Will said that he had died by the brain unless he was returned. Will's son confirmed all of that was true.
Some months later, Bruce was contacted by Terry Wilkin. His father Bill was buried in a nearby cemetery. They lived the night before the hospital closed down. Astonishingly, the voice had described the precise circumstances of Bill Wilkins' death. They described exactly what happened.
Dirty businesses who saw poetry, objects flying around, cold breezes, physical assaults, water appearing on the floor for food, and matches. Radio poltergeist tortured Peggy, Janet, and the entire family for 18 months. They almost ruined their lives. Then, as quickly as it started, it stopped. The Snedekers lived in upstate New York, but found themselves traveling to Connecticut a lot. Philip, oldest son of Carmen and Alan Snedeker, had Hodgkin's lymphoma, and his hospital was in Connecticut. In 1986, Carmen and Alan had enough of the commute and decided to rent something near the Yukon Hospital. They packed up their 4 children and 2 of their nieces and moved to a spacious duplex on Wyatt Street in Southington, Connecticut. As soon as they moved in, in the basement to make a bedroom for Philip. Tools and other basement junk. He found an old piece of equipment he didn't recognize. It looked like a pump with a couple of old tubes coming out of it. Turns out, it was embalming equipment. Corpses. Alan kept renovating. He found 2 rooms. One was the embalming room. The Snedekers now realized why the rent was so low on such a big house. It used to be a funeral home. The Hallahan to be exact. Philip's bedroom would be the former casket room. And almost immediately he heard strange sounds and voices. He saw dark figures moving in the shadows. He saw a man with white hair and a pinstripe suit. One night he saw bodies stacked up against the wall. Philip was so frightened, he asked to sleep in the hospital, which his parents didn't allow. Carmen thought Philip was hallucinating because
over the years.
Well, it was a funeral home for a few decades, so...
Thousands of bodies.
Yeah.
No?
The Snedekers knew they had ghosts. At first, the ghosts just made sounds and moved things around the house. They would find light bulbs on street people's pockets, but still... It altered the house with the smell of pieces and it became unbearable. And just when they couldn't take it anymore, ghosts became violent. What began as strange sounds, smells, and visions of spirits. The spirits became physically violent. One night, both Carmen and her niece Tammy had a terrifying encounter. Carmen woke up and felt a dark energy around her. She couldn't see anything, but she felt cold hands reaching under her pajamas and grabbing at her underwear. Then she heard an evil laugh. Carmen's niece had the same exact encounter, but she was scared.
It's gonna cost a little,
what is that?
but I can hook us up.
in.
Oh, we don't want that.
No, we don't. So we'll censor it, and the grown-ups out there can fill in the blanks.
Good thinking. Eventually, both Carmen and her husband Alan were cleared by the entity multiple times. Finally, Carmen finally saw the ghosts. One had long white hair and white eyes. The other had black hair and black eyes. That's when they called Ed and Lorraine Warren. The Warrens and their team of investigators spent 9 weeks in the Snedeker house. And during that time, they saw everything the Snedekers reported. Members of the team were pushed, slapped, and knocked to the ground.
Okay, tune in, cuz I'm...
History of the home. They discovered that one of the morticians who worked there was a Lopheliac. He had a thing for corpses. Ed said that the spirit imbued the home with evil. The Warrens felt that an exorcism would work. And after the house was cleansed, the Snedekers moved out. Then the Warrens hired author Ray Gold to document everything that happened in the house. The documentation of these events became the book In a Dark Place, the story of a true haunting. The Snedeker case was also made into the movie The Haunting in Connecticut, released in 2009. Since the Snedekers moved out, nobody...
What do you need exactly? I can get it scrambled for a minute.
That it was once a funeral home, and that the renters should keep that in mind before they signed the lease. Ed and Lorraine Warren are possibly the most successful paranormal investigators in history. They've written or contributed to at least 30 books about their cases. Their work has inspired the movies in the Conjuring universe, a film franchise worth over $2 billion. But the Warrens have their detractors, with many skeptics calling them outright frauds and grifters. So, what's the truth? Well, Ed and Lorraine Warren met when they were 16 years old at a local movie theater. Their conversation soon moved to paranormal. Ed believed he grew up in a haunted house, and Lorraine claimed to be clairvoyant. They were married when they were 19 when Ed was on leave for the Army. They soon made their livings as artists. They would go to houses that they believed were haunted, paint them, and then try to sell the painting to the owner. It was. So Ed supplemented their income by driving a bus. Though they were making a name for themselves locally as paranormal investigators, their breakthrough came in 1979 with the Amityville horror case. When the Warrens arrived in Amityville, they brought an entire film to the group. Unfortunately, the film crew didn't capture anything except for the moanings of a few psychics. Right, the ghost boy on top of stairs. Yeah, that's a creepy photo. But it's actually a photograph of Paul Bartz.
Oh, and Walker?
No, Paul Bartz was one of the investigators. He doesn't have glowing eyes. That's just light reflecting off his glasses. The camera snapped a picture of him when he was setting up some equipment, but the photo became so famous that nobody bothered to refute it. And the Lutzes did call Father Pecoraro to bless the house, which he did. He also said there was nothing strange about the house. It was a peaceful and lovely home. Other parts of the story are also a little sketchy. The Lutzes couldn't have seen hoof prints in the snow because there was no snow at that time. And all the damage that supposedly happened to the house didn't. Doors, windows, the entire house was in perfect shape when they moved in and when they left. The Amityville story was actually created by Butch DeFeo's lawyer, William Weber, and the Lutz family. One night they were discussing a way to help each other. Weber wanted an insanity verdict for Butch DeFeo. He was also working on a book deal. The Lutzes were struggling financially and they liked the sound of a book deal. Weber said that after 4 bottles of wine, their meeting turned into a creative writing session. But the Lutzes didn't like their cut of Weber's book deal. Author Jay Anson offered the Lutzes 50-50. That they liked. And with millions of books selling like crazy and movie authors coming out of them, it was in their financial interest to stick with the story. The Amityville horror story is definitely debunked. The next case we talked about was Annabelle from the Possessed Doll. This story is easier to track. It's basically a retelling, beat for beat, of the Twilight Zone episode Living Doll, which aired in 1963 on CBS. Here's the numbers.
Eric Jr. is upset when his wife comes home with her daughter Christy, having bought her yet another doll. Christy loves her new talking Tina doll, but her stepfather takes an immediate dislike to it. Anytime he is alone with the doll, it spouts abusive comments to the effect that it hates her and that it's going to kill her. My name is not escape.
It's a great episode, and every Twilight Zone fan knows it. Ed and Lorraine were apparently fans of the show too, and co-authored the story. So look, the mother's name in the Twilight Zone episode was Annabelle. We can call that one debunked. Now how about Bathsheba Sherman, the witch that tormented the Perrins as portrayed in The Conjuring? When The Conjuring was released in 2013, the owner of the house at the time, Norma Sutcliffe, was tortured.
By the witch?
No, by movie fans. She released a video that year complaining about how her property was descended upon by horror fans. At all hours, day or night, there would be people in her yard, exploring the barn on her property, and even sticking cameras and phones through her window. She was furious. She even sued Warner Brothers over this. In her video, Norma goes on to debunk basically the whole story. Bathsheba was a real person, but that's about all the story gets right. She never lived in that house, never killed anyone. By all accounts, she was a lovely woman. She died peacefully at the age of 73. None, actually. Her last act before she died was to provide for her grandchildren's education. Norma lived in that house for years. She said nothing strange happened in the house before or since. Now, maybe Norma Sutcliffe just got lucky and the house was haunted when the parents were there. Maybe. They got a few juicy book deals and a movie out of the story. So they continue to say their story is true. Oh, the Perrins didn't reach out to Ed and Lorraine Warren for help. The Warrens just showed up. That's something they did a lot. They finally left when Mr. Perrin punched Ed in the mouth. So, Bathsheba Sherman and The Conjuring? Debunked. The Snedeker's case is another one that doesn't make the Warrens look good. Ray Garton, the author that Ed Warren hired, really struggled writing the book.
It was difficult with the family involved. They were going through some serious problems like alcoholism and drug addiction. They could not keep their stories straight.
Why, hello, how you doing? How can I help? Okay, but only for a minute.
When Garton told Ed Warren about this, Ed said, oh, they're crazy, only crazy people call us. So Garton asked what he's supposed to do about the book. Ed says, use what works and just make it up, just make it scary. And this was not the first time Ed Warren hired a horror writer for help. Not a journalist, not a biographer, a horror fiction writer. Also, what's not widely reported is that Philip, their son with cancer, was caught touching and trying to wear his cousins. Even got pretty close ones. Police took him to a mental hospital where he was diagnosed with schizophrenia. The schizophrenia could certainly explain why he was seeing and hearing things. The Snedekers lived in the house for 2 years without an incident. But after they got behind on the rent and their landlady had filed eviction proceedings, suddenly the house was haunted. Also, their story has a lot of details that sound like the movie The Entity, which was popular and super scary. What's also not widely reported is that the family dealt with alcoholism and drug addiction, which makes everything worse. In fact, Ray Garton said that while he was working on the book, he never actually saw Philip, and the Snedekers never mentioned what kind of cancer he had. He did speak to Philip on the phone, and Philip told him that when he stayed on his medication, the going to stop. Philip's mother quickly ended the call. Ray Garton and some of the Snedekers' neighbors suspected the family might have been using cancer as a cover story for Philip's mental health problems and drug addiction. And despite their claims, they were fully aware that the house was a funeral home. And there was a tenant living in the upstairs apartment who never saw or heard anything. The Snedekers' neighbors, their landlady, even the person writing the book about the case, all said the story was made up. This one is safely debunked. The Enfield poltergeist is a tricky one. We know at least some of the story was a hoax because Janet admitted to it, and the kids were caught multiple times faking so-called paranormal incidents. People say the voice was coming from her without her mouth moving, but there's plenty of video of her mouth moving. And the photo of Janet levitating above the bed, and that picture was taken with a motion-controlled camera in the girl's bedroom, so nobody else was in the room to confirm what actually happened. This was another case where the movie exaggerates the Warrens' involvement. Again, they just showed up uninvited. They stayed for a few hours, looked around, and left the following day. Ed Warren did have a chance to speak to Guy Playfair, the investigator who spent the most time with the family. Ed told Guy he could make a lot of money from this case. Guy wasn't interested, but the Warrens wrote it up anyway. They cashed in and called this another one of their 10,000 cases. Except they didn't investigate 10,000 cases. If they did one case a day without a day off, that would take them 27 years. So we caught Ed stretching the truth again. Speaking of, there is one true horror story here. His name is Ed Warren. Warner Brothers' multi-film, multi-billion-dollar Conjuring franchise follows Ed and Lorraine Warren, a devoted religious, happily married couple who travel the world, helping rid frightened families of ghosts and demons. But Just weeks after the release of the first film in 2013, the studio learned about allegations made against Ed Warren. According to Judy Penny, Ed Warren initiated a relationship with her when she was only 15. She used to take his bus and developed feelings for her, and if that wasn't disturbing enough, soon Judy moved into the Warrens' house. Her relationship with Ed continued for over 40 years, and Lorraine meets all of this. Judy's bedroom was directly across from her upstairs, and according to Judy Penny's sworn testimony, Ed would sleep downstairs sometimes and upstairs sometimes. Their marriage wasn't as perfect as it's been portrayed. Judith said Ed would often beat Lorraine, sometimes knocking her unconscious. She said she was worried he might kill Lorraine one day. Ed often told Judith that she was the love of his life, and in 1978, she became pregnant.
Whoa, she had his baby? But, oh no.
She was told that she probably complicated the Warrens' business. When attorney Jill Smith was working through the Warrens' movie contract, there was specific language that she had never seen before. And it's not unusual for producers to sign a non-disparagement clause when adapting a true story. Nobody wants to sell their story when they look bad. But this contract specifically said that the movies could not depict an extramarital affair, relationships with minors, and some other specific things that I won't get into here. But suffice it to say, descriptions were graphic. Now, in the Warrens' defense, they said Judith was a girl they took in for charity, and she would watch their house when they were traveling. Judy and Tony Sparrow, the Warrens' daughter and son-in-law, say they never saw any of the alleged conduct. The Sparrows believe Judy Penny is being manipulated, though I don't know for what purpose. She's in her 70s, married, and doesn't make any money from the films. The Warner Brothers did offer her $150,000 for her life story. Judith says she remained friendly with Ed until his death in 2006. But despite her fondness for him, what he did was despicable and a crime. What it all comes down to is this. No case that the Warrens worked on was ever supported by any evidence besides their word. Ed claimed to have photos and video, but those were never produced. I did see one video that Ed spoke about, the ghost called the Lonely Wife. Judith Penny said Ed told her to put on a white dress and walk around the cemetery, so she did. Now, I'm not saying ghosts aren't real and that the Warrens lied about everything. I am saying they lied about some things. And because of that, we have to question everything they say. Ed Warren was a self-proclaimed demonologist. He said that anyone who was possessed by a demon, he could find and eradicate. I guess you would know. Ed Warren had a few demons of his own. Today's episode is brought to you by one of the most unique sponsors we've ever had, Established Titles.
That doesn't sound like VPN software.
It's not.
Huh, nice change of pace.
Established Titles let you buy
Are you grabbing in their water? Hold on. I'm not going to keep doing this. About 90% sure, yes. Hey, you already have an open water. Switch. Nothing wrong with that water.
Was that necessary to put the pinky down?
I'm just trying to keep it down. He doesn't meet the other. You know it's that serious. Come on. Your dino nugget.
Do you believe in ghosts? Do you believe that disembodied spirits can communicate with us from the afterlife? Do you believe that human souls can get caught somewhere between this world and whatever comes next? I don't. But if scientists suddenly had definitive proof of souls or spirits or an afterlife, I'd be totally on board. Excited about it even.
Oh, I'm coming back to haunt you after you flush me.
Flush? Had a dark and brutal history, even before Nicolas Cage lived there. Lives of 120 swimmers, all young men. I've even held a seance with Gene Simmons while chasing ghosts around the Queen Mary.
Now you're just making things up.
I picture closing every show with a seance like this.
Okay, I didn't see that coming.
The Queen Mary really was super creepy, and you can check it out for yourself. You go down to Long Beach, California, and they will show you around. And we've got 10 more spooky places that you can actually visit coming up. Whether you're into ghosts or just like the darker side of history, this video is for you. Welcome to the Y-Files, where high IQ folks like us come to laugh and learn. And if you're enjoying the content, do us a favor and hit the like button, which is kind of this shape, and the subscribe button, which is kind of like a red rectangle. Is that the shape? Hit those. They really help out the channel. Scariest places in the world. That's a list that's been done a million times. But the problem I have with those lists is they're inaccessible. The places are either closed to the public or a million miles away. I mean, there's no scarier place on Earth than La Isla de las Muñecas.
Speak English, Madonna.
Island of the Dolls.
Gracias.
But unless you live near Mexico City and can get special permission, YouTube is as close as you're going to get. Instead, here's a list of the scariest places in the U.S. open to the public right now. Some offer tours, some will let you wander around on your own, some will even let you spend the night. Now, this list is just going to cover the States, but for our Y-Filers in the UK, there are lots of haunted places in your neck of the woods. So many that they need their own video. If you'd like us to do one, just request that in the comment section. Hecklefish, you ready?
Dude, I've been ready since I was caviar.
I'll take that as a yes.
Eastern State Penitentiary.
Eastern State Penitentiary in Philadelphia was once the most famous prison in the world, known for its grand architecture and strict discipline. It was operational from 1829 until 1971 and was home to thousands of inmates, including big names like Al Capone and Willie Sutton. Considered to be one of the most haunted places in America, there have been reports of echoing voices, shadowy figures, ghostly faces, stories that have been corroborated by staff, guards, visitors, even other inmates, while they were serving time. Its history makes it easy to imagine the spirits of troubled souls wandering the gloomy halls. It was the world's first actual penitentiary, a prison designed to inspire penitence or true regret in the hearts of the convicted. The mad chair bound a prisoner's limbs so that circulation was cut off, requiring eventual amputation. The iron gags were inmates' hands. Iron collar forced into his mouth.
You need to charge it?
In some cases, just be torn right out of his face.
No!
An underground.
Okay, yeah.
No light, no toilet, no exercise, no human contact, and barely enough food to stay alive.
God!
Okay.
He is dying!
Sometimes 4 to a cell, cells designed just for food. In 1933, inmates rioted because of overcrowding, and they set fire to cells all over Cell Block 4, which is now a focal point for paranormal activity. People have heard cell doors opening and closing. Some say they can smell smoke. Others
You want to play on YouTube on here?
you want to experience Eastern State for yourself?
Got it?
Trans-Allegheny, later known as Western State Hospital, is a psychiatric hospital that operated from 1864 through 1990 in Weston, West Virginia. It comprises 13 buildings and 666 acres of property.
That doesn't sound like an accident.
The Trans-Allegheny Lunatic Asylum, originally intended to be a place of peace and recuperation for the mentally ill, but it quickly devolved into a nightmare of abuse, suffering, and atrocities. Designed to house 250 patients, the population eventually swelled to over 2,600 people. Rooms that were intended for one often contained 5 or 6 people crammed together, shaking up the room. To make matters worse, Trans-Allegheny began admitting the criminally insane and letting them mingle with the rest of the patient population. This was not a good idea. Violent patients that couldn't be controlled were locked in cages in the common areas. As recently as the 80s.
The 1880s?
The 1980s.
The 1980s? Ronald Reagan, MTV, and people in cages. What a decade.
It's a madhouse! A madhouse!
A 1938 report found that the hospital housed epileptics, alcoholics, drug addicts, and non-educable mental defectives.
It sounds a lot like Hollywood.
Well, things get even more gruesome.
Okay.
Famous Dr. Walter Freeman set up shop here to perform experimental lobotomies. For his procedure, Dr. Freeman used an ice pick method.
Afraid to ask.
They slipped a metal rod into the patient's eye socket. They used a mallet to hammer the rod through the thin bone and sever the tissue in front of the witness. Over the course of his career, Dr. Freeman did over 4,000 lobotomies, sometimes leaving perfectly healthy patients with payback. By the way, without anesthesia, without surgical training. Trans-Allegheny Lunatic Asylum was forced to close in there. A lot of patients just vanished into thin air. Rooms still contain furniture, artwork, medical equipment. There's wheelchairs in the hallways. I don't know why that's extra scary, but it is. One of Trans-Allegheny's well-known ghosts is a little girl named Lily, who was born, lived, and died right there in the asylum, and has haunted it ever since. It's been reported that Lily likes to hold visitors' hands and tug on their clothes. Some people put her giggling and playing. A nurse who doesn't know she's dead. Supposedly, she's still making her rounds. Other reported ghosts belong to patients who were brutally killed there or killed themselves, and there were lots of those. When you go to their rooms, reports say that the air gets cold and you can hear whispers or voices in your ear. In 2007, Trans-Allegheny opened to the public. They offer day, night, and overnight tours. The most frequent visitors are ghost hunters. For anyone interested in the dark history of America, Trans-Allegheny Lunatic Asylum is a must.
The Whaley House.
The Whaley House in Old Town San Diego has been called the most haunted house in America. It's been documented in books, magazines, TV for over 100 years. There are ghosts. What do they want? In 1852,
Hey, what's up?
James
How can I help?
Robinson,
No problem. I'll scramble the signal for 1 minute.
present at the Hangout, was Thomas Whaley. He bought the property, built a house there in 1857. He moved his family in. That's where it all started. Thomas Whaley was successful in almost every venture until he lived the After that, gradually haunted him and his family for the rest of his life. Thomas's son contracted scarlet fever when he was 18 months old and died shortly thereafter in 1858. A few months later, an arsonist set fire to his business. Responding over these tragedies, the family moved to San Francisco briefly, but were forced back when an earthquake devastated their home. Out of money and out of options, Thomas Whaley belonged to unsuccessful. Meanwhile, his family was back in San Diego without any break. His Whaley died following the early one of her humiliation caused her such despair, she took her own life in the Whaley House. Thomas Whaley passed away before health was like matter, some friends, some fear, daughter Lily, and all of it. The house was converted to hearing voices, smelling cigars, smelling perfume, and seeing ghostly apparitions. Like, I'm just telling a story, believe it or not. In 1964, famous TV personality Reese Wilson from the local broadcast of the Whaley House, and he left there convinced when he saw the ghost of the man away. And years later, Reese came back to the house. So he left, lying there alone. Something was going on in this house. I do too. I also trust the voice of the police officer. Over the course of 30 years, was the woman Anna Whaley quiet? It wasn't violent. I mean, because she was getting was a weak moment.
damn music box.
The lake shovel is Google Park. Land amidst the park still is home to a Native American. The Plains band will attempt to settle the all buried on the side. Ferris wheel, all three of those tracks. One child left. Lake Shovel will eventually expand into a full and responsibility. Finally closed in 1966. However, all the structures, lines, and traffic are standing, rusted, and overgrown. Concrete on the property is a motorized machine. Many years ago, the girl was killed climbing into it in a horrible way. Anyway, the current owner of the property says that even if okay, fine. This goes when the owner's son said that he's pretty dress. Paranormal investigators have been all over this stuff. No need for us to mention what day, right? Even for overnight camping, flashlights are mandatory. Good luck.
The abandoned Cincinnati subway.
Early in the 20th century, Cincinnati was the largest city in the country, primarily conducted. You see that there. Many towns in Ethiopia had to be drained and filled. The plan was made to build a 60-mile rail, partially underground. Work began in 1920, but it was kicked off. Houses along the foundations back, lawsuits.
So you're saying the train project is real?
Really? We're not giving you much to work with. Fair enough. In 1962, at the height of the Cold War, we abandoned Liberty Street Station and converted it to areas were designated as kitchens, contamination showers, even more. Some of the equipment was furnished in the town. An open house was held between the tunnels kind of just sat there. They were officially decommissioned. The entrances were closed. Not all. Disclaimer time. Yes, you can get into the tunnel. No, you're technically not allowed to do that. You can request a tour, but the city rarely lets that. This hasn't stopped paranormal investigators or urban explorers from seeking out the net. Which, as of this video, still exists.
Famous Vulture City.
Wickenburg, Arizona is about 70 miles northwest of Phoenix, and it's home to Vulture City, an abandoned ghost town that sits on top of Vulture Mountain. If there's a list of haunted places in America, in 1863, Austrian prospector Henry Riggin became the most productive gold mining town. By the 1880s, the settlement's population exploded, making it one of the most areas in the Southwest.
Thank you.
Accelerated Arizona. During its height, over 5,000 people. The gold and gold, that's going to attract dangerous people looking for an explore. There was so much violent crime and corruption in Vulture City, the United States Army was called in. They weren't able to. Instead, justice was and there was no worse crime in Vulture City than stealing gold. You got them strung up on Hangout. Dozens of vultures were hung from the ironwood tree that still stands today. Bodies that are still beating after death. So,
Reports of cold spots, disembodied spirits have attracted ghost hunters from all over the world. Some say workers who were buried alive long in the way of their bodies. If you're in the Phoenix area, you can take a guided tour of Vulture Mine, or you can explore on your own. Links below.
Ohio State Reformatory.
The Ohio State Reformatory, also known as the Mansfield Reformatory, is a historic prison located in Mansfield, Ohio. It opened its doors in 1896 as a true.
Your quesadilla. There you go. Okay. Oh.
According to the prison's website, just as animals in the wild had to learn to adapt and survive in their surroundings, so did the occupants of the OSR. Shanks, shields, and all kinds of improvised weapons were found in every crevice of the cells. Fun fact, if this prison looks familiar, that's because it is. Shawshank Redemption was shot in OSR.
Yeah, eat that. Hey. Yeah. Sorry. Get.
People died at OSR. Guards, staff, and inmates. Life at OSR was safe, right? Inmates often took their own lives. Others tried to escape. Some even succeeded. Lester Eubanks was sent to OSR in 1965 so famous. I won't repeat it, but I'll link below for those of you that are into gruesome stuff. Anyway, Eubanks escaped custody in 1973 and hasn't been seen since. He's still on the U.S. Marshals and most wanted. In the 1980s, the conditions were so bad, the inmates got together at the park last week and sued the state of Ohio, putting them to.
Alright. He's got your keys. Albie. Mommy needs though. Thank you. Come on. Thank you. In your purse.
Investigation tours. They even teach ghost hunting classes. And if you want to be truly petrified, you need to sign up for the Escape from Blood Prison. Where your goal is to escape while being chased by actors dressed as guards, prisoners, and victims. The helper actors. Allen, Illinois is known as the most haunted small town in the world. The focal point of this spiritual disturbance, the Mineral Springs Hotel. When the Mineral Springs Hotel and Spa opened in 5 floors of luxurious accommodations, a marble staircase, and the largest swimming pool in the state. A natural spring was found on the property, and the water had a high sulfur content, creating kind of a funky smell. Well, an enterprising chemist said that water had magical healing. Naturally, before you know it, they're shipping hundreds of bottles a day of sulfur water all around. The hotel eventually declined, fell into disrepair, regardless. But in 1978, offices, apartments, even a horror museum. Even though Mineral Springs was a famous luxury hotel, it's not really famous for being paranormal. One of the staircases is a specific place. The story goes that a young woman brought a man to her, a man who was not her husband. Another guy, how do I say this without getting into language? Right. So an argument ensued. Spilled out into the hallway. And we don't know if he was dead. Pushed. The wife died at the bottom of those stairs. Investigators see Jasmine in the home. Goes down as the judge and goes for all of them.
of the pool. Many people describe hearing wildlife is tired and outside anything else. So do the Fort Delaware State Park. Fort Delaware was a fortress on Two-Patch Island in Delaware, originally protect Wilmington and Philadelphia, and became infamous as a POW camp for Confederate soldiers during the Civil War. 43,000 soldiers were in prison, and almost 3,000 were buried in a mass grave in New Jersey. The man in charge of Fort Delaware was General Alvin Shook, who became known as General Terror. Thousands of prisoners kept in makeshift wooden barracks. Conditions were horrible. Bed bugs, lice, and worms infested. Food rations were tiny and inedible. Decaying bodies and human waste caused the water to putrefy. These men were starving and dying of thirst. A favorite game of the guards was called rat call. This is where rat holes were flooded, and then the rats were caught and killed. The guard would yell rat call, and then toss the dead rats into the rat. He goes on to say that the rats were cleaned, boiled, and then fried. The flesh was tender and not unpleasant to taste. That's the reason he was starving. In 1864, he chronicles the terrifying daily life as a Confederate prisoner of war. It's fascinating reading. Lincoln. Where it is. For Civil War history fans, Fort Delaware is an incredible place where daily life is written. The real draw to Fort Delaware? Ghosts. With so much death and suffering, it's no wonder that Fort Delaware is considered one of the most haunted places on earth. Those tours are given all the time. You can even enjoy an experience. Visitors claim that ghosts can be seen on a daily basis. In the dungeons, halls, and rooms, voices can be heard. Photographs have been taken that show everything from orbs of light all the way up to what seem like ghostly figures. There's also the story of a 9-year-old drummer boy. The story goes, Waverly Hills Sanatorium. The Waverly Hills Sanatorium in Louisville, Kentucky is a highly active paranormal investigation center. Waverly Hills opened in 1910 to treat tuberculosis patients. By 1911, they were overflowing, and they had to build tents to accommodate all the new patients. Thousands of them. It's been estimated that 64,000 people died of Waverly, and their bodies are buried on the property. I don't know where the bodies are, but I promise you, they're down for some. So many people died of Waverly Hills, they had to use like tunnel, they would fall in passages and places piled up until bodies were the death shield was made from the closet by the definitely there's really most of it. Another haunted area is jumped out of the window, and never came out. It's gone. 502. Go for it. There were ghosts of children and bodies in there. But reportedly, Roma always searching for their bodies. It's creepy. In the early 1960s, Waverly Hills was you guessed it. Patient abuse. This thing is like a ghost. Waverly Hills became known outside the area when it was profiled on the TV series Scariest Places of the Time. Since then, it's become a popular destination for paranormal investigators. According to the Waverly Hills Historical Society, private tours were open and stays on over a year. Want to visit? I got a link below. Thanks for hanging out with us today. My name is AJ. This was the White House.
That's my house.
really enjoy using the minigun on the top of this thing. It's super strong, one of the strongest miniguns I've ever used in this game. It could easily blow up any street vehicle within a matter of a few seconds. Really, really strong. You just need to press LB, or I believe it's L1 on PlayStation, to activate it. From the back of it, you can shoot mortar explosives, which isn't the most useful thing in my opinion, just because the minigun can actually shoot backwards. It's a 360 minigun, which is awesome. It's not limited like, let's say, the weaponized Ignises. I guess it is still nice to have it on there, though. On the very front of it, it is equipped with missiles. Now, in the specific mission I was playing, I couldn't actually lock onto anything, so I'm not sure if it's exactly lock on and lock off missiles, but it's only lock off as for this certain mission, I guess, which is not bad. I mean, it's equipped with freaking missiles, this tiny car. The fourth weapon it's equipped with is mines. If you press down on the left stick on your controller, you can actually plant mines. No shortage of weapons to use with this thing. Not only does it have a ton of weapons to use, but the weapons themselves are actually awesome. This one is obviously a really good vehicle for attacking use, not as great for defensive use. It doesn't have any explosive resistance. One rocket is gonna fully blow up the Tampa. Now,
You're all loaded up and ready to move. Get the goods to the drop-off and this deal is done. But hey, I'd keep an eye out for anyone trying to intercept you on the road.
Website, or if you unlock the trade price, you can get it for under 1.6, which is actually a pretty good deal. I wouldn't say it's underpriced, but it's definitely next on some vehicles you can stay online is the but the traffic is very, we can confidently say that this world is actually people point. It rarely ever misses the target. You're going to see this does not miss when it launches. Gives you a feeling of a lot more that traffic literally so top tier missile tracking accuracy, another top tier that you can use on the back of it. The big one to use on the back is you have on any vehicle in the game. And it complements the vehicle nicely since the Vigilante is a pretty heavy vehicle. This will really get your aiming for getting cars out the way. So one of the most fun things you can do with this competition is stand the rocket boost and just go against traffic on the highway. And watch how even big NPC trucks just get blown around when bumping into this thing. It also has really as good as the vehicles, but you can do a bit of on the top of it. It is no competition. The weapon so if you're using a Vigilante that's $5 million in the Workstock website, so not a cheap one at all. After showing the pricey option, it'd be convenient to give you guys a budget-friendly option, so under $1 million, not under $100 million, not under $1,000. Now, originally, this is actually a couple $100,000, but I believe this actually for target security with an AR. It's also somewhat explosive resistant, so you blow it up, which is nice. So you have both bullet resistance and explosive resistance. The random capability of the beacon gun is high, but it's still there. It's definitely much better than the average vehicle. Despite being a normal size vehicle, it does not have that extra heavy weight to it, so it is pretty solid at running. I also love the positioning of the overall really easy to drive around.
Oh God!
This one is one of the best, if not the best value vehicle we have. The next one is going to be somewhat of a similar option to the vehicle that we have the high truck. More of a high-end version. I would say they're pretty similar. Better in every category. The Night Shark takes more missiles to blow it up than the Fluke of Death, and the Night Shark's also a 4-seater rather than a feature, and one feature that Hangout has that the vehicle does open is a machine gun on the front of it. Now, damage-wise, this isn't really as good as, let's say, the weaponized tank as minigun, but it still gets the job done against
That didn't go our way, boss. We should look at our methods and reevaluate personnel. I don't want to talk out of school, but the protection detail, were they good?
About $500,000 like the night charge.
Did you drink the rest of that water that you had? DJ. Stop grabbing water. Drink what you have.
We actually have an air vehicle that's Sparrow. You actually need to own a cockpit submarine. You actually have to open the hatch and then you go into service vehicles for shotgun and they're requested from there. One of the fastest vehicles to go around the map is also instant response that have been decent tracking. The missions that I know you can for sure use are security contracts, keywords, any type of mission that you can do. It's by far the fastest helicopter of the game. I mean, in general, the Sparrow is a lot of people's go-to vehicle. Then looking back to a land vehicle, we have ourselves the weaponized on the PS5 and Xbox Series X and S. So the next generation I feel like most people watching this have already upgraded, so it should be available for you. It's an awesome vehicle, pretty pricey though. Spending $4.5 million in the Warstock website, you're basically getting a car with a minigun on the top.
Okay.
Minigun on the top of it.
Cancel.
This thing is weird. This weaponized Ignis is over double the price of the weaponized Tampa, and I think the weaponized Tampa is relatively faster than what we relative. The weaponized Ignis is hard. It is way faster. Some would argue the weaponized Tampa is worth the price, and I kind of agree with that. The weaponized Ignis, but neither have explosive protection, and the Tampa has 4 total weapons compared to the Ignis's 1 or 2. I don't think it even has proximity mines, so pretty much just 1. Great overall vehicle, but in my opinion, not worth that price. Unless you're really wealthy, then go ahead and buy this thing, but it's not budget friendly for sure. And speaking of budget friendly, this next one is one of the most non-budget friendly things you could possibly buy in this game, the Oppressor Mark II. They bumped up the price of this thing from about $3.8 million to $8 million, so this is only for the rich of the rich. And like the Sparrow, there's only certain missions you can use the Oppressor Mark II because Rockstar just decided to limit certain weaponized vehicles, so I'm guessing mainly for heists, I don't think you can use the Oppressor, but for anything in free roam sessions, this is the vehicle you want to be using. Very easy to maneuver, but when it comes to the missile tracking, it's not nearly as good as the Vigilantes as we said earlier. Not only did Rockstar bump the price of this thing by more than double, but they also reduced the missile tracking, or nerfed it, I should say. Too often I find myself missing the target when locking onto something with the Oppressor Mark II. It happens way too often, honestly. This Mark II Oppressor isn't nearly as good as it once used to be, but it's still one of the most overpowered vehicles.
You need something?
Mainly convenient for missions, because when it comes to PvP, I feel like it's not as effective anymore. Let me know what vehicles you think I missed on this list that I should have included. Drop a like if you enjoyed this video, subscribe if you are new, help us get to 200,000 subs, that would be much appreciated. Click the video on screen now for more unrelated cars you must get in GTA Online. I hope you all enjoy that video, and peace.
Thanks so much for clicking on the compilation videos. They're doing better than I expected, and I've been able to get just a little bit ahead on episodes, so thank you. This is our last compilation. We'll be back next week with a brand new episode called Anunnaki, Gods from Planet Nibiru, and the Makers of Man.
We're finally doing an Anunnaki episode.
Well, we gotta come back with a banger.
Banger? I hardly know it.
Since when did that ever stop you?
The human makes a good point.
Anyway, this is a compilation of 7 short episodes that are in the category of weird and bizarre.
All our episodes are in that category, Chief.
Well, that's true,
good.
but these are some early ones, so...
So they suck.
No, they don't suck, but let's just say we've come a long way in the past few years. Let's kick it off with a story about the meat shower and when spiders, frogs, and fish fell from the sky.
I sing in this one.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I apologize for what you're about to do. Every second, about 16 million tons of water evaporates from the surface of the Earth. During that same second, 16 million tons of water falls back down to the Earth. But water isn't the only type of precipitation we experience. Due to certain weather conditions, all kinds of crazy stuff happen. Flies, spiders, animal flesh, even blood has rained down all over the world for centuries. It's more common than you think. In fact, in Honduras, they celebrate Lluvia de Peces, which means rain of fish. Now, Honduras is a landlocked nation with the nearest body of water 120 miles away. Yet every spring it rains thousands of fish all over the town of Yolo. And these fish are completely black. We're not talking about flying fish. No.
What do you mean flying fish?
There are cases of fish that fly. Technically, they glide. It's pretty lazy, actually.
Amazing. Okay. It's like a whole new world. New stuff.
Anyway, fish rain, snake rain, blood rain. It's weird, and it's real. Let's find out why. Welcome to the Y-Files, where smart folks like us come to laugh and learn. Today we're talking about the phenomenon of raining. Animal rain has been documented throughout human history. Pliny the Elder talked about a storm of frogs and fish as early as the first during a heavy rain. This storm fascinated French physicist who was one of the first scientists to take these stories seriously. And Pierre speculated that violent wind could pick up large numbers of small animals and carry them great distances. He might be right. The current working hypothesis is that animal rain involves the wind, which are tornadoes. Did I say Juan? As the warm water evaporates, humid air is pulled up toward the cloud. As more humid air pours in, a vortex can form. These vortices can grow to be 300 feet wide, 90 meters, and 2,000 feet tall, 600 meters. Large water spouts can be violent and dangerous. When they reach speeds of 160 kph, they can damage ships, airplanes, and put people's lives in jeopardy. Anything within the meter of the water if the water spout all the way to the top, typically are small. And they're light enough that they can be left in the This is what scientists believe is happening at Honduras. The water is pouring fish from the ocean or carrying flies. Others speculate it's an underground river that's carrying something is lifting them in the air. Is it a water spout? Could be. They're common in that part of the world. But reports of fish but also Mexico, Wales, Saskatchewan, California. On September 9th, 2016, a walk in the suburbs of Philly, he was wrestling in the two with a 5-pound caliber. He ended up with a cut.
You alright?
Now, nobody's sure how a catfish could fall from the sky. Some people have speculated that a bird was just a few months ago, thousands of small fish rained on the sky. What makes this so weird that we always Just kidding, that was just that movie.
I never joined.
And this was not Halloween. It definitely looks like one. Let's go back to the terror company. On May 15th, 2015, residents of Perth, Australia, witnessed millions of baby spiders literally raining down, blanketing the countryside. This case is called ballooning, which is a form of spider transportation. Spiders will climb to
What? Well, there's a good chance that John or Jason, probably John, let him out.
or to establish new territory. When a spider is getting ready to fight, it will raise its legs and its head from the air. Once it's satisfied, it orients its path in the sky, spins through the silk, and off it goes. Normally this goes unnoticed because spiders typically travel one at a time. But sometimes, like the Goldberg, the weather conditions are so favorable for ballooning that thousands of spiders in the air simultaneously. The same thing happened in Brazil. However, these weren't baby spiders. These were nightmare spiders. Folks in Brazil were pretty upset. I mean, before this video, I didn't know how to say the world was ending in Portuguese. I do now. If you want to see more of that, I'll link to some spider rain videos below.
Go, my children. I was a diplomat. This wasn't necessary. Right.
All episodes exclusively on Payout.
Worms from the sky is strange because it can occur in calm weather as well as stormy. And worms don't seem to mind the cold either.
Okay, we'll strip that thing to pieces and get the deals done.
Hi, Tyler was a calling in a...
Thousands of worms appeared on a snowy mountain in Norway in 2015, and scientists still don't know how it happened. The worms were first noticed by a skier who said the mountain was covered with thousands of them. He assumed they were dead until he grabbed a few, and they were alive. How? The worms couldn't have come from the ground because under the snow was about a meter of soil, frozen solid. So general consensus is that a violent air pocket lifted them and then dropped them on the mountain. Where are there thousands of live worms in the mountains in Norway in March? Nobody knows. Same thing. Rainwater. Where? Why? How? So I did some research, and it seems this has been happening in Scandinavia, in Europe, long before that. Nobody knows why. 2011. Sky worms raining on the building. They had to call off the building during the fire. 2015. Clumps of earthworms appeared in the middle of the street. Hundreds of them, in piles, in the street. From where? Aurora, Michigan, 2016. Tucson, Arizona. This is sounding a lot less like weather, more like an invasion. Oh, nothing is better than whipping up a little local hysteria, like raining blood. Cases of blood rain, or red rain, have been reported since Homer's Iliad, and throughout history. In Europe alone, there are hundreds of reports of blood rain going back centuries, and every time it occurs, it is considered supernatural and a bad omen. In the year 787 AD, there was a reported rain of blood that was suspicion. In Germany, shower blood in 1347 was followed by the arrival of the Black Plague, so, you know, they just connected the dots. Blood rain, plague. One of the first scientists to try to prove this phenomenon was not supernatural was Giuseppe Maria Giovanni. Blood rain fell into Italy in 1803, and Giovanni correctly came to the conclusion that sand from mixed with storm clouds turned the water red. In 2001, blood rain received international attention when it fell on Kerala, India. Initial studies showed the rain. This led to a theory that the red rain was caused by the spirit of meteor. Now that sounds super cool, but further studies showed that the rain contained spores. Another important of red rain studies that the microalgae Trentifolia isn't where the hell did it go? So, blood rain is actually except when it is. March 3rd, 1876 was the famous Kentucky Blue Storm. That doesn't sound like a derby. For several minutes, small chunks of blue fell from the sky and farms rain. Enough meat to fill a large wagon, so the story goes. Reports say it appeared to be beef. Issue of Scientific American. Two gentlemen who tasted it thought it was either a lamb or deer.
Unknown fell from the sky and someone ate it.
Yep.
And Joe Rogan wasn't there.
Nope. Yep. Studies of the meat determined it was lung tissue either from a horse or from a human infant.
Who were the charges investigate?
Transylvania University.
So Dracula ate the baby?
No. Transylvania University is in Lexington, Kentucky.
I'm so confused.
Oh, you're not the only one. A scientific reason for the Kentucky Blue Storm was never settled. But why did you break the fire? Threatened will regurgitate everything in their stomachs when they get put together. And when one culture falls, they all do. Buzzard vomit. Okay, fine. But 9 days later, on March 12, 1876, the same thing happened in London. England. Still not there. The famous snake rain occurred in Memphis in 1876. Reports say thousands of black snakes rained from the heavens and slithered all over the streets. Snakes of all sizes. Some they say were over a foot long. Oh, I really wanted this one. I really did. Every list, article, and video about weird rain has this story in it. Thousands of snakes thudding to the ground, writhing around and hissing. That's YouTube gold. We had clips from Indiana Jones and Samuel Jackson, photos and B-roll that would blow your mind. But those of you who followed the Y-File since the beginning, know that even though we're a goofy channel, we do try to get the facts right. This was a huge national story in 1877. It was picked up by the New York Times, and it was reprinted in newspapers all over the country. But nobody fact-checked. They just regurgitated. Actually, only one eyewitness. And the snakes were black and yellow. But when rinsed with water, they turned flesh in color. They also didn't move like that. Instead, they gathered up the fat and horses. Dipped along with them. That's how worms work. The infamous snake rain of 1877. But every In 2009, the entire country of Japan was covered in dead tadpoles. I mean, the entire country. They were first spotted in Ishikawa, which is on the west coast of Japan. But dead tadpoles were reported in towns and villages and on cars all over the country. In one incident, a 55-year-old man who was caught in a tadpole downpour described hearing a strange sound in the parking lot of the Civic Center in the city of Manao. And upon further exploration, he found 100 tadpoles covering the windshields of cars. Manao is in the middle of the island, miles away from Ishikawa. And there are two theories for what happened here, both of which we discussed, and I believe neither of them. First explanation, water spout. But even local meteorologists aren't buying it.
You ready, boss? The deal's set up, everything's in place. Just deliver the goods, and we're all good.
The second explanation is that large birds like herons, birds, but again, how does this happen across the It's been raining frogs for a long time. Even the Bible's book of Exodus talks about a swarm of frogs as one of the plagues. This is a real thing. In 1873, Kansas City, Missouri experienced a rainstorm that covered the entire city.
I think he needs a butt change. What?
June of 2010. Frogs raining. Just a lot. You drop a frog in the milk, it goes flat. And in all the cases I've included, there were no reports of weird weather or wind or water spout. In this particular case in Hungary, frogs were falling for several days across the whole country. Some zoologists claim that this is common migratory behavior for frogs. That's fine, but then how did the frogs get on top of cars and buses and buildings? Answer me that, zoologist. Now, this is an ongoing thing. Very little video of the animal. Cool. Starting a little pond will be called Rob. Rob was released in 1958 as promotional hurricane. Small town world. Later, an old fellow investigated. Breaks open a small jelly-like substance. One of the teenagers eat the food, picks him up, takes him to the doctor. The rest is new history. But the blob was inspired
Come here.
by a real event. In 1950, 4 Philadelphia policemen reported the discovery of a dome disc of quivering jelly 6 feet in diameter inches from near the edge. Trying to pick it up, it dissolved into an odorless and sky. And he was fascinated with the local star jelly. An outbreak of star jelly happened as recently as 2013 at the Hangout Nature Reserve. Star jelly occurs all over the globe, so it has a lot of names. Slime, stars, blubber. In German, it's called Jester.
Gotta change that butt. Change that butt. Come here. Where you going? Hey, come back here. Come on. You need a diaper on.
Alien organic matter to the paranormal. So what is it? We don't know. Star jelly usually dissolves or evaporates as soon as it's discovered, so we don't have a lot of samples. But scientists in the National Geographic Society tested a sample in the U.S. They found no DNA at all. So what most alluring things in life are often those that are unattainable.
So true. What? Sheila. Ooh, talk about alluring and unattainable.
I guess we're doing this now. Who's Sheila?
She was this
Okay,
angel
we'll
fish that
strip
you
that
and
thing
me
to
got.
pieces and get the deals done.
She had the most perfect gills. And oh my own, her pelvic fins went all the way back.
No. I'm talking about secret places.
Oh, I dreamed about Sheila's secret places, if you know what I'm talking about.
No, I don't. I mean, I do, but we're not... Why am I even talking to you? I lost my train of thought.
Yeah, you're really floundering. Oh, I'm on fire today, baby. Wait, whoa. Oh, what are you doing? Oh, come on. Can you take a joke?
These are the most secret places in the world. Limits to almost everything. When you tell us we can't go inside or photograph or even know what's happening in these places, well, you need to know why. Welcome to the Live Files, where smart folks like us laugh. Today we're talking about the most secret places in the world and the mysterious theories that surround them. Now, a few weeks ago we covered the scariest places in the U.S. that you can actually visit. The locations on this list are different. You can't visit any of these without special access. And no one really knows what's happening inside. And when you don't give the public information about something, you'll fill in the blanks. Fish. You ready to behave?
Oh, thank goodness. Oh, I couldn't breathe. Yeah, give me a second here. I'm ready.
Drama queen. Right to the knee. You can't do a list of secret locations without this one. Area 51 has been a perennial American obsession for more than 50 years. It's been the backdrop for countless movies, shows, and YouTube videos. In 2019, this well-known but little understood location basically broke the internet in some crazy place that got millions of people to RSVP requests trespassing on Area 51.
Hey, wait,
Area 51 is located about 80 miles northwest of Las Vegas. Air Force Base. So highly classified, the military disputed existed for years. The Air Force finally found Area 51. Nobody really knows what's happening. Built in 1955 as part of the Nevada Test and Training Range Complex, we were initially constructed by contractor and the test facility for the U-2 spy plane. Appreciate you noticing. So although it's never been declared top secret, the area is highly protected and deadly force is authorized against trespassers.
So what's going on there?
Well, the official statement is, for operational security reasons, we do not provide detailed information. I agree. The most widely circulated theory is that Area 51 houses an alien spacecraft that crashed in Roswell, Nevada.
We got 18 bodies? That's huge.
The Air Force said the UFO was a weather balloon.
Bullshit. I don't buy it.
Oh, you don't trust our super honest, transparent government and military industrial
I do not.
Lots of people don't. Area 51 operated in secret for decades. In 1989, when Bob Lazar, who claimed he worked there, gave a public interview where he said that the military reverse engineered alien spacecraft and utilized that technology in American military and space programs. I know you do. What about the real technology advanced in the second half of the 20th century? Look at it this way. 20 years before Roswell, 1927, Charles Lindbergh flew across the Atlantic Ocean single-seat aircraft, and that was a huge deal. He became an international star. That's 20 years before Roswell. Okay, about 20 years after Roswell, we were launching satellites into orbit and landing people on the moon.
Fake news.
Oh, the moon landing was fake?
Fake.
Fine. I don't want to get into this now. But still, the airplane was just invented about 20 years before Lindbergh. So there are huge leaps forward in technology in a relatively short period of time.
What's up? For real? I got this.
Well, we have no evidence, But it's clear that technology advancements started accelerating in the 50s and 60s because of something. What do you guys think?
Hey.
Let us know in the comments. Did these technological leaps come from reverse engineering alien spacecraft? Or was it something else?
Yeah.
Menwood Hill is a Royal Air Force station in North Yorkshire, England, which was built to provide communications and intelligence support services to the UK and the US. Now, even though this is a Royal Air Force's operational control was transferred to the National Security Agency of the United States. No, boy. Who then created the largest electronic monitoring station in the world.
Does monitoring mean spying?
Sure does.
There it is.
Project Echelon is a surveillance program operated by the U.S., Australia, Canada, New Zealand, and the UK, also known as the Five Eyes.
Oh, love their fries.
No, you're thinking of Five Guys.
Delicious.
They do have good fries.
Right?
All right. So the Five Eyes and Spies developed Echelon into a global system for the interception of private communications. And we're talking mass surveillance of high-threat individuals and corporations via industrial espionage.
Who decides who's a high threat? Yeah, I thought so.
Echelon is now a global network of electronic spy stations that can eavesdrop on landlines, cell phones, fax machines, computers. It can even track bank accounts. And all that data is stored in Echelon computers, which can keep millions of records on millions of individuals, companies, even countries. Barton Gellman, a Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist for the Washington Post, summarized the leaks as follows. Secret legal authorities empowered the NSA to sweep in the telephone, internet, and location records of whole populations. There are reports that every text message and phone call in the world flows through Echelon and then is then added to the files of the sender and the receiver and stored for later analysis.
Is this legal?
Well
is the wrong answer.
It's not legal in the United States without a warrant. But this facility is not in the United States.
That's a loophole.
And officially, this project doesn't even exist, so nothing to see here.
Who built this crazy thing?
Lockheed Martin.
Company seems to show up in an awful lot of these videos.
Yeah, I noticed that too.
So what do we do about it? Can you make one of those for me? I'm terrified right now. I'm using a stolen Netflix password.
Oh, I know. You stole it from me. I didn't really peg you as a fan of the Twilight movies.
Stop breaking my horns. I need some protection over here.
Where do you, pal? There we go.
Yeah, I don't know why, but that feels so much better.
I know it does. What do you guys think? Is Echelon real? Are you concerned about governments reading your texts and screening your calls? Let us know in the comments.
Mount Weather Emergency Operations Center.
Built in 1958, Mount Weather serves as the operations center for the Federal Emergency Management Agency, aka FEMA. It's part of the United States' Continuity of Government Plan, and it's a relocation site for the highest level of civilian and government personnel. This is a 564-acre, high-security federal government facility along the Loudoun-Clark County border in Virginia. Built during the Cold War as a relocation site, the facility consists of two parts, the above-ground FEMA complex and a 600,000-square-foot underground facility. Reportedly, it's a fully self-contained city with its own leaders, its own police and fire departments, even its own set of laws. This underground bunker has a hospital, dining and recreation areas, sleeping quarters, a self-contained water system, emergency power plant, even a radio and television studio, which is part of the emergency broadcasting system. Now, people are said to be able to survive down here in isolation for years without ever leaving the compound.
Sounds a lot like 2020.
Too soon. Mount Weather has been designed to survive conventional, chemical, biological, even nuclear attacks. Now, even though it's been operated and maintained for over 60 years, very little is known about Mount Weather. The general public first learned about it in 1974 when TWA Flight 514 crashed nearby. And up until then, most federal officials didn't even know it existed.
Has it ever been used?
Oh, yeah. Mount Weather was briefly activated by federal agents on April 7, 2015, after a major power outage hit Washington, D.C. It was also used during the 9/11 attacks when the entire congressional leadership was transported there by helicopter.
All of Congress in one bunker? Oh, I'd rather take my chances with the bombs.
I hear you. Nobody really knows who's on the Mount Weather list, but it's a pretty exclusive list.
So how do we get on the list? Of course. Bullshit.
5, 4, 3,
2, 1.
Hey, Joe. You gold? Miss, you're on fire.
It's very original. No, I do not want to stop, drop, and roll with you.
No, your book is on fire.
Oh my God.
Alcohol and flame, they like each other. Cold days.
Ellie Jones.
Hey, we're working our tails off over here. Do us a favor and hit the thumbs up or the like button or whatever button you got there. I mean, come on, you're doing nothing but walking around with a mask. You're angry, you're depressed. Come on, help a brother out. Now, Yamantau, Mezzo, Mej,
Yamantau, along with Kavinsky Mountain, are claimed by the U.S. as being secret nuclear facilities with underground bunkers, because large excavation projects have been observed by satellites. Several military garrisons were built on the site and then merged into the closed town of Mezhgoria.
Closed town?
Well, a closed town is a residential area where travel is restricted in and out.
How many people live in Mezzo or whatever?
Well, estimates are there are 30,000 military and another 30,000 non-military personnel. But nobody really knows because people haven't been able to enter or leave for over 20 years.
And nobody knows.
Well, countries in the West have been asking Russia for years what's going on in there, and the story keeps changing.
It is place for mining rocks. It is place for making delicious cheeses. It is like a big Home Depot.
They really said that?
They did.
I don't trust those guys.
They're Russian. They don't care what you think.
The Global Seed Vault. Ooh, that looks like the thing that the Jawas drive around.
It's just a big cow.
Deep in an icy mountain above the Arctic Circle, between Norway and the North Pole, lies a resource of vital importance for the future of civilization. It's not coal, oil, or precious minerals, but seeds. Millions of seeds, more than 900,000 varieties of food crops are stored in the Global Seed Vault on Spitsbergen, part of Norway's Svalbard archipelago.
Go ahead, tell the people how many tries it took you to get that right. Go ahead, tell them.
It took me 14 tries. Svalbard archipelago.
It's been a long day, folks.
The Seed Vault is basically a huge safety deposit box to protect against loss during large-scale regional or global crises.
So if they drop bombs on us, we still got tomatoes?
We still got tomatoes. The seed bank is 120 meters inside a sandstone mountain and employs seriously advanced security systems. Seeds are packaged in these special foil packets that allow them to last basically forever. The facility is managed by the Nordic Genetic Resource Center, but they only open the vault to make deposits. There are no permanent staff on site. Now, Spitsbergen was considered ideal because it lacks tectonic activity, has permafrost, and it's 130 meters above sea level, which keeps the site dry even if the ice caps melt. Also, Norway typically tries to stay out of military conflicts. I said they try. While the press has emphasized its use in the event of a major global catastrophe, the seed vault will be more frequently accessed when gene banks lose samples due to mismanagement, accidents, equipment failures, funding cuts, or natural disasters. These events are actually pretty common. War and civil strife have a history of destroying seed banks. For example, the National Seed Bank of the Philippines was damaged by flooding and then later destroyed by a fire. And the seed banks of Afghanistan, Syria, and Iraq have all been lost completely.
From bombs?
I'd rather end on a high note. Thanks to the Global Seed Vault, many of those seeds were recovered. Tomatoes.
Vatican Secret Archives.
53 miles of shelving, 35,000 volumes, millions of pages going back 1,200 years. Housed in one of the most iconic bastions of religion and culture, the Vatican's apostolic archives are the stuff of historical legend and Dan Brown books. But they're absolutely real. The archives indexes are not public, and their only apostolic archives are the stuff of
Thank you. I don't know. That's really tender there.
What?
Not squeaky toys.
They're not. Sorry, am I in your way? Is that your mommy? Come on. You need to stop doing that. Dad has these here for a reason. Come on. Watch out. Dad needs to sit back down.
Historical legend and Dan Brown books. But they're absolutely real. The archive's indexes are not public, and they're only accessible to very few scholars, and then only after the deposits have been stored for at least 75 years. And they're housed in a fortress inside the Vatican.
Hey, why do we have to wait 75 years to read this stuff?
I'd rather not get into it.
Ah, gotcha.
Anyway, notable documents include Henry VIII's request for a marriage annulment, a handwritten transcript of the trial of Galileo, and letters from Michelangelo complaining he hadn't been paid for his work on the Sistine Chapel.
They stiffed Michelangelo on his bill?
Apparently they did.
Ooh, what a pietà. Someone out there gets it.
The secretive nature of the Catholic Church and the potential information within have fueled years of wild speculation about what's inside. And there are tons of crazy conspiracy theories about what's in the archives.
Can we talk about a few?
Yes, we can. Disclaimer. We are merely reporting. We are not endorsing any of these theories.
I may endorse one.
You may not.
Fine. What do you got?
Many conspiracy theorists believe the archives show the Vatican is hiding proof that Jesus didn't exist.
Oh boy, you're right. I'll stay out of this one.
Good thinking. Another theory says the Vatican has evidence of extraterrestrials and that the Pope is conspiring with aliens to implant us with computer chips. There's also this great theory about a device. I have to say it slowly. It's called the chronovisor. Chronovisor. Now, try saying that word fast and watch how quickly your YouTube video gets banned. Anyway, the chronovisor is a machine that allows the operator to view past and future events, and it was designed by an Italian priest and scientist who was trying to prove evidence of the crucifixion. And the archives are said to contain the 3 secrets of Fatima, which is a series of visions and prophecies that predict the end of the world. And, of course, some people believe the archives are controlled by the Illuminati, which the Vatican is a founding member. A conspiracy theory that turned out to be true is that the Vatican archives contained a document that absolved the Knights Templar of crimes against the Church.
You're all loaded up and ready to move. Get the goods to the drop-off and this deal is done. But hey, I'd keep an eye out for anyone trying to intercept you on the road.
Interrogations, confessions, and absolutions of the Knights. In a known parchment was published in 2007 to confirm the legacy of the Knights Templar by proving that Pope Clement V actually absolved the group of heretics.
How can I be of service?
It's a fascinating document.
I can do it, but not for long. You'll have a minute.
So an on-order SVU episode. If you want to check it out, I'll put a link to the full text in the description. And if you want to see a whole video about the Knights Templar,
I do.
let us know in the comments. We'll be on it.
Room 39.
Room 39, also called Bureau 39 and Office 39, is officially known as the Central Committee Bureau 39 of the Workers' Party of Korea. $1 billion and committing international insurance fraud for big bucks. An umbrella corporation smuggled ginseng, gemstones, and gold into China so it could be sold on the international market as clean gold. Apparently, these 88 allegations don't this Chinese company names and has branches in Italy. We don't know much about the ginseng operation. Assassination attempt on they don't say more security details.
Maybe we can have one out.
Well, how do you say I'm sorry? I was being recorded. Is that what we have to say?
Yep.
Yes.
Yes, we do.
Yes, we do. For 600 years, the Voyage manuscript has stunned scholars, photographers, physicists, computer scientists, pretty much everybody. Now a researcher in Germany has claimed to have finally decoded the most mysterious book in the world.
What's it say?
No. Welcome to the Wild Files, where smart folks like us come to laugh. The secret of the Voyage manuscript finally been revealed, and the German Egyptologist do you think so? Voyage manuscript is a good book for FBI operatives, respected linguists, mathematics and scientific scholars, skilled linguists, they've all been left stumped. Even Alan Turing took a crack at it and came up short. Probably picture something out of a Nicolas Cage movie. Read women in bathtubs, bathtubs with windows, bathtubs shaped like ovaries, bathtubs oozing green liquid, bathtubs everywhere. These along with drawings of star-shaped flowers. The urban section is thick with elaborate drawings of unmentioned lightning, fly petals, and one drawing is some kind of and then the logical section pages one by
How many times have you said you'd like to trade your life in?
No. Don't say the actual argument is the book the people's consolation of IT, illness, and Sagittarius the holes in the ground, winding river like pipes, and paths shaped like a woman's reproductive system. This section is the most famous of the manuscript and easier to Oh, I'm not blowing anything here. The last section, the farmer.
It's going to change things like cows and
One accused is written from left to right. Although it's never been officially deciphered, there's definitely a structure to it. Researchers have concluded that the language has 25 distinct letters, but nobody's been able to figure out how the letters fit together. According to cryptanalysts, there is theories about the Voynich manuscript are all over the place. Some think the book was written by philosophers in a secret code only they could understand. My favorite theory is, yep, if you Google Voynich plus aliens, you get all kinds of great stuff. Because it contains a language which you cannot find anywhere else.
Hey there. What can I help you with? No problem. I'll scramble the signal for 1 minute.
According to German Egyptologists, more than is actually based in Hebrew. This included that the text must be a set of language, even in Europe. After identifying its certain German characters, managed to translate so, what's it say? Mostly gibberish. That's what the ancient Hebrew was like. Taking quite a few liberties with the language, trying to David Fletcher, a research associate at the University of Bristol in England, thought the book was written by big things of modern English instead. He told Romance Studies, when I realized the magnitude of the achievement, it was like a eureka moment. Cheshire's news hit the media like a tsunami, and was debunked with the same amount of force. Botched research and a rush to publication added up to a pretty embarrassing mess. And as stated in Ars Technica after the fallout, another day, another dubious claim that someone has proposed it. 2017, television writer Nicholas Gibbs made international news with a claim to his audience. He believed that the book is a women's health manual, and the language is actually made up of women's speakers. A women's health book here in America requires including overs and much relationships.
Unless you can. I had Lebowski plans with it.
But the Latin abbreviation idea isn't less convincing. Latin experts found his translations to be pretty much nonsense. This wasn't too much of a shock. He didn't have a lot of credibility to begin with. He was studying the text for a television show and lacked real experience in historical text decoding. So,
TV producers think they know everything.
even the Hebrew theory has been brought up and shut down before. In 2016, two computer scientists announced that they had successfully translated the entire sentences of the book from Hebrew. How did they test their theory? Well, they typed every Hebrew letter they recognized into Google Translate. According to their findings, the first sentence of the manuscript reads, "She made recommendations to the priest, man of the house, and
Okay, the sale's on. The goods have been moved onto a boat down at the docks. You need to take the boat out to a drop-off off the coast to make the sale. Have a good trip.
Remains unknown. The book's history is slightly less mysterious, although there's still a few hundred years not accounted. Historians at the University of Arizona have carbon dated the book in the 15th century between 1404 and 1438. And clues such as the style of the illustrations, the type of pigments and paint used, and the casting of the text it's written on all indicate it probably originated in northern Italy. The voyage first appears in the historical record in the late 16th century when Holy Roman Emperor Leon II purchased the book. The imperial position and signature is visible on the first page of the book. It's only probable. The very passed into the hands of Holy Direct, an alchemist from Prague who referred to the book as
Hey, which one of my skills is required? Give me a call back when simple decisions don't freak you out so much.
The manuscript then disappeared for 200 years, finally resurfacing when it was put in the Wilford Voynich in 1912. historians and cryptologists, linguists and scientists continue their search for Voynich manuscript's meaning, the most logical theory to me is that it was a hoax perpetrated by Edward Kelly, a medieval scam artist. Kelly would go into these trances. He claimed to be able to speak to angels. Other people would then write down what the angel said in their angel language.
Other people spoke this angel language.
Nope.
It's not at all helpful.
If the manuscript really is a transcription of what angel expressions, or is it a manuscript? The best cryptographers are some computer scientists and all those tools out there. All we have left to do is stay brave. Ancient civilizations possess knowledge that is forgotten. I think that's obvious. But to be fair, most lost knowledge is probably not practical to us today anyway. Here's the bacterial infection. What about ancient technology? Levitation. Specifically, levitating water. Now that would be useful. Many people believe levitation. What supports this? Let's find out why. Monuments constructed of massive stone. And the first question we have to ask is, why? Why use huge, ridiculously heavy stone if the constructions could have been solid blocks, like bricks? But if you're looking at the question, here's how that works a little later. The current acoustic levitation technology can only move tiny objects with if you are, awesome. Some researchers think ancient cultures may have mastered levitation through yes, the Jedi were an ancient culture, but let's look at cultures in our own galaxy. How the Great Pyramids of Egypt were built has been the subject of debate for a long time.
Aliens.
The fact is, no one really knows for certain how they were constructed.
Oh, the aliens.
The mainstream theory is that it took a workforce of about 5,000 men and 20 years to build the Great Pyramid using ropes, pulleys, ramps, and cranes. And that may very well be the case, though I have my doubts. And if you guys want a whole video on the construction of the pyramids, let me know in the comments. There's a lot to cover about pyramids. For example, they weren't built by someone. But let's talk about the 10th century historian Abu Masudi traveled all over the world and finally settled in Egypt, where he wrote a 30-volume history of the world. Like everyone, he was awestruck by the pyramids, and he wrote a very intriguing passage about how the giant stone blocks were transported. First, magic papyrus was imprinted with symbols and placed under each stone. Then the stone was struck with a metal rod that caused it to slowly rise above the ground. The stone then moved along a path that was paved with other stones and fenced in by metal poles.
Hi.
The stone traveled along this path for about 50 meters, then gently settled to the ground. This process was then repeated over and over again until the builders had the stone exactly where they wanted it. Now, some believe metal poles could have been used to create high-frequency sound vibrations, which would have been responsible for creating the levitation effects. Now, given that the pyramids were already thousands of years old when Hammurabi wrote this, what if there was this guy's information? Is this an oral history passed down through the generations, or just a great story created by a talented writer? Right. Clark's third law says any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. The Great Pyramid of Giza does possess some extraordinary acoustic properties, and can dramatically amplify sound that and how it can be used to produce powerful effects, possibly including levitation. Striking the rock created vibrations that resulted in levitation. Maybe the layout of stones and rods created some kind of magnetic levitation. And to us, is indistinguishable from that. Well, the pyramids aren't the only ancient structures made of huge stone blocks. There are monuments around the world that contain stone components of such incredible size that they make the pyramids look tiny, but their construction remains a mystery. Let's look at a few more. The Temple of Jupiter at Baalbek, Lebanon, contains the 3 largest stone blocks ever used in a man-made structure. Each block is estimated to weigh as much as 1,000 tons. No industrial equipment in existence today can lift them. And people claim a limited number of people, yet somehow they are positioned together so precisely that a student can't fit the two. And nearby is an even bigger stone. It's known as Hajar al-Hijra, and it's the largest stone ever cut by humans. It weighs 1,200 tons. It's estimated it would take 16,000 men to even touch it. And it would be a huge scale of modern technology. Here it is. How did they do it? Nobody knows. Let's go to the other side. On a remote plateau in Bolivia, 12,000 feet above sea level, there's a monument called Puerta del Sol, or Gate of the Sun. Elaborately carved a single piece of stone with how did it end up almost 4 kilometers up the mountain? Some scientists think that it may not be in its original location. If that's so, where did it come from? Here's another. Namadal is an archaeological site on the island of Pompeii in Indonesia. It's been called the Machu Picchu of the Pacific. It's the only ancient city ever built in the engineering of Namadal is so complex. Nobody can figure out how it was built. It's made up of hundreds of stacked stone logs, which are about 3 meters long and about 1 meter in diameter. The logs, which are stacked kind of like firewood, create walls that are 4 feet high and 18 feet wide. That's taller than a 3-story building. Each stone log weighs about 2.5 tons. And the pieces that make up the high walls, they weigh as much as 50 tons each. How they were moved and lifted into position is absolutely baffling. The locals didn't have pulleys. They didn't have levers. They didn't even have access to metal. This is Stone Age technology, so how do they do it? Well, the locals tell stories about giants who flew great canoes in the sky.
Aliens.
And those aliens, I mean giants, use some kind of magic to levitate the logs into place. Now, these are structures from very different and diverse cultures from all over the world. What was their secret? Well, these societies are so old that there is no record of how these structures were constructed. In almost every place that their mother's exist, the legend also exists that the new stones were made by fire, either by striking with a rock, or by instruments, or by simply chanting stones into position. Let's see how that works. For centuries, travelers from the Far East told tales of acoustic levitation. Some and objects using sound. One famous story comes from a medical doctor named Dr. Yal. He had been brought to a remote area of Tibet in 1939 to treat a Buddhist holy man suffering from an unknown illness. After spending some time with the monks, Dr. Yal eventually gained their confidence, and to show their appreciation, they performed a demonstration of sonic levitation that left the good doctor astounded. They took him to a meadow that was surrounded by high cliffs, and in the middle of the clearing, about 250 meters from a cliff, was a heavy slab of stone. Then the monks arranged 19 musical instruments, 13 drums and 6 trumpets, in a 90-degree arc around the stone and started playing. The other monks began singing and chanting a prayer, slowly increasing the tempo. During the first 4 minutes, nothing happened. But as the speed of the drumming and the noise increased, the big stone block started to rock and sway and suddenly took off into the air and continued to rise until it landed on a hilltop about 250 meters above the ground. This demonstration was repeated multiple times for Dr. Yarl, who actually took film footage of this.
What? Where's the film?
Oh, that's confiscated and classified.
Well, that's a piece of bullshit.
I know. I actually found a paper that explained scientifically how this levitation might have actually worked. Link below. And if you're into geometry and geodetics, you're gonna love it.
Sounds moving. You see what I did there?
These new Little Caesars Crazy Puffs are fun size.
And perfect on the go.
You hear that, Buttercup? We can go anywhere.
Another creation credited with acoustic levitation is the Coral Castle located in Florida. The Coral Castle is a sprawling stone compound built by Edward Leeds Scalding between the years 1923 and 1951. The complex is constructed of lifted and maneuvered into place, all by himself. Just him. FYI, he was 5 foot tall and weighed 100 pounds.
I ruined the moment tonight.
The lead Scalding refused to allow visitors or observers on site while he was working, so there are no eyewitness accounts detailing his construction methods. Yet, alone, working mostly at night, he was somehow able to cut and transport 1,000 tons of rock to use for walls and towers. He also built all kinds of buildings and sculptures, all from giant pieces of stone. An obelisk he raised weighs 28 tons, and the largest rock on the property weighs an estimated 35 tons. Now, some of these stones are twice the weight of the largest blocks in the Great Pyramid of Giza. All this he did alone and without heavy machinery. The most amazing thing to me is the stone gate. It weighs 9 tons and has about a quarter-inch of clearance inside the frame. It's so well balanced that you could push it open with a single finger. This is something that would be challenging for even the most experienced engineering and construction team. Yet somehow Leeds Scalding was able to do it alone.
Well, this guy definitely wasn't human.
Nope. Leeds Scalding never specifically identified sound as a key factor in his work, but he had an interest in radio and owned all kinds of sound equipment which he used for unknown purposes. Now, no one ever saw him lift enormous objects, though the story goes that spying teenagers saw him float coral blocks through the air like hydrogen balloons.
I love this guy.
I do too.
I have discovered the secrets of the pyramids and have found out how the Egyptians and the ancient builders in Peru, Yucatan, and Asia, with all like primitive tools, raised and set in place blocks of stone weighing many tons.
He told friends ancient masters had developed a method for overcoming the force of gravity, and that as a practicing Freemason, he was exposed to this knowledge through his contacts in that secret organization.
This guy built an Illuminati sandcastle with magnets?
He might have. With magnets or sound or both. I mean, there's actual science behind some of this. Now, unless you're in a vacuum, sound is everywhere. Sound is created by vibrating molecules of a medium, like air or water, into waves. The waves hit our eardrums or our skull, and our brain decodes the wavelengths into sound. We don't usually think of sound as a physical presence, but acoustic waves can absolutely affect the environment. Think of a nightclub or a concert where you can just feel the bass. Or how ultrasound is used to pulverize kidney stones, or how singing the right note with a sufficient volume or amplitude can scatter glass. There are even sound waves that can make people sick. We've got a video coming up on this, so levitator has two main parts. A transducer, which is really just the surface that creates the sound by vibrating, kind of like a speaker. And there's also a reflector, which helps focus the sound waves on the object you want to levitate. Now, to get this to work, there's quite a bit of math involved. For example, the distance between the transducer and the reflector must be a multiple of half of the wavelength of the sound. Now, this is because you need to get enough molecules lined up under the object in order to lift it. If you just blast sound at an object, all you're doing is scattering a bunch of molecules around. That won't work. But if we remember the story about the Tibetan monks, they were using this precise technique.
The ride is all there. Thank you. You throw a very good party, bro.
Just like a transducer, focused at a specific object from a specific distance, like a reflector. I bet if we knew the actual sound of the instruments, we'd see a correlation between the wavelengths they emitted.
Hey there, boss?
No.
That was so terrible.
No, I didn't mean to do that. It was...
Shame on you.
Coming through.
Now that we've seen that sound can be used to move objects, is this enough evidence to prove how the pyramids were constructed? Or something? For most? Yeah. For me? I'm not really sure. But the pyramids are the most sure. But when you look at the sheer size those ramps would need to be, and the research involved, you know the materials required to build the pyramids would be more than the materials needed to make the pyramids. Much more. So where are all the Isn't that a bit arrogant? Isn't pseudoscience only pseudoscience until people are afraid to go up against the research was conducted by the medical establishment. Gregor Mendel, Nicholas Tesla, initially they were rejected. Imagine the faith in Twitter existed, but that's a long time ago. Surely we've matured since then. In 1903, when the Wright brothers and other people built the New York Times said man flight would not be possible for 1 to 10 million years. And in 1985, the New York Times said no matter how inexpensive or powerful a laptop computer would become, nobody would buy one.
No, boys.
And when Apple announced the iPhone, the Times said they'd probably never build it, and even if they did, nobody would buy it. And speaking of Twitter, here's what the New York Times said when it launched.
Using Twitter for literate communication is about as likely as
What's up,
firing
boss?
up a CB radio and
Stay
hearing
safe,
some
boss.
guy recite the Iliad. Whether the service could be made into a sustainable business.
Haven't I always told you don't trust the media?
You have. If you suggest that levitating heavy objects with sound or creating free energy is even possible, you're viciously attacked. Not just by Facebook and Twitter, but by the New York freaking Times. Aren't new ideas worth exploring?
So what you
Did
looking
Steve
for?
Jobs care what people thought about him? Does Elon Musk care? No. They just went out and changed the world. So my message today
Always gotta
is
have a
not to
mag
the
of that.
corporate media or social media. They make money by getting all of us to attack each other.
Gotta
That's
load
their
up before you
business
head
model. It's shameful, and that's why nobody trusts them. Who cares? George Bernard Shaw said, all great truths begin as blasphemies. This message is to those blasphemers.
Need any
to
more?
the recluse out there building
That'll
castles
light 'em
with
up.
sound and magnets and his
Always
own
gotta
hands.
have a mag
To
of
the
that.
nerd in the garage tinkering with electronics because he
Gotta load
knows
up
in
before
his
you head
heart
out.
there is a better way. This message is to the next
Need any
Kepler,
more?
Jobs, Elon Musk, to the
That'll light
misfits
'em up.
and dreamers and
Always gotta
visionaries.
have a
My
mag of
message
that.
is to you.
Yup.
They are
Gotta
going
load up
to
before you head
attack
out.
you. They are going to hate you. Ignore them. Keep dreaming. Keep building. Keep blaspheming. Because I can tell you with 100% certainty, the world needs you much more than it needs the New York Times.
15+00.
You smell that?
I can smell that underwater. Well, don't look at me.
Let's get out of here.
Agreed.
The smells of the universe are not universal.
Listen. You smell something?
Different objects in space, like comets, planets, moons, gas clouds, each have their own distinctive aroma.
Ooh, I love the smell of the universe in the morning.
Me too. We're all watching The Expanse, right? If you're not, start immediately. It's the best sci-fi show on TV. And it's based on a series of novels which are equally awesome, and I will link below. Anyway, The Expanse describes the moon as having a gunpowder stick. And I remember reading that and thinking, what a cool description. And it made me wonder, how did they come up with that? Does the moon really smell like gunpowder? Turns out it
Looking
does.
good,
This
boss.
video, we're going to assume the moon landing was not fake.
We are going to assume the moon landing is real.
You'll believe anything.
When recalling the smell of the moon, Apollo 17's Jack Schmidt said everyone's impression of the smell was that of spent gunpowder. strange because the makeup of lunar dust is completely different than gunpowder. Moon regolith is made up of silicon dioxide glass, created by billions of years of atoms, also contains iron, calcium, and magnesium. Gunpowder is a combination of nitrocellulose and glycerin from wax and glass. Well, nobody really knows. But this is a sign of moon dust. How does this go? During rain, the oils and geosmin are released into the air, causing them to stink. Mercury is the smallest and closest planet to the Sun. There he is! If we've got Hermes, it translated into Latin as Mercurius. Mercury contains a lot of sodium, it doesn't have much in odor, but we've got a lot of silica that so still snow Venus is the second planet from the Sun, named after the Roman goddess of love and when they name the planet, they create the spell. Venus has a thick atmosphere, mostly carbon dioxide. Heavy clouds of sulfuric acid. The combination makes Venus smell like a pork match. Not next. Mars is the fifth planet from the Sun, and the second smallest planet in the solar system, being larger than only Mercury. Named for the Roman god of war, Mars is often referred to as the red planet because of the iron. Sloppy!
What? Huh? You need a pee? You need me to go with you? Let me just get here, okay? And then I'll walk up with you.
There are trace amounts of methane, phosphine can smell like rotten fish.
So funny. You peed? You done? Okay, good job. Did you just call the cat a dummy? Go on. Come on. Go lay down.
Saturn's moons Enceladus is covered in ice, but underneath it has an ocean of liquid salt. We've recently discovered that plumes of methanol are ejected from the surface.
Finally done with the agency.
This is the pure cocktail super. Comments mostly smell like burnt metal and forced white eggs. While the asteroids contain formaldehyde and cyanide to make it will take cars apart. Huh. I didn't know that.
Before you came along, you know.
Okay, take it easy. Anyway, the center of our galaxy is the dust-clad Sagittarius P2. And you're not inside something chemically responsible for the flavor and the smell as well. So, not so bad. What's that? I hate you. In 1981, an arcade in Portland was the scene of countless gamers coming down with migraines, having heart attacks, seizures, and strokes. Local teens were suffering from amnesia and having hallucinations, all due to a mysterious game that seemed to arrive out of thin air. The game was called Polybius.
Hi there.
Playing the game
What
was
can I do for
dangerous.
you?
It was highly addictive and caused some teens to become hyper-aggressive. Fights started breaking out at the arcade. One player was stabbed to death. All traced back to people who played Polybius. Now, why would the government allow the public to play such a dangerous game? Well, because the government created it. Let's find out why. If you've never heard the urban legend about Polybius, here's how it goes. In 1981, a Portland arcade received a video game called Polybius that had gameplay unlike anything anyone had ever seen before. The player would stare at random geometric patterns and strange shapes, causing them to fall into a sort of hypnotic state. The game was known for its psychedelic images, unsettling soundtrack, and subliminal messages. If you played Polybius, it could cause all kinds of physiological effects. Amnesia, anxiety, night terrors, aggression, insomnia. It could also cause physical effects, like migraine headaches, nausea, vertigo, attacks, and strokes. Polybius was created by a company named Sinus Motion, which in German roughly translates to sensory. And after playing, two Portland teenagers disappeared without a trace. Some say they were abducted, others say they were recruited. Whoa. Now this game was so addictive, the players would line up around the block and get into physical fights in order to play. People reported that the Polybius machines were watching players and collecting data about them. The data was clearly retrieved by the machines, and the player members was able to learn its attributes and responses from the players. This is an urban legend. The good thing is how much of it is true. Or actually, more than most people think.
You're fine, right? Sure.
One did exist, I doubt there's photos of it. Also, there's only one known screen capture of the game's title screen. The screen cap shows the name of the game, engineer, Payout, and says it was developed by a company named Sims Rush. Now, in German, this translates to sensory deprivation or sensitivity. The translation, so probably not a native German speaker. There's also no evidence that the company ever existed in Germany before Sims Rush. No company anywhere ever lived, so it's not out there. Art used for the title itself. Only games from huge companies like Nintendo and Williams do not have so many resources into the players support and the street. There's the case of Jeff Daly. A heart condition. Apparently, the stress of trying to break the game's high score triggered a heart attack. Same for Peter Bukowski of Calumet City, who also died of heart failure while playing Berserk. Also Calumet City, two teenage boys got into a fight over a game, and one stabbed the other to death. And then there's Brian Miller, who was playing Asteroids for 20 hours trying to break the record. He got sick and collapsed. Moore was pounding Coca-Colas for hours, so it's understandable that he gets sick from that. He survived. And when these stories stack up, you can see how they can lead to paranoia about the effects of playing video games. Video games were a new phenomenon. And like always, parents are suspicious of anything new, fun, and seemingly addictive, like playing video games. But can you really blame them? A game developer's job is to make a game so fun and immersive and addictive that you want to throw money at it. I mean, that's just as true now as it was back then. Whether it's putting coins in a spot or microtransactions in a mobile game, the psychology is the same. Game companies want you to give them money, and they want to give you hits of dopamine. Cool. The role of a game company or any corporation is to make money, so nobody disputes that. They're transparent about it. But people need to be more suspicious of the government than they are of corporations, because the government is so transparent. No, the government agencies really conduct secret operations. But the answer is yes, they do. The FBI's records indicate that the agency actually was monitoring and raiding arcades in Portland at the
You got it. Leave it to me.
Were collapsing. Arcades had reputations of being places for drug activity, gambling, and petty crime like pickpocketing. Now, though the stories were sensationalized in the media, of course, people really were gambling over pinball games. Kids really were buying and smoking weed in arcades. How did this factor into the previous legend? Well, during one sting operation, the FBI placed microphones and cameras inside video games to gather evidence was Vegas. Now, the FBI didn't care that Tempest was a vector game. All they cared about was that the casket had large cameras and cameras. And this FBI operation was so extensive that in the early 80s, there was actually a shortage of office cabinets in the Pacific Northwest. Because the feds were all over it. And apparently the feds weren't very discreet about picking up their territory. Like their seasoned guys would show up at an arcade, open their TV, bother with the coins. Okay, but what about the CIA conducting mind control experiments? Can that possibly be true?
That's another rhetorical question. Of course it's true.
It's true.
The CIA became convinced the communists had found the key to brainwashing. Now the Americans had to unlock the mystery of mind control.
Early in the Cold War, the CIA was convinced that communists had discovered a drug that would allow them to control human minds.
Hey, what's up?
The CIA began its own secret program called MKUltra. The goal was to find a mind control drug that could be weaponized against enemies. MKUltra, which operated in the 1950s and 60s, was created and run by a chemist named Sidney Gottlieb. Now, some experiments were covertly funded at universities and research centers, while others were conducted in American prisons and in detention centers in Japan, Germany, and the Philippines. And subjects endured psychological torture ranging from electric shock to very high doses of LSD. Doctors realized that mind control was a two-part process. First, you had to destroy the existing mind, and you had to find a way to insert a new mind into the void. Now, the CIA didn't get too far early on, but they did a hell of a job before it. The top-secret nature of MKUltra makes it it's not.
That's your government, people. Enjoy.
Now, we don't know how many people died during the first cycle. Many lives were permanently destroyed. The U.S. government has been experimenting on people against their will for so long. So it's not far of a stretch to think that these commitments were this purpose. These stories are all true, but none of them are actually connected to a game called Focus. No such game has ever been done. Studio developer Rogue Synapse is known for creating fictional arcade games like Dawn of the Last Night. They created a game named Oblivious in 2007, and their version attempts to recreate the gameplay described in the urban legend, including psychedelic visuals and subliminal messages. It's pretty creepy. It's kind of fun. I'll link it below. You can play. It's free.
Yeah, no thanks. I'm good.
Coward. Oh, speaking of The Last Starfighter, that's a movie from the 80s where an intergalactic space force uses a video game to recruit star pilots. This probably leads into the Oblivious legend. Allegedly, players were disappearing, and it was said they were either abducted by the government or were actually recruited by the government.
I've seen him come and I've seen him go, but you're the best, my boy. Light years ahead of the competition.
So the name Oblivious was probably chosen specifically to troll people who were into conspiracies. Oblivious was a Greek philosopher born in 200 BC. It occurred at the Oblivious School, which is a type of cycle. Oblivious also famously said you should never be because it can hurt. It's weaknesses. So, if you understand this, trolls. The early legend of Oblivious emerged in the early 2000s, but this the video game show on the website of Project Oblivious, and the entry of Oblivious is the Oblivious talks about bizarre rumors and says its history is unknown. The person believed to have created it was the entire legend Funtime created and took out GamePro magazine about it. A GamePro reference for movies that and lies in video games. Whether Prometheus was a sequel for a lie, GamePro said the story was unconclusive. It was a review in the early 2000s. GamePro was one of the largest gaming magazines in the country, so this generated interest. A few months later, the story landed on Slashdot. And if you remember the internet in the early 2000s, a mention on Slashdot was a huge deal. A legend was born. And since then, Prometheus has been all over the media, the subject of countless investigations. It's even been referenced in pop culture. When an unsolved mystery gets as much attention as this, there's going to be people claiming that they were involved. One notorious hoaxer is someone Stephen Murray. He worked on the game. The story has been investigated and debunked, but it got plenty of attention. And if Kurt Collar invented the story, worked like a charm. So is the story of Prometheus true? Well, the psychology and social media platforms like Facebook it has a long history of experimenting on its citizens, so there's no
Hello.
But the rest of the story,
Quick, you need...
Here's how it happened to thousands of people in San Francisco just a few years ago. Who would have trusted police archives would sit in a bar and just hang out. And out of nowhere, of course, it was by the town. And the town's just small blocks. On one side of the street, it walks the road in the on the other side, the road is absolutely distressing. The other side is the security guard coming to the right side of the road. What happens next? Changes you forever. Working in the code, self-employment is in the
Got to give it to the LSPD, still the most corrupt department in the business. Well done standing up to them.
There's a big neon sign that says, under that sign behind glass is a ticket taker. This is so heavily frosted, you can't really see the person's face. You simply hear their voice. You're given a claim ticket and asked to turn over all your personal belongings, your wallet, purse, phone, keys, everything in your pockets. You're told this is for your own safety.
I don't like where this is going.
Once you've complied with this request, you hear a door unlock. You enter and close the door behind you. It's dark. So dark that you have no idea if you're in a huge room or a closet. You can't see your hands in front of your face. And it's so quiet that it almost feels like the air is being sucked out of the room. And after a second or two, you hear a muffled click as the door locks you in. You now have no choice but to go forward into the black, without your wallet, without your phone, without your eyes. In the black, you feel your way around everything. The floor to ceiling is covered in thick carpet. And as you move forward, the passageway gets smaller and smaller. Once you get around you, you can no longer stand. You have to literally crawl through it. If you're claustrophobic or afraid of the dark, panic is going to set in pretty quickly. Now, moving slowly suddenly the blank pages of the book you chose begin to show you a story. This is called the Fable. And the Fable talks about an ancient society that walled itself off from the rest of the world. The 12 brave citizens dug a tunnel under the wall in order to bring their philosophy to other cultures. Now, after the fable is told and you see the words absolute discretion, the lights come back on and you're instructed by name to move on. So you enter another small door and continue crawling through the dark. Yeah.
Who started this company? Jester?
I don't see how.
And you crawl to another secret room, which has a stack of business cards that say, do you have knee or joint pain? Call Jeffrey Rosen MD. Latitude Orthopedics. You like that, huh?
The next room you find looks like an old office. There's a couch, coffee table, and a vintage phone. The phone has one button that waits for your attention. You pick up the receiver.
I've been selected out of many, and we're chosen for a reason. One of our members has great video. One great axiom.
He waits until you gather your belongings, walk back out to the street. Now, on the ground, embedded into the sidewalk itself, is the mysterious hex logo of the Latitude. The people walk by, going about their day, completely unaware of the absolute bizarre experiences going on inside. You yourself aren't quite sure what just happened. Your cell phone rings. The voice on the other end of the phone tells you you've been chosen for a special mission. Over the next few hours, a series of calls and texts direct you around the city on sort of an urban scavenger hunt. Now, at one point, you're told to go to a local bar, give the bartender your card, and say nothing. The bartender then slides you a heavy brass coin. On the coin it says, absolute discretion. A few minutes later, you get a text sending you to another address. And when you arrive, you see the hex logo stamped in the cement. This is the place. You get another text with a door code. You try it. It works. You see the hex logo on the steering wheel. You walk up the stairs, following the clues that have now become familiar. And when you reach your designated floor, it's just a row of offices. But one of the doors has a keycard lock, and the door is labeled Den Arcadia. So, you try your card. It works. The room is covered in ornate psychedelic murals, and in the middle of the room are 5 vintage arcade games. So you put in your coin and start playing. Now at first the game plays normally, but after a minute or so, it glitches out and you see a mysterious glowing figure. This is Quas, the gatekeeper of the Latitude. The Quas gives you a secret word. It then instructs you to go home to your glowing box and enter the signal. Back home, you enter the code on the Latitude website. You're then shown a video of Professor Walter King. The Latitude has a double meaning. Professor welcomes you to the Latitude Society as a compeer. He then gets on a boat and sails away. You then choose a society's secret name called the Mile. What kind of perks? Well, you can go to their e-commerce store and buy Latitude merchandise like t-shirts, and other stuff. You can participate in other events called songs. But most importantly, you can now invite others to join the society. For about $30 each, you can purchase those mysterious Latitude security cards. And as long as you use absolute discretion, you can buy as many cards as you like.
This is a pretty complicated way to sell merch.
It is. And this is one of the reasons for the downfall of the Latitude, at least this version of it. To learn what went wrong and what happened to the Latitude Society, you have to pull back the curtain. And that leads us to the Latitude's founder and chief visionary. His name is Jeff Hall.
You know, like for some people, heaven and hell is reality.
Jeff Hall is a Silicon Valley tycoon / artist. He worked for his father's financial firm and made a bundle when they sold the business for $500 million. Hall went on to create a company called which specializes in real storytelling. Things like escape rooms or murder mysteries is this type of entertainment. Nonchalance uses the urban landscape as a canvas on which to paint these interactive battles. Another well-known Nonchalance experience is called the Review.
to move.
So we go back to paradise. Again, the safest approach to reconnaissance is to pose as one of Mr. Rubio's smugglers. I have been monitoring air traffic from the island, and I have coordinates of the most recent plane to land in Los Santos. I, for one, am keen to see how things have changed since our last trip.
Days of the Latitude Society, the intent was to create amazing immersive experiences to attract corporate clients who wanted to commission their own experiences. Whether through entertainment, team building, or marketing, Jeff Paul believed we could use the Latitude concept to raise funding. And we needed to. The society cost about $3,000 per day to operate, and hoped for about $2 million of his own money. But after 3 years, the Latitude was experienced. So Hall introduced some controversial policies. Initially, members could invite anyone they wanted to for free. But eventually, invitation cards cost $25, $50 per card, if members would like this. Then Hall announced that there would be a membership fee of about $300 per year. This caused full-scale outrage. Members argued that when they invited someone to join, they were giving them a gift. Society had over 3,000 members. And even if all of them paid their membership fees, paid their invitation cards, bought merchandise, and so-called ratio of $100,000 per month for Latitude users in such state. So what did that guy do? What did he do? Shut it down. And just as easy as said and done, Jeff Hall and the Latitude Society were so good at creating an experience for their members that members experienced experiences for their own, or whether they also also created. Most of the calls in
Like a religion.
day in, day out, and going and someone invites you to join a series of
Religion. That's Funtime, right?
Coordinates are with you now. Disguise a should be in the airplane. You can change on the way. And leave your weapons. Mr. Rubio will not trust smugglers. The guards will shoot you on sight if you are armed.
Over and over about how labels and feelings like someone is a good
Why not?
But during a lot of crazy rituals like chanting and dancing and house moves, all kinds of things. Really committed to their role.
I have got all of them.
They were important in the trial.
Oh, my terrible luck. I'm going all over, but the same thing. It's off my bucket. Yeah. Countless. Everything you want. Come on.
You are there in peace. Besides, how are people like to rise in the way?
But the way it landed. Like, I had planned to. All those patterns. Like, yeah. I had that passport. I think it was like a month or so ahead of the passport. It takes time. Also, like a month, 2 months. Like, yeah. Things can affect that. I know.
showing the rank of the organization's hierarchy.
For different ages, the food vest in normal channels, they have to check a bunch of boxes. I get that. Everything. Yeah, but. Huh.
Good point. I in the bike model is information control. Cults use deception.
So,
Latitude does this.
like,
information is not freely available to outsiders. Spy is used. Cult-generated propaganda is free. Also, information is shared. One ex-latitude member complained that she had to give the society all kinds of personal information about herself.
Paren, esperen ahí. Why can't you assholes be on time for once, eh?
She was told
Arms out, let's go.
T is thought control.
Okay, wait over there. They will bring it soon. Go on.
Techniques are used to alter mental states. Members are required to take the cult's doctrine as truth. Meditating, chanting, praying, and rituals are used to instill a new map of reality. Just all the boxes. E is emotional. This includes making you feel. In an excellent article of Vice, one member talks about how after she left the society,
essentially, I tracked everything that I could and went in the box. Bags were having like almost 100 pounds. Oh, they had TVs, game systems, and
I don't think he did, but whether intentional or not, he seems to have an intuition for how to manipulate people. Now, fortunately, I don't think he tried to do any harm, nor did he try to enrich himself. He could have taken advantage of his members, but he didn't. So this leads to a deeper and potentially dangerous question. A religion is defined as a group of people adhering to a specific set of beliefs. A cult is defined as a group of people adhering to a specific set of beliefs. It is. But religion is widely accepted. Nobody can argue that religion or had cruel practices, and many people who were cults felt that while they were in them, were better. So what's the difference between a cult and a religion? I don't have the answer. Do you?
I don't know. Goodwill mission.
In 2011, Dutch scientists connected mice to a brain scanner and cut their heads off. They discovered that mice remained conscious for up to 4 seconds after decapitation. Other studies show that small mammals remained aware for up to 29 seconds. Now, this is also true for humans. Those provide enough time for a pretty gruesome experience, and might also explain some pretty grisly stories from history. So does a human head remain conscious after being separated from its body? It sure does.
So,
let's find out why.
Coca-Cola. Now, I've already done this, you know, treasure to find.
Citizens aligned for thousands of years. Throughout history, we find many stories about how some decapitated heads still move their eyes or make facial expressions.
I don't know if the start of that
There's even a famous story about a man who was under the execution of his friend where the revolution. Seconds after the guillotine, the man retrieved the severed head and asked a series of questions. Breaking and facial expressions. The victim allegedly communicated
together 3 times.
Started to ask the question, does a person really stay conscious of the air after losing their head? Well, the answer is not only is it possible, but it's medically proven. Debate on the subject started ever since Charlotte Corday was guillotined and was murdered. The executioner's assistant looked at that. Eyewitnesses reported that, quote, her face took on an angry expression. A moment or two was which implied that the head was aware of the sensation. Anyway, French doctors argued that witnesses were producing nervous spasms following their emotion. and very little research was conducted on the subject until 1905, when a French doctor named Moreau was allowed to make an investigation on his head.
There you go.
Subject was a criminal who had immediately after guillotining. Here's what Dr. Moreau wrote in his journal.
Oh, okay. And sometimes
Check high and check low.
More penetrations than the first time. There was a further closing of the eyelids, but now less complete. I attempted a third call, but there was no further opening. The eyes concentrated. You okay there, sport? Hello? Oh boy, not again. Listen, sorry folks, the human gets a little squeamish. We'll be back after these messages.
By the mid-20th century, the government of France wasn't so sure beheading was as painless as its supporters claimed. In the 1950s, a study by doctors Pierre Delivre and Fournier concluded that death by guillotine is not instantaneous. The report said every vital element survives decapitation. The last man to be guillotined in France was Tunisian-born killer Hamida Danjoubi in 1977. Danjoubi became the last person in Western Europe to be executed by the state before France officially abolished capital punishment in 1981. The French authorities had already banned public executions after the beheading of Eugene Weidman in 1939. This event was secretly filmed by a member of the crowd in Versailles. And once the horrible film made the rounds, the government turned to...
You can use it with the app on your phone.
There is one sort of lives on at the University of Lisbon's facility of medicine. Diogo Alves was Portugal's first serial killer and one of the last people to be executed.
Check the vault. Basement level.
His severed head was actually cut off and studied by scientists following his hanging, and is now preserved in a glass jar in the medical school.
They had this head for 150 years. Why keep it?
Sometimes it's just really hard to throw things away. Okay, so chopping off your head doesn't result in immediate death, but just how long do you actually
Do you see there? In the display case. Bottle of Cinzamito. And take tequila.
Just a few seconds.
We'll check out
When the brain runs
You
out
never
of
know.
oxygen, called an oxygen.
Must be something with like a roll.
Edward's body lives on for about
You
another
bet.
minute until the heart stops.
Try. I'll try putting these together for
Some of them can survive for longer than days. Cockroaches can live for weeks without their head. And if the wound is able to seal itself off, well, it just keeps on going. Headless snakes. A decapitated snake's head can still fight when it is venom without its body. Headless frogs still jump. Snapping turtles still snap. For hours. Just the head. But the craziest headless animal has got to be the chicken. Specifically, Miracle Mike.
Ooh, the movie with the male strippers.
No, that's Magic Mike.
I don't think you're right about that.
Position locked.
this would be a
Miracle
horrible
Mike was a
one.
chicken who belonged to a farmer in Colorado named Lloyd Olson. Lloyd was planning on having a little...
Now this is worth noting down.
Chopping off Miracle Mike's head, he kept walking around.
The farmer kept walking around?
No, Miracle Mike, the chicken.
What?
Yup. He was able to balance himself, run around, and was still trying to peck for food. So, Lloyd decided to keep him as a pet.
Oh no, this isn't real.
Oh, it is. Oh. Lloyd fed Miracle Mike with milk and water with an eyedropper to keep him alive, and even dropped small grains of corn down Mike's neck hole.
Gross! Just get a puppy for crying out loud. This is crazy.
What's even crazier is Miracle Mike lived for 18 more months without his head. He went on tour, made public appearances. He was even on the cover of Time Life magazine.
That's a terrible way to become famous.
Miracle Mike was considered to be very healthy. The only reason he died was because one of those corn kernels got stuck in his
neck hole.
Right.
And there's a lesson in there somewhere.
Probably. but I don't know what it is.
It's that part of his brain that was
After
like
6
so
long years of
Kepler
fighting,
brain.
the Allies finally defeated the German war machine
And
in 1945. In July of that year, the leaders of the Allies, Stalin, met at the Potsdam Conference to decide what would become of Germany and how to divide the spoils of war. Now, publicly, the Allied leaders were friendly and respectful, but privately, it was a different story. When the cameras were off, there was anger, mistrust, and hours of arguing. Stalin felt that Churchill was weak and deceitful, and Roosevelt threw a fit when he heard Stalin's demands for war reparations. Even though the Soviet Union and the United States were allies, they weren't friends. The Potsdam Conference marked the end of the last war, but it was the beginning of a new one. On August 4th, 1945, just a few days after Potsdam, the United States ambassador William Admiral Harriman received a gift from a group of Soviet children who belonged to the Vladimir Lenin All-Union Pioneer Organization. They were like Russian Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts, but more patriotic.
So, didn't make as much as we supposed to, so we will do more Star Wars tomorrow. It's like, enough time. I have no doubt that small will go up. Sure, but that one,
yeah,
third of it was gone.
These kids don't sell cookies.
Third.
Nope. Intense. The kids presented the ambassador with an impressive gift to commemorate the friendship of the U.S. and the Soviet Union. A hand-carved wooden replica of the Great Seal of the United States. The ambassador was so pleased with the carving that he hung it in his office at the official ambassador residence in Moscow, the Spazo House. What Harriman didn't realize is that the wooden carving was more than just a decoration.
Straight up creepy.
Now hanging on the wall, just behind the ambassador's desk, was a state-of-the-art high-frequency listening device that was completely undetectable. Ambassador Harriman held private meetings with military, diplomatic, and intelligence officials there. He had top-secret conversations with generals, the Secretary of State, and the President. And the Russians?
These are horrible.
7 years.
First of all, pretty sure unlimited rocket, so Lily gets hold. In name of that.
That's what makes the film so interesting and so effective. This was an electronic listening device.
Anyway, it's like,
Didn't require electricity.
I don't like. And I guarantee ya, he was out, listen to the chop, sleep. All these people have been sitting on this emergency so to speak. Yeah. Anyways, so,
the Soviet secret police were somehow able to listen to the American ambassador's
and get half on top of that taken to a public lobby. You're not gonna pass that up. I just report people if they screw me. It's like, yeah, that's what they do that. Like, was not easy to pin up either. These are resilient. He really got me because I stopped. Fucking get out and kill him.
I understand. In the 1920s,
the UFO was hard enough. I'm not.
Eventually, set up a lab in New York and developed one of the
that was actually pretty fast. Yeah, it's funny that. One. Great that I died. Yeah.
He suddenly disappeared. When Liam Thurman suddenly and mysteriously disappeared from New York in 1938, it was reported that he was executed.
Mission
Eyewitnesses said that they saw him talking to
some
tough-talking Russians who encouraged them to return to the Soviet Union.
I specifically bought this for this mission. The second time.
Put in a Siberian gulag and given a choice. He could work in gold.
Yeah, I want to try this flipping like that.
Or he could work at which is a secret lab for scientists and engineers. The incident. At the secret lab, Sellerday was told
Before I even go in
to
and get the launch,
above the U.S. Embassy
here
and
we
the
go.
Spazo House.
Ideally, you want to have the launch gone when you get there, right? Yeah, lose them on the way. It's like, not completely likely. Dude, I was just driving by, but okay.
Now, this is a lot like how the car body
Ramp on the front. I wish my kids right now, right? Hey, Esther.
And that's why the thing is so new. Instead, it was
like an add-on or something, right? I pay in there $1.5 million. I'm making money. But no more. But yeah. But you can only use it for the track. It's like you can't take it on other ones. But yeah, it's perfect. It has a money thing. This will lock on here. Rare game, essentially. It's like you can't be locked on. And on top of that, it's like 3 or 4 rockets.
Randomly scanning frequencies coming from the Moscow airport, and suddenly heard what sounded like an American conversation.
But yeah.
You realize he recognized one of the voices as the British Air.
I love to got
You tuned into the change of new frequency.
this thing. That's not out of the bad thing is? Oh yeah, that's a good home. Bigger. I should have left.
A few minutes later, they triangulated the signal and found the source hanging right there on the wall. Here's the thing. During the 7 years, the thing gathered top secret information from some very high-level guests, including General Eisenhower, White House staff, and a dozen congressmen. A member of the Soviet team that monitored
definitely Ethernet.
The thing allowed the KGB to get specific and very important information which gave us certain advantages for the prediction and performances of world politics in the difficult period of the Cold War. That night, radio technicians slept with the thing under his pillow.
My kid lost one
The next day, they were sent to Washington to be studied.
We got a report.
Nothing. The Americans and
in
British
public.
didn't say a word for years.
Not so much. Like, yeah.
They reverse engineered it to use on the Soviets. Whatever information the thing provided to the Russians, it eventually came back to bite them. In May 1960, an American U-2 spy plane was shot down over Soviet airspace. A few weeks later, at a UN National Security Council meeting, the Soviets accused the United States of spying and drafted a resolution that would have UN officially condemn the U.S. as a violation of Soviet airspace and aggressive act, and force American flights to stop. So for 3 days, the Soviets presented arguments attacking the U.S. The United States was accused of warmongering, being an untrustworthy nation, and threatening world peace. The Soviets argued that countries who spied on each other should be condemned, and espionage and surveillance are considered acts of aggression. The Americans quietly took the punishment. Then on day 4, when it was finally time for the U.S. to return to Toronto, the thing was top secret for almost 10 years, But now the entire world was shown. Spying goes both ways. UN voted against the Soviet Resolution 72. And now, thanks to wooden carving delivered by children as a gift of peace and friendship, the Cold War was in full swing. And nuclear war seemed more likely than ever.
Like, it was nice. So, I got myself a Phantom Wedge. Like, yeah,
When the helicopter rescue team
customizer.
arrived at the Outlook Pass in February 1959, the 9 missing hikers had been dead for weeks. The more the investigators tried to piece together what happened, the more the story didn't seem to add up. Their tent had been cut open from the inside and abandoned, but there was no sign of a struggle. And over a half-mile away, the 2 victims were almost completely naked. The temperatures were 30 below zero that night. Other bodies were found even farther away. 2 had fractured skulls. 2 more had major chest injuries. One was missing his eyes, and another was missing his tongue. And reports show
Welcome back, Capitan. That was a Nestor classic clandestine reconnaissance. And you have a tan, too, no? Now to business. Come over to this meeting and I'll give you the
closed the case a few weeks later. The Outlook Pass incident has been a mystery for over 60 years. And theories include a military cover-up, a KGB operation gone wrong, a B-30. Let's find out why.
The display case in Mr. Rubio's vault will be a challenge. We need specialized plasma cutter to get through, but specialized means too easy to trace. And when you annoy a man such as Mr. Rubio, you do not wish to be traced. So we steal it. Mini Madrazo has given us information on a gang planning a very delicate robbery. They have stashed plasma cutter, and we have location on their safe house. Come, today we thieve from thieves. And you give the same answer. Money! Well, I do not hear any brains being blown out, so they are not there? They must have begun the job ahead of schedule. Try to find some clue to the location, plans, drawings, coordinates, anything. Send me the photograph and I can cross-reference.
Just saying. It's gotta be the worst fucking job to have.
Just what I needed. This will only take a moment.
They're not even renting out.
Aha, there you are. I will send you the location now.
Shit, that's how you just walk. Yeah, they can block. Blocking. But they can't completely block that. It's illegal.
A meal had been set up.
They do have to screen it.
The next day,
or many from late. It's like, yeah,
the tracks were evenly spaced and they weren't deep.
Oh yeah, it was
investigators that the group was moving
they were between you and the door.
Running and they weren't hiding.
You can't see
they weren't made with clues.
That's just to make it
the tracks were made by people
I'll tell you when the outlet.
In sub-zero temperatures.
I'm not saying that you've done anything wrong.
They came across a cedar tree where they found the remains of a campfire. And near the fire, buried in the snow, were the first 2 victims of the outlet.
Yeah, I see a lot of them shipped out.
They were almost naked.
And
the temperatures
were say it because
below zero.
Kids.
An
adult, whatever. I think it's funny. You have to. It's not. They're just doing their job. As for your feet, you hand them a piece of receipt tape, piece of paper with written stuff on it. Yeah, they can ask you. Ask for that stuff. Proof that you bought that. It's called proof of purchase for a reason.
Except for superficial injuries and what we caused by the But this doesn't explain why Doroshenko, who was found under the tree, had skin that was brownish purple, or why he had brown fur. It didn't explain the burns. It explained wounds, or why someone tied off
Certain things I've done. I'm sorry for that, but there's something I have done. I am really bad.
Consistent with falling and tumbling
I can't even talk about it. I'd say someone I know.
The only explanation of this
I didn't want to use it.
Tried to make movies with out. They did, but not until months later. And when those guys four bodies were still missing from months, but in May it was still because a local husband found a nation in the woods about 2
Go down, go down, go down, go down.
This is a clothing that started. Black sweatpants with a white leg coat. Another search team arrived and they uncovered the four remaining victims lying together in at least 10 feet. Autopsy reports say that these people died not of exposure, but of massive injuries. So at this point, criminal investigators were brought in to determine the injuries. 3 of the bodies had severe injuries, broken ribs and internal hemorrhage. One of these skull fractures so severe that foul play was eliminated because no human could generate that force to create this level of damage. Instead, the injuries would consist of the fluid or near the explosion of a bomb. But no soft tissue damage was found and no external injury. Therefore, inventory of clothing recovered showed that some of the victims were wearing clothes taken or cut. That's what they originally thought, but an avalanche was flattened on sunshine. If you look at the photos of the surgery plan, you can see that the squeezing
But yeah, they're super accurate.
And people who die in avalanches usually there's the word of a they either died from injuries or died from cold.
These guys can hit me from.
The locals say that the upper doesn't get
Yeah, I can understand. I won't use it. But I'm not really using mine because actually suck my ass. But yeah.
And maybe the strangest detail of all, two of the hikers clothing
You handle it.
Despite all of this strange evidence, the case went nowhere due to what was called an absence of a the final conclusion was that the cause of death was the compelling force which the hikers were unable to overcome. That was it. But the victims' families weren't satisfied, so they started demanding answers from the Soviet government. All files, journals, and photographs were classified. The area was made off-limits, and all evidence collected was destroyed. But there's no shortage of theories about what happened. You can. Theories about what happened at the Diallo camps. There are some good ones. I'll cover a few, but I'll link to the full list in the description. The first theory is this. Be patient. Remember that a lot of the hikers were students at the World Polytechnic Institute. Well, nuclei was constantly turning out recruits for nuclear research and the military. First theory is the interruption. A Alexei Radican wrote a book called Dragon Pass, where he claimed that near the Hydras were things that he agents who had listened to uncover a secret science operations. During the Cold War, a favorite Soviet tactic was to plant radioactive material just to set the Americans on foot and surface. The Radican says that two or three of the Hydras were hired by the KGB to deliver radioactive. And the oldest member of the group, age 37, Payout, joined the group this minute. He was a combat veteran with years of military service who eventually and before transferring to the physics department of UPI, he worked in Moscow at a top-secret scientific facility known as Payout 4, and Yuri Provodishevsky explored the Russians. Where massive nuclear accident occurred.
Legal.
This group was like that.
Realize it, but I don't even think we've ever had a Hydra.
Show a lot of KGB. The objective of their mission was to deliver radioactive samples to the of the CIA and take pictures of its spots. At the beginning of the journey, all the Hydras had cameras and journals. We saw them. But when Kolevatov's body was discovered, the journal was missing. Now, theory number 2. Who's this guy? In 2014, the Discovery Channel released a documentary called Russian Yeti, for the lyrics, and the news would be
looks like a fever. It really does.
That the hikers were disturbed and they used this photo as evidence. But the doc went on to say that the Yeti was the reason the body was missing. Now, this photo has been authenticated. It's absolutely real. But it doesn't look much like a Bigfoot to me. And that documentary was...
Let's see if I can grab it.
So, let's see. Alright. This theory says that the reason for the tent being cut from the inside was not to escape, but to set up a camera on a makeshift tripod. The author himself had experimented with telescopes and was interested in space flight. The local Nazi people had reported seeing glowing golden orbs in the sky that same night, and another hiker also reported orange floating orbs in the exact same place at the exact same time. There were even recovered photos from one of the cameras that shows some type of lights in the sky. Lev Ivanov, the lead investigator of the incident, said, I suspected at the time and then almost sure that these bright flying spheres had a direct connection to the sky. He also reported that the treetops in the area were permanent above a certain height. In 1990, after Ivanov retired, he published an article claiming that the Soviet government forced him to abandon his theory and to take everything from the report that went to the home or the news. He insisted that the orbs. Another scientific theory is that a rare weather event generated infrasound that caused the Hydras to suddenly disorient and 5 years research on the instrument can actually visit the sun. Believes that a wind tunnel called a common vortex can produce a terrifying, powerful sound, which is proven to induce irrational fear and rhythm. We have video about this on the channel. Below. But we think of infrasound. Theories that say that this test was wrong. And you said the military
Yours. Like, I went to that. You're not. Like, yeah, it's easy good. Like, but height and chance of hurting. What a freak. Oh, no.
Did you just say they used
One can. You're right.
That's right.
Let it go. Let it go.
So we are to do clandestine operation to steal exotic booze? My father would be so proud.
Right.
Though the avalanche theory has been mostly dismissed, a new theory has been proposed that
I'm going
hikers were hit
autopilot
by a very
here.
specific and rare kind of avalanche. Johann Gohl, a scientist who studies snow phenomena, was watching the movie Frozen when
Let it go. Let it go. I'm a beast.
One noticed that Disney had created very realistic snow. So he worked with studio animators
this will be sealed, our only chance is to acquire Mr. Rubio's fail-safe device, which can reconstruct his fingerprint in case of emergency. This and only this will allow us to hack the system. And to get it, we will need to find the mainland archives of his head of cybersecurity. Start by going to the GPS coordinates I have sent you.
Openings are going to cut into the snow for their tent. Starting to count them. The initial extreme reaction of lightning disturbances. Trapped under the slab, they kind of the injuries to both other slabs
The archives are relocated every few weeks. If we want to find out where they are, we need to get into the computer system in this warehouse. It will be highly secured. Perhaps we can avoid cameras or destroy them, or make it easy and kill the power. There has to be a circuit box not too far from here. It will be guarded in there. You avoid the cameras, you keep the element of surprise, yes?
and quickly gain speed. And the winds are hurricane force, and they were absolutely protected by local weather stations that night. So the hikers cut their camp into the snow, which disturbed the slab, and katabatic winds started blowing snow on top of the slab above the camp. And over the course of hours, the weight of the snow above camp reached critical mass.
Cybersecurity is not all about defense, yes?
Maybe 5 by 5 meters, reaching enough power to hit. The rescue team would have noticed, especially since they had arrived on scene for 24 days. So, given this new information, can we piece together what happened to the outlook and his friends that night? I think we can.
What I would do in real life.
KGB, UFOs, orbs of light. These are fun theories, but I think this is what happened. The slab avalanche hits, covering them in a few feet of snow.
I think it
The 9 campers cut their way out of the tent.
I mean, yeah, turn back. Okay, good.
Well, it was discovered that they had a second stash of supplies in the forest. So they escaped the
Find the computer. We must get inside and get the location of the archives.
Yeah.
This man's security is in serious need of updates. This would never happen at Russian government profile.
Zero, they had very little time to save themselves. The two most poorly dressed were probably the first to go. The burned skin probably from being desperate and most from fire.
Now let's go.
Hypothermia setting in, they were losing sensation and realized they bites his hand to test for sensation. He died within an hour. 7 survivors cut the clothes away from their friends and dressed themselves in whatever they stabbed in the fire. 3 of them, including Diablo, try to make it back to the tent. The remaining 4 decided to make a snow shelter for the night. Find deep snow and a ravine a couple of hundred feet away. But their bad luck continues. And they pick a spot near a fast-running stream that's getting clean. The stream passes the snow above their shelter, causing the roof to collapse. They're thrown onto the rocky street bed. But in general, snow is about 20 pounds per cubic foot. A little over a pound per foot.
CCTV here as well.
Snow that's 20 feet by 20 feet and a depth of 10 feet. That means between 85,000 and 100,000 pounds. That's 50 tons falling. So it's like being crushed under a tank. So your injuries would be severe. The missing eyes and tongue possibly caused by static animals by 3 months of competition.
What about the release?
Right. The landing station found at the site contained small amounts of thorium, which is radioactive. Now remember, at least 2 of the hikers worked at a nuclear facility and helped with cleanup after an accident that was almost as bad as Chernobyl. So, in retrospect,
Do not get distracted in there. The fail-safe tool will be the size of a credit card.
Everything else was
Probably it will have an
They
antenna.
conducted an orderly evacuation to safer ground. They took shelter in the woods, started a fire, and dug out a snow cave. The textbook wrong
Do you
decision
have the device? Get it out of there, quickly.
Unfortunately, that wrong decision might have saved their lives. Now, today, Diablo Pass is a popular tourist destination. People come from all over the world to follow the footsteps to see where the temple is. People say prayers at the stream and leave flowers under the cedar tree where children grandparents stay visiting. And just before the team embarked on their adventure, one of
little more.
And look at what's trace winding steps across the map. It's been over 60 years since the outlook of Aiden and his friends died. But I'm sure they'd be proud to know that not only did they Russia, thank you so much for hanging out with us today. My name is AJ. That's my
ways to look ahead, Captain. To think of how we cover our tracks. And the most important way will be to destroy all.
This has been a Wild Files compilation episode. I hope you're able to learn some new stuff. If you didn't, listen.
An hour long, so I'm
This
okay with
episode
that.
of the Y-Files is brought to you by Audible. 7 million years ago, a chimpanzee stood up on its hind legs, and a new species of hominin emerged. Over the next few million years, hominins evolved.
There is nothing like a successful reconnaissance mission to get the blood pumping, yes? We are ready to plan at your command.
They discovered fire and learned to follow the migration paths of the animals they used.
Really too.
It took a few million years for hominins to discover how to make a stone spearhead.
Or deny.
2 million years later, that stone spearhead changed into a different shaped spearhead. Technology evolved slowly. But 300,000 years ago, Homo sapiens began. For a long day, we were the dominant species on the planet. Once they destroyed the animals once and for all,
Never will.
How could mankind evolve so fast? The answer is mankind didn't evolve at all. Mankind was for a race far superior according to ancient texts.
Construction sites. Of course, these days, you will also find armed security at many construction sites. Apparently, the citizens of Los Santos have a habit of stealing such things.
They all tell the same story. It's the story of God's men. It's the story of their life.
That.
You will need to search toolboxes and such. And you can practice clandestine maneuvers in the cars, yes. Or find a hard hat and keep your head down.
Not gone. Over, I think it's like 30 minutes. Like, you stand, you just stand up straight. No bidding, everything got raised.
The whole world now knows that Hecklefish was kicked out for us 3 years ago. The highway is a recent photograph of it. And this is what waits for the man who took it. $2 million of unknown bills, just like water. But this is only half. Instead, I will double it to 4 million. You to keep it. But this is your last chance. You keep Hyperface and the 4 million is yours. Understand? Don't take all of this money. With that blathering new fish out of my house, this is my only opportunity to finish the island for us.
No idea. What you What can I say?
Did you find it yet? Bring it to me and I will keep it safe.
Must be a collection of the latest videos the house offer. With the Audible app, it makes it even easier to listen no matter where you are.
You've been blindfolded in an unfamiliar bedroom waiting for the banks to come through.
Audible is the destination for storytelling.
Oh, you must be looking to get laid down.
A growing selection of audiobooks, Audible originals, and podcasts. Start your Audible trial.
Yes, I will. Get back to the club. And this one out. I know. I know. Play. Far from there, okay?
Long before the pyramids soared above Egypt, and ages before Stonehenge was built, the ancient civilization of Sumer thrived. Which predates Sumerians, but those are small gathering places that became the vast civilization of Sumer, the world's first empire.
Ours is a strange business, Captain. We work so hard to get new weapons, vehicles, equipment, and then afterwards we destroy it all.
Used on farms, fed by a sophisticated irrigation system. Again, the world's first. Though the Greeks get credit for inventing city-states, that too was a Sumerian concept. Sumer was organized into city-states, each governed independently with its own ruler. These rulers reported to the king according to the code of Origami. Sumerians understood how to predict the planets and astronomy. Their number systems used to tell time and measure the angles of the circle are still used today. Sumer was founded about 7,000 years ago. And you probably know everything I've said so far. This is common knowledge. What's also common knowledge is that Homo sapiens, or modern man, appeared about 300,000 years ago. Look at how much our technology has evolved
I go with
since
that.
Sumerians.
Like,
It took only 7,000 years to go from discovering writing to landing a
if I
man
was
on the moon.
confident I was going to run the ball.
Landing someone on the moon. So what took so long? Why the sudden explosion?
Never come in here. You get lots of people cell shots. All garnet. Sit down. It's actually better than DC. Without raising alarms. Doing that. That's why, to be honest, we don't just go leak challenge on that. I won't care. Go my bag and grab the primary target. But yeah. Primary target. I want the secondary as well.
I have location of gang operating out of swanky office block who are bringing a nice little shipment of unregistered weapons. We go there, take them, and this covers our tracks.
Isn't a helipad landing, but here's a good one. Yeah, good spot. There we go.
No, that's just a rip-off.
I'll fill everyone in here with this.
More than the most valuable metal in the world. It was the most valuable metal in the solar system. The Anunnaki weren't gods. They were aliens from another planet. They needed gold to save their world from an environmental disaster. But gold was rare on Earth. They found a solution. About 450,000 years ago, the Anunnaki arrived on Earth not to help humans, but to kill. Gold is abundant. They wanted every part, so they bred us as slaves to this planet. The planet is Anunnaki, hiding in the far reaches of our solar system, does exist. The whole world is Anunnaki as we call it, our planet has a emphasis. That's because it's Anunnaki, others call it Payout. The Sumerians and the Anunnaki called their planet Fury, and the gates of the Fury on Earth were about to join together.
Only a
Special shipment, probably kept in hidden gun locker somewhere.
Can't just pick up the hand guns off people I kill. Yeah.
Anu was his title. He was all when I'm doing dramatic science fiction. 50,000 years ago, when Anu was young and ambitious, he fought former King Alalu for the throne and won. The council elected him to see the view through the crisis. But during his time as leader, conditions on the planet were only getting worse. Industry on the Bureau was highly controlled.
Okay, he's one thing to get them, it is another thing to keep them and get them ready. You know, Capitan, I have heard we are not the first to rob Mr. Rubio. Those who attempted last time were successful, but they made one crucial mistake. They used their own weapons. 6 months later, Mr. Rubio... And they were shipped to the Panther's cage in very small boxes. This is a mistake we will not be making.
The Earth's ozone layer was thin in most places, and pretty dull in others. The sky above the Bureau was distinctly low, and the atmosphere was thick and pressure. The moon once shone brightly, now they were barely visible from the haze. Stars that had once filled the night sky could no longer be seen. Anunnaki lived for 200,000 years. This long lifespan, once considered a gift, was now a curse. The older Anunnaki remembered a night sky filled with stars. The young ones had never seen a star. The last, the brightest star disappeared behind the Bureau when it was gone. In the cities of the Bureau, towering spires and ancient buildings loomed over empty streets. The grand avenues, once lined with sculpture and sacred houses, now seemed a painful reminder of an age of prosperity, now long in the past. The gardens that once bloomed with exotic plants and flowers were now withered and brown. Formerly vibrant landscapes were barren. Dying and that they were running but the outlook was grim. Then Otto's son and Leo burst into the room. He said, "Father, I know how we can save the planet." In the halls of learning, the greatest minds of the Bureau worked tirelessly to find a solution. They pored over ancient texts and conducted countless experiments, searching for a way to halt the decay of their world. And then, in a moment of desperation and brilliance, Anunnaki scientists discovered the answer: gold. The precious metal rare on the Bureau held the key to their salvation. When suspended in the atmosphere, microscopic gold reflects and absorbs the harmful radiation of the sun in space. It was the one chance to stabilize their atmosphere. It was a long shot and would take years, but it was their only hope. The Anunnaki mobilized all their resources and devised a plan. They sent expeditions to the far reaches of the solar system, searching for planets rich in gold. They would mine the gold, bring it back to their planet, and release it into the atmosphere in a desperate attempt to save their world. For years, probes went out, and probes found nothing. Probes traveled the inner solar system and found nothing but useless volcanic rock and toxic gas. But today, it was a glimmer of hope. One of the probes reported and not in the first time on YouTube. But it was on his son when he was first.
There is a planet very close to the star with also has water above it. Strong magnetic Why don't we give him some more, huh? From the star.
Now pay attention. You will reach land soon. They called it Pi, but would later become known as
GPS locked. I have your position.
Earth revolved around the star in its very
CCTV.
It was also orbited around the star, but it took 3,600 Earth years to complete one revolution. Anu thought Earth sounded perfect. The journey was dangerous, but times were desperate. Soon the Bureau would be making a close approach to Earth.
Kill me.
The Earth sends the part immediately.
Would
The Leo had more to say.
But Earth is teeming with life, including intelligent creatures, though still early in their development. These creatures are bipedal like us, but smaller than us, perhaps half our height.
The creatures in Leo's program were under 6 feet tall. Anunnaki were between 12 and 15 feet tall. This is because the Bureau's gravity wasn't as strong as Earth's. This was just math. More gravity means higher life force. Low gravity.
By the way, don't worry about leaving space in your bag for main objective. I have crafted special compartment for it. Push, of course.
Other the Anunnaki had larger eyes and larger skulls than the Earth.
As my uncle would say, you kill the moose, you carry it home. You understand? Yes. The heavier the things you take, the slower you will be.
Do these Earth creatures pose a threat to us in our project? They are primitive but violent. Some eat animal flesh, if you can imagine. They have no interest in gold, but they may perceive us as a threat. They have no technology beyond wood and stone. Still, in numbers, they could be dangerous. That's what the Egyptians are for.
These were a race of slaves who showed Anunnaki were all good, and operating factories and wars. They were an intelligent race, and they could surely handle primitive creatures outside. The council convened, the decision was made, 300 Anunnaki and 600 Egyptians were loaded on great ships. It was time to make the journey Sunday. It was time to make the journey Earth.
Infiltrating private islands on your own. In Russia, we bring friends, and our friends bring
After a
bags.
brief
More
stop on
bags,
Mars,
more money in
the
the
Anunnaki
bags.
fleet
Perhaps
arrived
next
at
time,
Earth.
yes.
The crew was stunned. The planet was a vibrant blue and green with swirling white clouds. Vast glimmering oceans seemed to go on forever. The planet was full of life in the sky, on land, and the sea below. The Anunnaki marveled at Earth's beauty.
You are coming up on the power station now. Turn it off and the cameras go down.
And its people were suffering. But that sadness renewed their resolve. They were peaceful purpose. Mine all the gold needed to fill their atmosphere. A few ships remained in orbit, while others scattered the planet for a suitable landing site. Eventually, they settled on the lush green plains between the Euphrates and the Tigris River. Later, this area would become known as Mesopotamia, the Greek word for between the rivers. The ships landed, and the Igigi were put to work. The Igigi were a race of aliens that the Anunnaki conquered and laid low. After the Igigi were defeated, they were enslaved. They served the Anunnaki. The Igigi were between 12 and 15 feet tall.
Back in the States, I can advantage. You know, I think Mr. Rubio is best thing that ever happened to us. And we are worst thing ever happened to him, huh?
These elongated heads have been 50 times the breastbones. The Igigi were given only 7 days to great sea carriage.
God's road was great, its oil grievous, trouble excessive. The great Anunnaki of the Seven were making the Igigi undertaking.
The city was completed on time. Then the Ajiji mines began mining gold. They mined gold day after day, year after year, for 150,000 years. The Ajiji extracted gold by the ton, and ships began making round trips between Earth and Venus. Enki, ruling in his father Anu's name, was thrilled. He demanded more output. The slave masters used weapons like particle beams to force the Ajiji to work harder and faster. Enki didn't want to lose the workforce this way, but felt he had no choice. The atmosphere of fury was always wrong. He wasn't sure the gold would be the only time. Then, against his better judgment, Enki demanded even more output from the the slave masters were told to use any means necessary to get this done, including torture.
Perfect. As we say in Navy,
circulated among
you want the element of surprise?
in the whispers,
Choose least hygienic option.
no longer would the Ajiji
Enjoy your
allow
little
themselves
swim, yes?
and no longer would they work the mines. After Assis, famous leader of the Ajiji, made the decision to
the Aranaki. We were born of the stars, yet condemned to the dark. It is time to seek the light. Now, children will. Let us combine hostilities and battle.
the rebellion was swift. The Ajiji were intelligent and strong. They turned their tools into weapons, broke their chains, and fought the Anunnaki to their freedom.
You did not get sucked into a turbine.
And gold mines collapsed from the
How
uprising.
likely is it I have two operations in the same way, huh?
And were
Now,
put back
we
in
look for the
chains.
vault. Maybe start in the
Enki's brother
central
Leo
building.
had been overseeing the mining operations. He was furious. He wanted the Ajiji killed for treason. But Enki felt differently.
Acaba de
The
irse.
Anunnaki and the Ajiji had
Hace
thousands
nada
of
estaba
years of
preguntando
shared
por usted.
Shall we meet defiance with tyranny? Or can we forge
Watch
a
out
new
for Mr.
destiny?
Rubio's personal bodyguards. They patrol this
The
area.
Ajiji could not
They all know
return to
every
the
soldier
mines,
on the
and
island.
Enki knew
Them
they
you
would
cannot
continue
fool,
to
no
rebel.
matter what you are
But
wearing.
someone had to work the mines and do all the labor a large city requires. So Enki had an idea. In the forests were ape-like hominids. They had large brains, walked on two legs, and can use simple tools. They weren't intelligent enough to do the work the Anunnaki needed, but maybe they could become intelligent with just a little genetic engineering. There were groups of hominids living
I'm sorry,
in
the
forests.
CCTV image is a little blurry. Was that a gun made of gold?
They were either Homo heidelbergensis or Homo erectus. Stop it. The Anunnaki took one of the hominid males and attempted to
You are at the
cross
scanner.
genetics with
The
the
tool we
Anunnaki.
stole from the head of cybersecurity will find partial prints left on the scanner. You just have to cycle through them to match them up to the target print.
Smaller than the Ajiji. They would be engineered to be submissive and much easier to control. The first experiments were done in a lab, and the results were horrific. Instead of creating a perfect being, the genetic experiments created monsters. Gorgons, Cyclops, Banshees, and two-headed giants. These monsters still live on in ancient stories.
Do not give up
The
on the
Anunnaki
door.
changed their
Why not ask the guard
genetically
nicely for the
spliced
key?
their DNA with that planted it in the female. It worked. Less than a year later, a child was born, a boy. He looked more like the Anunnaki than the ape-like creatures roaming the forest. They named the child Adamu.
Adamu, like Adam from Adam and Eve?
Yep. Adamu means first man. In Hebrew, the word also means from the ground or earth. In Genesis, God made Adam in his own image from the dust of the ground. In ancient Sumerian, Akkadian, and Babylonian texts, the creation of man is described as man is created in the image of the god or gods by mixing the blood of the god with the clay of the earth.
Here we are.
The ancient Egyptians had a story of man being created by mixing a tear of the god with the clay of earth. Blood or even a tear would contain DNA. And clay in ancient writings doesn't mean actual clay, it refers to all life on earth. Every culture and religion
The glass case, bulletproof, shatterproof. You will need the plasma cutter, and you will need to be very careful.
where hominids go from very simple primates to a very intelligent advanced race. We're far more intelligent than any of the species before us. You'd think there'd be a slow but steady evolution.
You know, there is something about coming all this way to steal a bottle of booze.
Suddenly appeared.
Very deep level.
Dr. Ellis Silver wrote a book about this jump in evolution, and his book, Humans Are Not From Earth.
You will have to find another way out.
The theory says humans were genetically engineered using alien DNA. Dr. Silver claims that humans are not well suited to Earth's environment. While
And the shift of guard just logged in. Careful out there.
Human skin is very sensitive to sunlight and radiation. If we spend too much time in the sun, it leads to serious diseases, especially skin cancer. No other animals get sunburn. Mammals have fur with thick skin. Fish scales, even birds' feathers, all offer protection from the sun. Sure, pigs, elephants, and even reptiles can get burned, but they protect themselves by rolling around in mud or changing their skin. Now we have sunblock. What did humans do to protect their skin 100,000 years ago? Also, humans are more susceptible to illness, disease, and
Perfect. We are out of the compound, and judging by their radio chatter, they have no idea they've been hit. Now get off that island.
Eventually got sick, but he died. 14 years,
Your extraction point is at the main docks. On your radar now.
Dogs and animals do get sick, but not at the rate humans do. Dr. Silver mentions that humans tend to crave food that's bad for us. Salt, sugar, fat, carbs. We're surrounded by vegetables, nuts, and fruit, but most people would rather have a cheeseburger, fries, and a milkshake. I know I would. Back pain is another reason Dr. Silver
It seems Mr. Rubio has woken up into his nightmare. All over again. The water is full of attack boats. You will need to be careful.
The Anunnaki were very tree-like, but they were about twice our height, 12 to 15 feet tall. This would indicate being evolved on a planet with lower gravity than Earth. He presents a very compelling case backed up by science. I link to his book below. It's believed that Homo sapiens first emerged about 300,000 years ago. This is exactly the time of
Well, judging from their comms, it sounds like Mr. Rubio is reaching for his helicopter again. Uh-oh. By the sounds of it, Mr. Rubio is getting back in his helicopter. Watch out.
The Anunnaki needed humans to procreate on their own, and they did, often. The Anunnaki guided this new race for a few hundred years. The population grew to thousands. The Anunnaki taught the new humans all the skills they needed to maintain the city, build homes, plant and harvest crops, but most importantly, the Anunnaki gave humans the skills to mine gold. The Anunnaki were so pleased with their creation that they allowed humans to visit their sacred garden, Eden.
So, Adamu and Eva in the Garden of Eden, eh?
According to ancient Sumerian writing, yes.
Sounds familiar.
Yep, there is a lot of the Anunnaki story in every major religion in the world. But now we run into a problem. They look pretty much like Anunnaki, just smaller. And human women were beautiful.
Uh-oh, that always means trouble.
One of these women caught the eye of Enki, the Anunnaki ruler of the city area.
Yeah, there it is. Enki, her eyes are up here.
But relationships between Anunnaki and changeling humans were strictly forbidden.
Don't sleep with the help.
Oh, come on, that's rude.
That's serious. You get in trouble when you're partying with your employees. Just ask God over there.
Enki broke the law and had a relationship with the human woman. From this relationship, a child was born, a boy named Adapa. Until now, humans were very simple, intelligent enough to do what the Anunnaki needed, but not intelligent enough to complain about it. The birth of Adapa changed everything. He was part human, part Anunnaki. He was extremely intelligent. He married a woman named Atiti. Atiti.
What I say?
From the family of Adapa began a new line of highly intelligent humans, and they started asking questions. They inherited the Anunnaki's desire for gold and power. But there was a bigger problem. Another trait emerged in this new line of intelligent humans, a trait that would shape the future of our entire species. That new trait was violence. generation's missed humans were gone. Some were murdered, but most just died out. The new humans had no interest in mating with them, but they still were interested in mating.
Get up, get up, get up, get up. Let's make love tonight.
Against